All right, happy Sunday morning, everybody. We are live here at Ottumwa, Iowa on this beautiful, gorgeous day here in Iowa. Matthew Alvarez, Christina Bob joining me for once again another event here in Iowa. Commit to Caucus, Iowa. We might as well just go ahead and buy real estate here.
Yeah, I have a feeling President Trump is going to be here quite frequently. He announced that he will be back again next weekend. Obviously, Iowa is a really important state for the primary elections, the first in the nation, so it's important to cinch it. I do think President Trump has it pretty securely locked up, but he's just making sure, coming to these local events for this caucus, to make sure that he's got the right delegate votes.
And Matthew, every time we come out here, you and I are used to seeing these massive crowds.
Yeah, the crowds look great once again here in Iowa. And you know what? For those of you joining us right now, thank you, because you chose us over the NFL. Let's be real. I'd rather watch President Trump and what he has to say to keep this country free than tune into some NFL game any day of the week.
There you go. We've got a lot to unpack here. But before we do that, we want to thank our partners. One of our partners for today, over at the Birch Gold Group. We've been talking about the dollar and this digital currency that's being recommended by several countries, the BRICS. And this is something that should threaten everybody as far as your national security and your retirement. So our friends over the Birch Gold Group want to send you a free information kit on how you can invest in gold, silver, and precious metals. It's as easy as texting Trump to 989898 for that free information gold kit. Now, they're not suggesting you put all of your eggs in one basket, so to say, but you should diversify from a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA. And our friends over at the Birch Gold Group have just that. Text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. And so it seems like, you know, when President Trump, and by the way, you talked about the line. Guys, you see how far it goes now? In a matter of 10 minutes, we got out of the car. See if you can hit that wheel over the parking lot. It goes well around the side of this cobblestone hotel and suites. The people here in Iowa, and you said it earlier, they love them. They love President Trump.
Yeah, I mean, this is what it's all about. I mean, they love the president. They love the leader of the free world. That's why they're here. And, you know, it's going to be another great event. Every time he speaks, you know, we just saw it in California. The off-script thing that he talks about is from the heart, and that's why he connects with so many people. So it's really great to see that.
And the speech in California, Christina, focused on the problems that Gavin Newsom is dealing with, or actually caused in that state. Big problems in California, but obviously the president has a lot of answers to those questions there.
Yeah, well, the problems in California they're complicated in one sense, but they're also quite simple. They're too woke. Any level of wokeness is too woke, but they've got parental rights issues. The parents there have very serious concerns that the legislature would strip them of their rights to allow the parents to tell their children what gender they are. There's problems with the education. There's already mask mandates in a lot of the schools, which people are getting really upset about. And it looks like they're trying to bring back vaccine mandates or requirements for certain things. Of course, a lot of people have problems with a lot of that. So California has an energy shortage. The problem with California is energy and the price of energy, the cost that regular Americans as consumers, whether, you know, on a variety of different platforms for energy, the prices are through the roof.
It's interesting because Sarah Rodriguez, who was my guest co-host for that broadcast, lives in Southern California. Do you want to guess what her gas bill, not gas for fuel, but gas for the home, what is each month? $800. $800.
Wow.
And her electricity bill, wait for it, $1,200. This is up about 60% from the previous year. So the energy policy...
60% of that, or 40% of that, is too high. So, yeah, $800 what, so that she can cook her food? I mean, which also the Biden administration wants to ban gas stoves. So they're really trying to hamper down on the way we live our lives. California is one of the forerunners in this. Gavin Newsom is pulling out all the stops to wokeify and make California as left as it can possibly be, and it's absolutely destroying the state.
What's really interesting, Matthew, is someone at the Carvel ice cream shop asked President Trump, "What's your thoughts on Gavin Newsom running instead of Joe Biden?" And basically, overall, he said, "I love it, bring it."
And the thing is you can't be fooled by Gavin Newsom's charisma, his looks, his hair, all that kind of thing, and be a part of the elite class. We see right through it. He's a snake in the grass. I'm calling it out now. We know that to be true already. So when he is propped to be the main guy on the left, we got to remember, charisma doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think, as far as President Trump goes, saying he'd love to take on Gavin Newsom, I think President Trump knows he's not actually taking on any opponent. This election is Donald Trump versus the Washington, D.C. establishment. Doesn't matter which candidate they put in there. It's how they rig elections. It's how they manipulate through media. It's how they lie to the American public and how they try to deceive and cheat their way into office. That's what Donald Trump is up against. So whether it's Gavin Newsom, Joe Biden, or even Ron DeSantis, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at all. Good point there. Okay, so we're here in Iowa, and we'll probably get a little bit more information about the way the caucus works. I know we have covered the caucus format for a matter of months now. I know it's January 15th at 8 p.m. That is the first caucus there where people gather together. And it's really based from the communities. They get together to pick their leader.
So it's the party. So the difference between a caucus and a primary, most states use primaries, but there are a variety of caucuses, and Iowa is one of them. It's the party actually decides who they want their nominee to be, and they vote on it. It's just you have to be a part of the party. And so that's why President Trump is targeting his messages so much to the Iowa delegates, and why he's focused on these targeted communities, because he wants to make sure that it's not just everybody in Iowa. Of course, everybody in Iowa matters, and he certainly is the president for the people. But it's the people who are going to be voting in the caucus that matter, and so that's why he's targeting
Right,
them.
and there are some 1,700 precincts around the state of Iowa. You know, people meet anywhere, cafeteria or at the library or at a house, actually. It's pretty wild how everybody meets.
Open up your dining room for some conversation about who is best to lead this country. But you know what? This is what we're famous for, showing the crowds, and that's exactly what we're going to do right now. Tell you what, let's walk through this way, and we'll walk towards the back of the line and give you an idea of how many people are here today. And we've got everyone out here supporting the great president, President Trump. How you guys doing, man?
Doing good.
You guys from here?
Yeah.
First time to see the president?
Absolutely.
Yeah. What are you looking forward to today?
Oh, that's a big question.
Hey, what would you like for the president to do to change this country, to get it back to where it needs to be? How about that?
Brady?
I know you guys drive trucks. Get little gas prices hitting you. All right,
Definitely some.
start with the low-hanging fruit here. I already know because I've got kids and they're the same way. It's hard to fill up the car with the prices they are now.
Over $100 to fill my truck. It didn't used to be that way.
Didn't used to be that way. Well, I know Iowa is a strong state. Anybody have any relation to farmers, anything like that? I know farming's a big issue here.
Got a little bit of farmland back home in Minnesota.
Yeah, there you go. I know Trump has been for the farmers, so I'm glad you guys are out here. Check out the shirt, Never Surrender. What'd you think about that when you had the old mugshot? What was going through your mind?
Well, I just like the shirt, man. It doesn't have 2024 on it. I feel like it's a little repetitive, so I just wanted this one.
It may be just an overall theme of never surrendering. Keep fighting. All right, man. You got yours on there as well. That's cool. Good job. All right. I love you guys out here. Thank you so much for your time. You're going to get a good seat inside. Christina, I'll come over to you.
All right, we got a lot of folks here in Iowa today. President Trump, what's your name and where are you from?
Sandy Zimmerman. I'm from Blakesburg. I watch you guys all the time coming in with the president. That's fantastic. I'm just really excited to be here. I didn't think you'd come this close to where I live. So
How far away do you live?
about 25 miles, so it's not very far, but to be this close is awesome. I mean, he's really trying to hit the Iowans up.
Yeah. And what is the feel around Iowa, and particularly rural Iowa, about Donald Trump? There's a lot of news about Donald Trump recently. What do Iowans think of Trump?
Everyone that I've come into, other than people I work with because I teach, they're just pro Trump. They know that life was a lot better in 18 and 19, and look at it now. We can't hardly survive. I had to come out of retirement basically to teach again. Yeah. So but I've followed Trump since the day he walked down he'd come down the escalator, and I'm sold on him. Everybody.
Is there a particular policy that you like about him, or his mannerisms, or what is it that you like?
There's a sense of security I get from Trump. That's just.
He's a strong leader.
This guy is going to come and get us out of this, and I have a lot of faith. I'm not even scared of what's going to happen because I know Trump's going to get us out of it.
And what would you like to see let's say President Trump wins in 2024. What do you want to see maybe day 1, day 2 in office?
Well, I think the border's number one, and I think get some justice in this country again and get our economy rolling. Those are the 3 big things. I think Trump always emphasized those things in his speeches, and thank God he does.
So I want to ask you, because, we all have our opinions and we hear the opinions on the news about what these indictments of Donald Trump mean, whether it's January 6th or the documents case in Florida or the other case in Georgia, the election case in Georgia, even the one in New York and the civil case in New York. There's a lot. What do you think about those?
If your eyes are open, you see that it's all a gimmick. They're trying to take Trump out. He's the one person that's going to bring United States back, and he's a person we look to, and I could care less about any of those indictments, and most people I talk to think it's a hoax. I think it's a movie.
It's a movie. That's a good line. What do you think they're trying, they being the left and this Department of Injustice, what do you think it is that they're trying to accomplish by doing this?
They just want the power and the money. Bingo, that's it. Power and money, and they send the money to Ukraine, but it doesn't stay there. It comes back to them and everything else. So they don't have a plan. They have no plan. Just keep winning somehow or other.
And before I let you go, I just want to ask you, what do you hope to see from President Trump today?
Oh, just the usual. I think he gets everybody fired up, and I'm kind of down in the dumps with everybody is having to go through all the things that we've had to. So I'm just really excited to hear him get Iowans pumped up and get them ready for, coming up on the primaries and everything. So I'm really excited about it.
Well, thank you so much. I hope you have a great time. Thank you. All right, I will send it back over to Matthew.
Again, for tuning in here at RSBN on Rumble. Go ahead and share the link to as many people as you can, because the president will be here at 2:30 Central Time. Of course, a great speech yet to be heard. I want to show you something just to your left and my right here. You can see this shirt. It says, "This is farm country." This is farm country. That is the truth right there. Iowa has 22 million acres of farmland, 86,000 farms right here in the Hawkeye State. About 3 million people in the state, and 25,000 people are in this town. Now, how do you pronounce this town? Do you know how to pronounce it?
Not really, but I'll try. Ottumwa, I think it is.
There you go. Exactly. And this is Bridget right here. And she ran up to us earlier and said, it's my first Trump event, and that she's been watching Right Side Broadcasting. So tell us about the fact that you've been watching Right Side, yes, but to be here for the first time, what's that like?
I can't even explain. I'll probably start crying. Well, I'm going to start crying now, but when he comes out on stage, I get to see him face to face, live. It's going to be the best day of my life. I love that man and what he can do for our country. Everybody needs to know he is number one. He is number one in our books.
Why do you love him so much?
He knows how to take care of this country. He knows how to get this country back on its feet. We have so many problems, and there's just too many to everybody knows what they are, and he can step right in and take care of all of this within 30 days, and this country will be rocking again.
Can you believe you're on Right Side Broadcasting Network?
Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
So when did you hear that he was coming here to Ottumwa?
Actually just a couple of days ago. We've been wanting to go to a rally, and they were all too far away. We're from the Kansas City area, and I looked online a couple of days ago and saw it was here, and we booked it. We had, it was over the weekend, and we were able to jump in the car and go. So
once again, when he takes a stage, your feeling will be?
Happiness, excited. And he's hope that he's going to save us. And I mean save this country.
Amen, Bridget. Thank you so much for chatting with us. I'm so glad you're here.
We love your the Right Side, and we watch it everyone, sometimes twice.
Awesome. Thank you, Bridget, so much. And that's always great. Thank you so much. It's viewers just like Bridget that, help Right Side Broadcasting every day to provide the coverage you see right now. But let's send it over to the main man himself, Brian Glenn, to your right and my left. Brian?
Matthew, let's take a look at this line. Let's keep walking for a little bit. She says they even watch us twice. That's kind of cool. They watch us on replay, but we're glad that you're joining us on this beautiful Sunday morning here in Iowa. Great people. They love President Trump. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, guess what?
Yes, guess what?
Patty Passion. Today is my birthday.
Okay.
I want President Trump to say happy birthday to Patty Passion.
Patty Passion. But besides your birthday, you may have probably the coolest name I've heard in a long time.
That's
Patty
my stage
Passion.
name. That's my stage name.
I won't go there, but
On social media.
okay. Oh, so you're a comedian.
Well,
Yeah. Give me the funniest joke that you have for President Biden.
Biden?
Like a Biden joke.
Oh, I don't know if I.
You got one? Yeah. Is it clean for a Sunday morning here in America? Yeah. Let's make sure we do. We got kids and parents. Okay.
What would be the advantage of Biden if Biden had dementia? He could hide his own Easter eggs.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Round of applause. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Patty Passion, happy birthday.
But if anybody sees this, I'm going to stand up if we can't figure. I'm going to say, Mr. Trump, today is my birthday. I'm Patty Passion. I respect you. You are not God, but say happy birthday to me. That's not why I came to visit, video the crowds.
Well, there's a big crowd here right now. All right, Patty Passion, happy 29th birthday for you.
No, it's 13.
13. All right, come on now. Go find her on social media. Apparently, I didn't know we had a comedian in the crowd.
I didn't know, and I was really grateful that it was a comedian and not where you were going to take it.
Well, she says that's my stage name, and I said I'm not
know.
going to go there. I'm not going to go there. It would make for some great television, though.
It was a good
All
cover.
right. This crowd is just out here. Who's fired up for President Trump today? Woo! All right. Where are we from?
Centerville, Iowa.
How far is that from here?
45 minutes.
How many cornfields do you pass to get here on the way there? A bunch. All right. Well, glad you're here. So what are you looking forward to hearing from the president today?
I don't know.
Just fix what's going on in this country.
Actual truth for once.
Yeah, actual truth. What has been some of the worst policies from the Biden administration that's hurt you the most?
My small business is suffering. The economy, the inflation. I own a flower shop, gift shop. Nobody's got the money to come in and spend at my flower shop.
It's really interesting what she just said. I did read a report last week on Bloomberg that said people were cutting back on the non-essentials. So if they have any budget left over on a monthly basis to go to stuff like this, they'll do it. But 9 times out of 10, they don't.
No, and if they are spending, they want to spend a lot less. Like if they want to send flowers to a funeral or to somebody in the hospital, instead of this price range, now they're asking for a lower price range just because they want to send something, but they don't have the money to do a lot.
Yeah. Okay, so we're in Iowa. It's obviously a different situation here. You got a caucus, January 15th at 7 p.m. If I'm not mistaken, that's where it kind of begins. In your circle of friends, family, church, work, all that stuff, how many Trump supporters do you know, and do you know any Biden supporters here in Iowa?
I would say 95% of my friends and clients are all Republicans, mostly Trump supporters, and I have one liberal in each county.
One liberal. We've got to have one, just one, right? God bless them. God bless them. So what has it been for you as far as the effects of this Biden? I know we got gasoline. I just came from California yesterday. Gasoline in California, God bless them. I don't know how they fill up the car. It's climbing about $6.89 a gallon there. I don't see how they do it.
I don't see how anybody stays in California.
That's true, too. I really feel sorry for them, though. It's amazing that when we were walking around California, the support that we have as a network and the president has in California is insane. It's insane. I was blown away. So as often as we do say, California, they're crazy. There's some good people there, and they're tired of living under Gavin Newsom and the policies.
Oh, yes, we would love to see Gavin Newsom go.
We would love to see Gavin Newsom go. Thank you so much. You guys look nice. Got you all red, white, and blue. We doing all right out here? Yeah, good. High five on that. Glad you're joining us. I don't know where Christina. There she goes. She got somebody. Let's go.
Hey, all right, I'm here with more Iowans. What's your name? Where are you from?
My name's Brandon. I'm from Oskaloosa.
Oskaloosa. How far is that from here?
30 minutes.
Okay, so that's not too bad.
No, not at all.
Were you excited to hear that President Trump was coming to 30 minutes from you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And how long have you been here this morning waiting for him?
I got here about 9:30.
Okay, and you're not at the front of the line.
No, I'm not. So people got here way earlier than I did. And I thought I was doing good.
But you're close enough. I mean, you'll get in. You'll get a seat.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So what are you hoping to see from him today? What brought you out?
Oh, I just love Trump. I've been a Trump supporter since the very beginning, and I support everything he does. And so, yeah.
What is it that you like about him? Is it his policies? Is it his mannerisms, his brand? There's a lot to Donald Trump. What is it that you like so much?
Oh, I like his policies. I like how he speaks the truth. I like how he's the people's president. He does things for the people. And, I drive I drive semi, so.
Yeah, sorry, tell me about that.
Well, what I was going to say is that, when in my industry, when he was president, fuel was cheap, and it was good for us. So, yeah.
So how has the change in administration from the Trump administration to the Biden administration impacted American truckers?
Well, they're trying to push the Green New Deal on us, and that's just going to be detrimental to our industry because, I'm an independent, and I can't, I can't just go change the Green New Deal all on, just.
So what is that? What would that require of you if Joe Biden implements the policies that he's trying to? Do you own your own rig, or so would you have to get a new rig, or how would that work?
Well, they're trying to push the electric vehicle, or the electric vehicles / semis. Well, they've already like with California. That's what I hate about California. That's what I hate about California is that California is one state, and every other state has to abide by those rules in order to run in California. Well, I don't run in California, but ultimately, everywhere else has to jive with what California does. So, yes, it.
Is that because of the port, the Long Beach port, and so many of the goods come that way, or why? What is it? The port and the border. What is it about California that gives it so much control?
I guess what I'm talking mainly like with the emission laws. They push the emission laws out there, and they're so stringent and strict that instead of it just being specifically California, they make it for everybody. So. And
how does that impact us? Because we often hear about how things are impacting the truckers, but I think a lot of Americans don't necessarily understand how important the truckers are to our life because we don't necessarily have that immediate contact with you. So when something impacts your business and your ability to, ship goods, how does that touch the average American?
Well, I mean, I think I've always thought and said that I felt like farmers and truckers were some of the most underappreciated people, in the U.S. And I think during COVID, people, began to realize, how important, that element of the industry is from the standpoint of the we had shortages on, it started with the toilet paper, and then it went to baby formula. So I think people have maybe realized how more important it is, but I think it's still affecting us because,
You think Donald Trump has policies that will help American truckers?
Well, yeah. I would say that a majority of truck drivers are, Trump supporter. I haven't heard of anyone. I know I got a really good friend of mine, he's a Biden fan. And we try not to.
You don't see eye to eye. All right. So most truckers are for Trump.
I would say so. Yes. My friend over here, he's a
Trump supporter. All right. Well, if he's here, I hope he's a Trump supporter. So, all right. Well, thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the day. All right. Where did Matthew go? I think
right behind you.
All right. Toss it to Matthew.
Thank you, Christina. And as you know, the 24/7 news cycle is in high gear right now. But I think the king of the 24/7 news cycle is Donald Trump. He's always leading in the media because they can't get enough of Donald Trump. We can just take a look here. We got a number of people here live in Iowa getting ready to see President Trump on this Sunday morning. And let's go all the way over here to the right. We see, we're talking at least 1,000 people in line right now. And we're going to try and get everybody in this whole line a little rowdy. Why not? Because, if you could be in an NFL football game and get loud, you can get loud for Donald Trump and freedom for this country, of course. So let's see what how loud they all get here. But this is the people right here, all about we the people of the United States, of course, just out here chanting, "Let's go Brandon, USA." Again, college football, NFL, you go to these games and it's exciting and people are chanting and getting loud, and it's something that can be done as well for our country, but this is something that's coming from the heart from these people. Yeah, sure, I said to them, let's chant USA, but they're going to be chanting it much louder when we walk inside to the arena here. This is the Bridgeview Center. And so, Brian, I think it's going to be I mean, definitely more than 1,000 people here.
Look, let me tell you something. If anyone thinks that President Trump can't show up on a Sunday and pull thousands and pack out a house, they're being ridiculous. Let me tell you something. There's not another political figure that can do this in this country after what happened to him back in 2020 and what continues to happen right now in this country. Yeah, let's go, Brandon. Let's talk to these guys right here. Hey, guys, where are you from?
Houston, Texas.
Oh, no kidding. All right. Did you come specifically here for this, or are you?
We play at a college in Iowa, baseball. We play baseball here at Indian Hills.
All right. So, what is the greatest thing that President Trump can do to get this country back in the right direction?
Lower gas prices.
For sure, right?
Get the stock market back on track. Because I see a lot of red charts lately, and that's just not. I don't like that.
I think it's the lowest hanging fruit, I like to say, is gas prices. That affects everybody. Food, I know your rent, your cost of living, electricity bill. It affects a lot of younger people that are kind of college students that are on your own making a living.
You have to worry about filling your tank up week to week. Can't fill your tank up every week. It doesn't feel great when you're not on full. With baseball and stuff, we can't really have a job and make money. So these gas prices, it's hard to really go out and go places because we really can't afford the gas to go.
Would this be the first time you've seen President Trump?
Yes, sir, it is.
Nice.
Yes, sir, in person. Let's go. We're excited.
I like when people, it's their first time, and it's always the excitement of getting in there. And what it looks like you're relatively close to the beginning of this. You should be able to get in there. I'm feeling good.
Good decent seats.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, thanks for joining us, man. God bless. Keep hitting the ball straight. A lot of good people out here. Go, Matthew?
Definitely right, Brian. I mean, it's great to talk to the Patriots and the people here in Iowa. We also want to thank one of our great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, the Tax Network. So the IRS's October 15th tax deadline is right around the corner. So time does fly, and if you're scrambling, think about those estimated payments, expense write-offs, and messy deductions. I've got a recommendation for you. So the attorneys at Tax Network USA have been an absolute lifesaver for many. Their team has successfully saved clients more than $1 billion. That's $1 billion with a B in tax debts. So whether you're in the hole for $10,000 or staring at a $10 million debt, they're ready to help. And no judgment here. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or a whole decade, they're equipped to secure the best settlement for you. So that's a pretty good tax lifeline if I say so myself. So before the tax clock runs out, give taxnetworkusa.com/RSBN a shout. Once again, that's taxnetworkusa.com/RSBN. Hit on the website there. As the loud car goes by, let's send it over to Christina Bob, who has an interview here in Iowa.
All right, we are here in Ottumwa, Iowa. What's your name and where are you from?
Ashley Patterson, Richland, Iowa.
Sophia Waters, Ottumwa, Iowa.
Oh, you're from Ottumwa. And I said it right.
Yes, you did.
You walked here.
We did walk here.
Oh my gosh, what a great community. Do you love living here?
I've been here for 4 years. I'm actually from LA, California. Yeah.
How's that different?
Oh, it's so much slower pace. I love it, actually.
Imagine. Okay, what brought you out here today to see President Trump?
Just ready for a new change. Ready to see Trump back in office.
And what did you think when you heard that he was coming to Ottumwa?
Oh, first thing I did was call my dad, actually. He's always wanted to see Trump, and it's unfortunate that he can't be here since he's still in LA, but I'm kind of here in spirit of him.
That's exciting. So what are you most looking forward to from President Trump? Is it his policies or just his mannerisms, the fact that he's going a little bit more off script in his speeches now? What are you hoping to see?
Just his policies, fixing what has been done to our whole country, just bringing us all back together. It's been bad.
I'm here for his speech, just the mannerisms like you were saying. I'm so excited to see what he has to say.
He's the ultimate entertainer, is he not?
He really is. Yeah, there's always something new. So, it's really
and what do you, if I can ask you, what do you do for a living?
I work for the post office. I'm a mail lady.
Okay, fantastic.
I'm actually a stay-at-home mom now.
Okay, cool. And what's the sentiment like here in Iowa among your colleagues and your friends, just your communities? Is there a lot of support for Donald Trump, or what's the sentiment?
I would say there's a lot of support here.
Yeah, it's big support down here.
And you think Iowa's Trump country?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Different from being out in LA.
Yeah.
What's the biggest issue for Iowans? And as far as Iowa being Trump country, what here impacts you guys the most?
I think just the up cost of everything. It used to, inflation's been real bad on groceries, gas, housing. Housing out here was super cheap. We bought our first house when Trump was in office, 2018. Me and my husband were able to buy our first home when he was in office, and it was great. And then now I see all my friends, and they can't even afford to put down payments or anything.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree with that statement.
Coming from LA, how's the housing here compared to LA?
Oh my goodness, I was able to buy a house, and I would have never been able to do that back in LA.
We're from, me and my husband, we're from LA, same thing. Our houses back there were in the worst neighborhoods, almost $500,000 for, you wouldn't want to pay for it.
And, they're floating this idea that Gavin Newsom may run or, may step in if Joe Biden can't complete his race. As California refugees here to Iowa, what do you think of Gavin Newsom running for president in place of Joe Biden?
I don't even know who Gavin Newsom is,
Yeah, no,
honestly. No, I don't.
Wow. Okay, you don't know who Gavin... No, and I'm not trying to embarrass you, but...
Totally fine.
Okay, well, he's the governor of California, and that is actually... That's actually really awesome.
My husband's on that. Yeah. He get over here.
Yeah, okay, so you know who Gavin Newsom is?
Yeah, I have better hair than Newsom, most definitely.
He does have some great hair. I like that.
I'm Vic Damone, the Brown Stallion.
Okay. So we were just talking about Gavin Newsom saying that not Gavin Newsom saying, the general talk about Gavin Newsom running in place of Joe Biden.
Well, he said no, he's a puppet. He's scared to talk. So
You don't think he'll do it?
Nah, he said no, he's a kind of puppet, I guess what you say.
Okay, so...
He's scared to speak, I guess. All the Democrat people are scared to speak. Everyone is. That's what I believe. But
all right.
I don't know.
I'm going to say this is my favorite interview of them not knowing
It's
who Gavin
one of
Newsom
mine.
is.
It's the most stylish interview you've had
and
so
I'm
far.
not trying to embarrass you in any way. It's good. It's a good reflection. But I hope you guys have a great time watching President Trump today. Thank you. All right.
I share his sentiment on that.
Yeah.
Even though I said 2 years ago Gavin Newsom will be the nominee for the Democratic Party because Biden can't run on his policy alone because it's disastrous. Anyway, we're glad you're here. Check out the front. Look at the line. It's kind of moving. The line just opened. As a matter of fact, you guys might want to, at one point, start to transition over there just so you can get inside and delays, and I'll stay out here, and we'll toss over to the inside here shortly. But we're live outside the Bridgeview Center here, and it's a beautiful day here in Iowa. It's a little warm, but I have been told next weekend President Trump has two events here in Iowa on Saturday back-to-back, one in Cedar Rapids and the other not far from there. And it will be a very different scenario there next week. It's going to be cold here next weekend. But I want to find out who's been staying here and who the last person in line here, as we are all excited for President Trump here in Iowa, are we not? Nice. What's your name? Where are you from?
I am Patty. I'm from Kilda, Iowa.
All right. What are some of the greatest things that President Trump can do on day one to restore this country?
Start making it great again. He did it his first time he was president. He can do it again. Yeah. We need him in.
A lot of people talk about the wall, build the wall. It's a border. We got to finish closing up the border, the southern border. We've got over 290,000 in 1 month in September. That is a record for unaccountable people crossing over, and they are spilling into our cities and putting a massive strain on our resources.
Yes, that's very true. We need to put a wall up. If you come over the right way, I have no problem with that.
None of us are against legal immigration. Don't get me wrong. We're all immigrants. I came from England a long time ago. Right. We all want that, but we got to do it the right way.
Yes, the right way is the way to do it, and there's resources and ways to do that. So
glad you got the lines. I want to hold you up. Don't want to hold anybody up as the line is starting to move. The doors open at 11:30 here, local time, and of course President Trump speaks at 2:30. Central Time here in Iowa. How are we doing today? Hello, how are we doing? Nice. We need a picture. We're live on the air. Let's just do it live on the air. Why don't we just do it?
Okay, we can do that
before the picture, what's your name? Where are you from?
Tamara, and I'm from Cedar Rapids.
All right, how about you?
Shannon from Mechanicsville.
Okay,
we're going to...
Mary from Fairfield.
Oh, Mary from Fairfield. I love it. Let's keep running because I don't want you guys to lose your place. I don't want anybody lines jumping here. But so, first time to see President Trump?
No, Mary. We We took a picture with you
in
Davenport.
In Davenport. Wonderful.
We were freezing to death. You look very smart today.
Yeah, I look very smart. I know the time of year to come to Iowa, and it's definitely this time of year versus the winter. So looking forward to seeing the president. Any particular message you're hoping or topic he talks about today?
Well, he's got lots of topics that he could talk about, so I don't know which ones he's really going to focus on or pick. But the border wall is always going to be a thing for me. And then, of course, the pro-lifeness of him is always a big thing for me as well. So.
And, of course, to remind everybody, you have to be a registered Republican to participate in the caucus. So that is January 15th at 7 p.m., I believe, is the night of the caucus. So obviously the big thing is to rally around, get the people, get the support, and make the right decision.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So good to see you. Here, we got to snap a quick
We got
picture.
do a quick picture. No, that's all right.
It's
Turn it up.
required.
Make
Thank
sure.
you.
Thank you. Make
Thanks
sure.
for all you do.
Thank
Look
you.
right side.
Well, thanks for watching. Yep. Thanks for your support. To remind everybody, you can follow us on social media at RSBN on Truth Social, and you can follow us on. Make sure you follow us on Instagram, Twitter, or X, I should say, across the board for that. And this line just keeps going. I'm real interested to find out, Will, how far it goes. It looks like, and I'm hoping that I'm hoping a lot of these people. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm a little hot with the coat on, but it's all right. How you doing, sir? What's your name? Where are you from?
I'm Josh from Peoria, Illinois.
First time to see the president?
Third time.
Third time. What are you looking for him to say today?
Just that he loves America.
Yeah.
I'm an American boy.
And he's going to bring this country back.
Yes, sir.
There you go. I appreciate it. America. There you go. I love it. America. I love it. I love it. And what's great, hang on a second. Let me come back to these guys real quick. The great thing about these guys right here is when I was in college in the late 80s, I had Al Gore come to my college. What a milquetoast individual to come, you know what I'm saying? Like, these guys, what's your age?
19.
19. Okay, so they've gotten President Trump. I mean, you get to see one of the greatest presidents of all time. I got to see Al Gore. So it lets you, what a disappointment, it has been. But I'm glad you guys are involved, and I'm glad you're political. People like you are going to carry this country across the finish line. Thank you so much. America, there you go. How you guys doing today?
Great. We can't wait to see Trump.
You can't wait. What's been some of the policy changes? We'll go ahead and walk because I don't want to hold up the line.
We want to see the border closed, and we want him to get his good financial going again.
Yep.
And a good, strong military. Yep. And just some good morals and patriotism.
And putting America first. These policies that we have right now are not America first. They are America last. And we are definitely feeling the effects of that. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thanks for your time. I'm going to walk. We'll keep walking on up. I'm going to see how far this line goes. To remind everybody, go sign up for our newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Great way to not only to get the up-to-date of what's going on in this country, but you can also get exclusive offers, exclusive content that you can only find out about from the newsletter. So do yourself a favor, go over to the website, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, sign up for it, and the great Grace Saldana, who's our editor-in-chief, will fire over to you the articles that are most concerning to you and your family, because that's what it's all about, is saving this country. It looks like we probably got almost to the end, but hey, how we doing? I saw you earlier. Because what happens is when they park, or they park on the street, they walk up and get in line. Thank goodness this line's moving right now. You just joined it. You're officially the last person in line right now until they walk up behind us. Where are you from?
From Ottumwa.
Oh, you're from here. Yeah. Wonderful. What was your first thoughts when you heard the president was coming to your town?
Sign up right away.
Sign up right away.
Exactly. Then I can press the button on my phone. We're on.
Yeah, we're on. It looks like the support he has in not only this area, but this town and this whole region is huge. Yeah.
He's going to save us.
He's going to save us. A lot of people feel like he is the only one that has the policies to save us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's no time for a JV team or a B team to try out. He knows how to fix it with his policies, And everyone else might be good in the future, but we've got some hard issues to deal with right now.
I look at this. He's already been in there 4 years, so he knows what he's doing. He's got his feet wet already, so let him get back in there and fix what he started.
What's your thoughts on him not doing the first two debates?
I think it's a good idea. Let those
I
guys.
do too. I think it's a very good idea.
They're up there arguing like school kids, so let him do what he does, and I think it's a smart move. To be honest with you.
Did you see the Democrats in the clown show that happened yesterday, and Jamal Bowen pulling the fire alarm there in the Cannon building? Did you catch that yesterday? That. Yeah, that was. You might want to check it out on Twitter. It was or an X. Anyway, I want to get your thoughts. The Democrats want to divert their attention to what's going on in this country, and
well, they have to
because they can't run on their policies.
No.
Their policies.
What policies?
Yeah, what policies? Yeah, there you go. Well, you guys the line's moving. You're going to get there for too long. Thank you. And as you can see, the line just keeps on forming right there. So if I had to estimate right now, I would say there is a good perhaps 1,500 people probably in this line and that has already gone into the front. So what we'll do now is we'll walk back around here, We'll go back to the front where we can kind of talk to people as they go in and get a little bit more feedback on that. But we're so glad also that you're joining us. And we've got a couple events next weekend here back in Iowa. We'll post that on social media here shortly, how to watch that. I also remind everybody, it's people say, well, how can I watch you guys? So I'm going, well, we got an incredible app that we have, and you can definitely tune in to us on the app. You can watch us on Rumble. You can watch us on Facebook, YouTube, all the social media platforms. We can watch us on that as well. Lots going on in the news. Now, when we get inside, we are going to have an opportunity to talk about some of the issues and stuff. But right now, it's all about the people. We want to talk to as many Trump supporters as we can to get their thoughts on what's going on in this country and what affects the people here. Now, we came from California. I flew in from L.A. last night, and a very long flight. And we spent 3 days there kind of talking to Southern Californians, and they are absolutely ecstatic over Trump. I mean, you live in a state that's being destroyed. You live in a country that's being destroyed right now. And there's only one policy, if you will, that can reverse this country, and it's needed as soon as possible. And a lot of people say we can't afford to go even a little bit further down the road with these policies. We need to change right now, but unfortunately we're probably about 13, 14 months away from all that taking place. But this I'm glad we're walking this line. It gives you an idea from the back to the front of what this looks like, and it kind of squeezes through here next to this truck. President Trump is scheduled to speak at 2:30 here local time, so if you got to step away for a little bit, remind yourself to come back and finish watching this for there. Yeah. Yep. All right, let's go on around the front here as we're live here on a Sunday. You know, a lot of times when we get in the campaign trail, we don't necessarily get to do a lot of events on a Sunday. A lot of them are on a Saturday. Saturday, we're now, as he's doing several speeches, we've seen Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It doesn't matter. We're all there. All right, so this is the front. Let's go all the way up here. Well, we're almost there, aren't we? Yes, sir. We're almost there. We're looking forward to it. Where are you guys from?
Mount Pleasant, Iowa.
Mount Pleasant, Iowa. First time to see the president?
Yes, sir.
All right. Looking forward to it as they get ready to come in and cheer the president on. And this is the entryway here. And as you would expect, if you're coming out here, there is going to be a slight, delay getting in, but because of the security protocols that they have here with the magnetometers, you've got to go through and do all that. See, look how close you are now. I talked to you and you were way over there, and now you're about to go in.
That's close. Can't wait.
That's right. Make sure that you guys get a good spot, cheer them on, and make sure you share our broadcast too.
We sure will.
Yeah, share it. We're live. How you doing? Thank you. She goes, I love this shirt, by the way. I almost ordered one yesterday. It popped up on my feed. First time for her to see President Trump?
Yes, it is.
Are you excited?
Are you excited?
Yeah, I like your little Minnie Mouse sippy cup there. You might want to finish that up before you bring it inside. What's that?
Came from Illinois.
Oh, you came from Illinois? Wow. So what has been some of the greatest problems you've had to deal with under the Biden administration? And what do you miss about President Trump the most?
I miss the economy, the gas prices, and just the silencing of, there's been a lot of silencing that people have had to go through.
Yeah, the First Amendment, or freedom of speech. You can go and pull one up.
Yeah.
Especially freedom of speech right now. I mean, the president is being indicted and persecuted for basically saying that that he didn't like the election, like the election was rigged, and his thoughts on the election. And if you can't voice that, then where do we live? The answer would be China.
China and everything going on with Ukraine. Yeah. If people really looked into what's going on in the Ukraine,
we're going to talk about Ukraine a little bit later. But if you look into what's going on in Ukraine, it would disgust you what's going on.
Absolutely, it's the biggest child trafficking hub. That is the main headquarters.
You're right.
Yeah, I don't want.
Right. Thank you so much. We're going to show the crowd here. I want to talk about it. One of our great partners for the day, the Trump Tumbler, and Save America again with this limited release of a Trump collectible tumbler. Now this. We got 250 collectible tumblers, just a $10 small shipping handling fee. And this TrumpTumbler.com is handing out limited edition collectible tumblers today in honor of today's rally. So check out these incredible tumblers that have a Save America Again slogan, laser etched permanent engraving. These things look sharp. Add this Trump tumbler to your collection and save America again with this collectible piece. And we are spreading Trump's reach and support through this very special offer. It's a great gift for Christmas, birthdays, so limited time only. So go to TrumpTumbler.com to claim yours today. Support today's Rumble coverage by supporting our friends over at the TrumpTumbler.com. That's TrumpTumbler.com. It's important that we support the partners that support us to go out and do this. And, it's been a very interesting couple of years since the election, and a lot of different rallies that we've had to cover, congressional hearings, Senate hearings, things like that. And only through the support of our partners and also support from you, the viewer, on donations that we've been able to do that. So you can see the line goes all the way around. We can give you an idea of the time-wise. If we were to say right now local time is 11:46, we're going to toss inside to a commercial break at noon, and then we will very much go inside at 12 noon to continue our coverage for that. But until now, we're out here in Iowa talking to some great people and really sharing their concerns of what is important to them. Now, they talked about Ukraine earlier, and we continue to push this narrative about support. Let me see if I can cut through here real quick. Thank you very much. To support this narrative on Ukraine and continue to send money to Ukraine, even though we are in a massive deficit right now. And not only do we have a lot of tragic events that have taken place in this country, a lot of people need assistance, and we're seen to be more focused on sending that assistance overseas to Ukraine. I want to see if can I get somebody's thoughts on our effort to continue this war in Ukraine instead of seeking a peace deal, and that President Trump often says that he can solve this problem in a matter of time instead of just throwing money at it.
Absolutely. Yeah. He has a plan. He knows those people. He's dealt with them when he was president.
He often says Putin would have never invaded Ukraine if he was in power, and he can reverse that. One of the biggest debates on Capitol Hill right now is we must stop sending this blank check to Ukraine to fund a war with no accountability.
Absolutely. Yeah, because nobody's watching them over there, and Ukraine was a corrupt country in the first place. We all know.
It's funny, a lot of people don't know that it was such a corrupt country to begin with. I think it was the third most corrupt country in the world, and then of course Zelensky, I call him the little man in the green jumpsuit, is out there parading around our capital, begging for money like someone on the street.
Yes, sir. And the Clintons were also involved in the Ukraine business.
I don't want you to lose your spot.
Ukraine business.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what's going to happen is the Clinton is going to essentially come back and rebuild Ukraine using American tax dollars. So let's get this straight. Joe Biden is funding a proxy war in Russia against Russia in Ukraine. Russia's bombing the hell out of Ukraine right now. I don't care what they say. They're not winning that war. They're not winning that war. I've gotten reports on it. They're not winning that war. Matter of fact, they said if we stop funding them, they completely lose the war in 45 days. So you tell me how if you're winning a war and you stop funding for 45 days later, you lose. But what's going to happen is the Clinton Global Initiative is going to come in there and rebuild the country that Joe Biden destroyed. It's all corrupt.
But they won't rebuild all the tanks and missiles that we sent over there. In fact, I don't think they're probably even making any to cover for the ones that they've sent them. They're just depleting our resources.
Yeah. And the poor people in Lahaina that wanting assistance. And by the way, here's your $700. Good luck. That'll buy you 1 week's of groceries, if that. It's ridiculous what they're doing, and it needs to stop. And let me tell you something. If your congressman if you have a very red district, and your congressman is for the continuation, and there's 101 of them, of sending more money to Ukraine, you need to make sure you let them know that you're against that, because that is what they're doing. They're tricking the American people to think this is an smoke and mirrors. That it's
representation.
Nope. None
whatsoever.
Yeah.
They are just blowing smoke right up everybody's.
Yep, you got it. Yep, absolutely. And the people are
click. It's all said and done. The vote. And they're not reading anything that's in it. Lobbyists,
and we just keep. And that's what you'd like. Is that one of the things you like about President Trump, that you feel like he represents the people, and he does it no matter whose feelings it's going to hurt, or how?
It's not so much that. The moral of the story is it's a simple life lesson that we all know. If you are not getting confrontational with somebody, you haven't stood up for something, and he's standing up for something.
I've often said that. Let me see, step aside. Oh, you got to get somebody in here. Oh, okay, we're going to get a truck in. Thanks for your time. I'll come back to you in a second. Yes, and I've often said, if your representative is not being called out in the media, then they're not saying the right thing. He's to his point on that. Quick check of the time. I think we're going to move some things around here. It is 11:51. We're going to toss inside here in about 9 minutes to continue our coverage as Christina Bobb and Matthew Alvarez get settled inside. We'll continue that coverage. President Trump speaks at 2:30. Now, here's the bonus for today. After the speech, I will be back in the motorcade going to a undisclosed location for a stop in this area. I have no idea where we're going, but as you know, President Trump always likes to get out in the community after one of these events and really talk to the people. We went to a Carvel ice cream store there in the Los Angeles area. That is the only Carvel store left in the state of California, being someone that I've got family in the New York area. Carvel's a big brand up in New York. I'm sure President Trump probably as a kid grew up eating Carvel frozen custard. So that was one of the connections there. We've been to Iowa State the last time we were here in Iowa for a visit at the Iowa State game. That was fun. Went to a agricultural fraternity before that. So a lot of fun that he's had on the road when he goes to an event like that. So not just a speech, but then he goes to talk to people as well. And so we'll be along for the ride. So that's going to kind of unpack that. After the speech, we're going to have probably about a 15-minute recap. And then we're going to go to kind of some of the highlights from the speech in California, because the speech in California was very different than I think some of the previous speeches. Had a little bit more humor in it. It was more like a dinner speech rather than a speech at a caucus rally or something like that. So it was incredible. So we're going to play some of that, and then they're going to come out to me just before we get to the location in Iowa for the OTR stop. So, all right, so we've got some we got to get out of the way because I know they're about to unload some stuff here in front of us, and we'll see if we can just maybe walk down here a little bit. All right, I tell you what, Will, let's cut across and go this way, because if you guys remember when I talked to that couple, and I was like, hey, you guys are the last ones in line, but it just kept centipeding behind them. Let's see if it goes even further than that. So this gives you an indication, and you know, it's interesting because in California, I had an interaction with a gentleman in the ice cream place that tried to heckle the president and say, hey, there's no one showed up. Why did you only have 100 people here? Well, you can't, a small facility like that, you can't afford to put a ton of people in there for security reasons, obviously. And two, he's lying. I mean, look at the turnout that we have here today, hours before the president is scheduled to speak. And really, they were lined up hours before the doors even opened. And this is on a Sunday. President Trump has been in Iowa multiple times. So it's not like, this is the first stop here in a long time. People are just coming out to see him. Yeah, it actually continues to build where we left off. So just a great indication of the support that we have for President Trump here. And obviously a lot of concerns that people have about what's going on in this country. And how you doing? Well, we're back here in Iowa. I mean, right? I mean, I might as well just go ahead and buy a house here.
Yeah, we can find one.
Good people here in Iowa. What brings you here today? Obviously Trump.
Yes, and the good Lord. And we want to unite people, our country together. We're here to hear some news.
I think that's what we need right now.
We need him to be, very full front. Here, let us know what we need to do for him. What do we need to do? Here, keep pushing for him.
Push, promote, vote in the caucus, and pray.
Right. Pray.
There's four things right there.
Keep our God on our country. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I was just trying to take a random straw poll. How many people in your immediate circle are supporters of President Trump, and they would love to see him back in the White House?
100%.
All of us.
100%.
You don't really have anybody that's supporting Biden.
If they're not, I don't know.
Not here. Honestly, I come up with hecklers all the time that say, Trump sucks. They say something like that. And I said, okay, I'm willing to hear you out. Give me a reason why I should be a supporter of President Biden. And they don't.
You can pull fire alarms.
That's good. Let's talk about Jamal Bowman for a second. Earlier, someone had not heard that story. I got a hold of that story early. What do you think about that, and what should happen? What should be the consequences to pulling a fire alarm in a congressional federal building on Capitol grounds, the Cannon building?
Be felony charges, just like Trump. Yes. How's that? They'd go to court together.
Yeah, I got you. That's a great point there. He claims he was just trying to open a door.
Oh, is that what it was? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. I believe that.
And he was a middle school principal, so obviously he teaches kids, you don't just go up to a sign that says fire exit, do not open these doors. And there's actually video of this that has not been released yet. I'm going to break that right now. There's video of him ripping down the signs that are on the door, throwing them away, pulling the alarm, and then running out a stairway exit to get away.
Oh my goodness.
That was a mistake.
Even more incriminating.
Yeah, accident.
It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. We got to get this country back on track, though.
Oh,
my.
Which one of President Trump's policies do you miss the most right now? I mean, what has really affected your life? Is it the economy?
The open borders.
Yeah. It's tough, especially for small business owners. It's tough. I mean, we talked to a lady earlier that had a gift shop, and I'd read a retail report that people past paying for the necessities of their life, they don't really have a whole lot of extra to go buy gifts and stuff.
Right. What about all these businesses that are, the law can't keep the looters and the shoplifters out, and they're closing their business. Yep.
Yeah, California just has a retail task force that's supposed to crack down on that stuff. They have a budget of $15 million so far to tackle that. I have an idea. How about just making it illegal to shoplift, and if you get caught, your butt's going to jail, and not just a slap on the wrist and go about and do it the next night.
Exactly. That sounds good to me.
But we're crazy people for thinking like that.
Oh, I know it. Yeah. Until it happens to us.
Until it happens to us. I love it. Well, thank you so much for coming out here. God bless you guys on this Sunday. Yeah,
Yes,
thank you. And you're going to get in pretty good. God bless you guys. You're going to get in here pretty quick. As you can tell, the line continues to build right outside this Cobblestone Hotel and Suites. Now, it circles all the way down there, goes along the side of that overpass, and then circles back around that building. So, without a doubt, today is going to be a packed house. Yes, sir.
Veterans line over there?
Is there a veterans line over there? That is an incredible question. I do not know if there is or not. I wish there was a veterans line. Yeah, I don't know. And thank you for your service. I see your hat there. Where'd you serve?
I served all over, really. I was in Vietnam. I served in Dominican Republic, and I even went to Desert Storm.
What's your thoughts on the way the military is run now and our focus being kind of scattered around in this possible involvement with Ukraine?
Well, I think that the war should have been ended in Ukraine a while back, because everything been spread around and everything doesn't need to be spread around. I mean, our military needs to be more funded.
Instead of our money going over, and we need a build site. Right. Yeah, we're basically just
we get too much money going out. We need to build our military up, and I think personally, I think they need to implement the draft and get some of these people off the streets, teach them a little respect.
There you go. That's a nice plan from a veteran. Good luck. You're going to get in. It's going to be. It won't be too much longer. This line's moving pretty good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for your service. Okay, it's 12 noon, top of the hour here in Iowa. We're going to take a quick commercial timeout. When we come back, we're going to be inside this arena, the Bridgeview Center here in Iowa, and we'll continue our coverage in there as we move up to President Trump taking the stage at 2:30. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night, and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
Hey friends, pro-life leader Frank Pavone here, National Director of Priests for Life. Great to be with you again. Are you upset and angry at what the Democrats are doing against President Trump and what they're doing to destroy America? Well, we should be. And being angry is actually a healthy response if we're paying any attention to what's going on. And yet we as Christians, while we are rightly angry, don't want it to end there. And we don't want our anger to lead us to imprudent actions or turn it in on ourselves and become depressed. What we need to do is take our anger, submit it in prayer to the Holy Spirit, and let that energy be transformed into power for doing good, for winning elections, for rallying around leaders like President Trump and so many other good candidates. Well, this is what we do on our weeknight program on RSBN called Praying for America. Every weeknight at 8 p.m., we look at the reality of what's going on in America and we bring it into the context of the Word of God and prayer and allow our upsetment, our anger to be directed to good, positive energy. Let me give you an example from Psalm 109. Here's how we pray. Be not silent, O God of my praise, for wicked and deceitful mouths are opened against me, speaking against me with lying tongues. They encircle me with words of hate and attack me without cause. In return for my love, they accuse me, but I give myself to prayer. So they reward me evil for good and hatred for my love. If that's not an appropriate prayer regarding what's going on with President Trump and all of us, we do good, he loves America, we love the country, and all we get is hatred and accusation from the Democrats. But let's bring all of this to prayer. Join me each weeknight at 8 p.m. for Praying for America. May God bless America, God bless President Trump, and God bless each one of you. Pro-life leader Frank Pavone here of Priests for Life.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside the great Christina Bobb here, right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is the Bridgeview Center in Ottumwa, correct?
Ottumwa, Iowa. That's right.
Ottumwa, Iowa. And one of the major topics, of course, going on right now in the 24/7 news is the immigration situation going on at Eagle Pass. 160 different countries represented of people that have come into this country. That, according to and it's from Arizona, Caucus County. Is that how you pronounce that, right?
Right, Cochise County.
So Cochise County, the sheriff there said 160 different nations represented. What are some of the things that you think the country needs to do right now? Obviously, maybe bring some troops down there, no?
Well, yeah, I think they should just reinstitute President Trump's policies. They were working and they were effective. And he'd effectively closed the border. He had the Remain in Mexico policy in place, which required anybody seeking asylum to remain in Mexico until their case was adjudicated, which drastically cut down the flow. We should actually enforce the laws that are on the books, which the Biden administration is not doing. We have the Border Patrol, we all have seen the stories recently of Border Patrol agents actually cutting portions of the fence open to allow people in. That is a problem in and of itself if our Border Patrol is acting as Walmart greeters into the country. So that needs to stop. And then they also had a policy where whenever anybody came into the country, if they weren't part of the Remain in Mexico program coming through Mexico, then they were returned to their country of origin within 2 hours of arrival. So President Trump's policies worked. They will still work, and they should be re-implemented immediately.
And we were talking with Brian Glennon in the car before on the way here, and he was saying the stat is 260,000 migrants in the month of September alone. That's 30 days. And you look at the population of where we all landed in Des Moines, it's actually 215,000 people. So more than the population of an entire town, the capital of Iowa, by the way, right?
Right.
I mean, that's a lot of humans crossing the border. You got to do it legally, not illegally. So it's obviously a problem we're dealing with. Invasion at the southern border right now.
It is an invasion, and I've seen some statistics as well saying that the number of migrants that have come into the United States under the Biden administration is more than several states. There are more illegal immigrants in the country today than there were lawful residents of several states. So it's a very serious problem. I think the Biden administration knows it's a problem for us, but it serves their purposes. So they're continuing to intentionally allow this influx of immigrants into our nation.
Exactly. And speaking of Joe Biden, his rhetoric last week seemed similar to that speech, remember, at Independence Hall in Philadelphia when he had the Marines behind him, and it was that kind of rhetoric against MAGA. He kind of amped it up just a little bit, and I'm wondering what you think, Christina, about this. Do you think that he's going to, once it's more election season, which I feel like it's been that the whole time.
Iowa caucus, getting ready for the Iowa caucus in January.
Yeah, January 15th.
Yep.
And we'll get to those details in a bit. But with Joe Biden, do you think that they're going to, on the left, amp up or ramp up that kind of speech where it's like the extreme MAGA thing and kind of talk about that and really put everybody at odds worse than it is now?
Yeah, they're going to continue to do what they do. And they are divisive. They want us hating each other. They are the party of hate. But yeah, that's what they do. I think they will continue to do that. But I think the longer this goes on, the more and more people are starting to recognize that it's untrue. And especially, for example, these cases against Donald Trump and these indictments. We've been hearing this divisive rhetoric for so long. Oh, Donald Trump is bad. He's evil. He's done really bad and corrupt things. Yet they've never actually been able to come up with any evidence to support their claims. Well, now they've got to put their money where their mouth is, right? They've got to try these cases. And yes, everyone's saying, oh, the venues are so bad and, you know, he can't get a fair trial. He might not be able to get a fair trial, but they still have to put evidence into the record in order to do this. And I think they're going to have a hard time doing that. So I think the further and further the left pushes and tries to push this rhetoric that Donald Trump is bad, I think more people are starting to recognize that it's not true. Not only is it not true, the opposite is true. It's the leftists that are destroying our nations. I mean, you were just talking about the immigration issue, and you look at New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who said illegal immigration is going to destroy New York City. Well, welcome to the party, Mayor Adams. I mean, that's what the rest of us have been saying for years. So I think the left is starting to eat their own words. They're being forced to because they have no other option.
And I was working an event with Vanessa Broussard, and we were talking about the El Paso mayor saying it was at a breaking point. The city was at a breaking point and is at a breaking point. So back to what you're saying about the narrative. Of course, the left wants to spin the narrative to them. That's something we've been seeing for decades, right? But the funny thing is, not really funny, but the fact is the evidence that is against Biden and Hunter Biden and all of what they're doing is blatant. It's out there for everyone to see, right? And they're the ones that are saying that Donald Trump and his lawyers and others are doing things wrong when that's not true at all. So it's that projecting of what they're already doing is something that I know that a lot of you know that. I know you know that, Christina. But again, this is about the narrative. They want to control it so they have more power over what everyone thinks, because public opinion is obviously very important going into any kind of election.
Right. So let's talk about the facts about what we know about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. We know that the Biden family, through Hunter and at least 5 other members of the Biden family, have taken in over $20 million from foreign adversaries, from foreign countries or foreign government-connected companies, whether it's CCP or Burisma in the Ukraine, which was connected to the Minister of, I think it was Ecology, who owned Burisma. These are government-connected companies that are paying the Bidens for no identifiable good or service. This money is being exchanged with nothing in return. Then you've got Russia, the mayor of Moscow, former mayor of Moscow's wife, who paid it was over $3 million, and then shortly thereafter was granted the opportunity to have dinner with then Vice President Joe Biden. You've got a royal in Kazakhstan who paid Hunter Biden and Devin Archer through their company $142,000, which the very next day that money was used to purchase a luxury vehicle for that exact same amount for Hunter Biden in Washington, D.C. The request was for then Secretary of State John Kerry to go visit Kazakhstan. And wouldn't you know, later John Kerry went and actually visited Kazakhstan. So we're seeing what appears to be bribery. And then, of course, the big one that everybody's been talking about for years now is the fact that Joe Biden withheld $1 billion in funds to Ukraine until the president fired Viktor Shokin, the prosecutor general, who was investigating Burisma for corruption. And the reason Joe Biden wanted him fired was because they were corrupt and they were on the receiving end of those benefits. The Biden family was getting millions of dollars from Burisma, and so he did not want that company investigated. He required, using American money, he used American power and influence to stop the president of Ukraine, to force the president of Ukraine to fire the prosecutor general. And then he came back and bragged about it. He spoke at an event and said that he was proud. And wouldn't you know, shortly thereafter, the guy was fired. So we know that Joe Biden, through the Biden family, hubbed by Hunter, have been selling American influence for millions, possibly more than that, to line their own pockets.
And then the documents case on his end, he was the vice president. That's not the Presidential Records Act that President Trump's covered under. So, I mean, it's like they just keep trying to throw these curveballs, but they're not. They're softballs because they have no weight behind what they're trying to say about the right and what's going on. I want to shift gears real quick, and I want to get your thoughts on this, Christina, as well. We know that President Trump talked about the fake news, and we know what fake news is now. But I still think there needs to be a high-level detox of fake news. Now, follow what I'm trying to say here. So, I grew up watching Fox because of 9/11 happened, right? Or if you watch back in the day before my time, Walter Cronkite talking about the landing on the moon, or maybe Brian Williams with the Princess Diana death on MSNBC, that kind of thing, right? So we're so used to them bringing us this coverage, including the Challenger disaster in 1980 on CNN. It was like one of the biggest stories for 24/7 news organizations. My point is, we got used to them covering actual real events. We got hooked on it in the sense of, hey, that's really happening. But little did we know that underneath all of that was a kind of a leftist, globalist, deep state operation that is going to be like, hey, we're going to lead you to this, but we're not going to tell you about freedom and the Constitution and the Bible and Donald Trump and MAGA, right? So fast forward to Fox right now, they cover the immigration story. They're doing a great job. It's a great coverage on Fox News Channel. But then they won't go as far to tell you they won't get behind Donald Trump, MAGA, the country, and they won't act like it's a very serious time that we're in this country. And they're just kind of, hanging out, interviewing Gavin Newsom the other night. I mean, I know there's a few patriots at that network, but still, the detox of the credibility that they used to have has gone down. And I think we just need to get understanding that conservative media is the new wave of what's going on of the truth.
Well, I think we're seeing that happen. And I think it's happening in media, but I think it's happening in several industries, actually. You have these big woke companies that have been controlling in the media, been controlling the narrative, or in banking, controlling the funding and the financing, or, the big leftist companies have been in control. But we're starting to see people break away from that. RSBN is a great example of that. And RSBN is one example of many new news organizations that have kind of emerged in the last several years to provide an outlet of truth. And I'm really grateful for RSBN for doing that and the opportunity to partner with you guys. But we're also seeing podcasts become a lot more popular. People are starting to listen to their favorite person on podcasts. And, we're seeing a lot of the Fox personalities that you're talking about. A lot of the big ones that you and I, saw for years and years are no longer there. Of course, Tucker being the most recent one, and then the Megyn Kellys and some of the former Fox hosts now have podcasts and are doing something completely different. And so I see that as a decentralization of media, which is what we need. There shouldn't be three big voices, and those are the only voices that anybody can hear. You should be able to hear as many voices as you want to hear and tune in and tune out what you want. And I think, as painful as it is, that's a process that we're going through right now. And I think it's a good one. It's hard. There's learning curves, and anytime you're starting something new like RSBN or podcasts or whatever, there's growing pains. But at the end of the day, I think it's a really good thing for our country.
100%. That attachment of the old days of Walter Cronkite, then Peter Jennings, and maybe Lion Brian Williams and others, right?
I've got to ask you, because you said this, Walter Cronkite. You said Walter Cronkite talking about them landing on the moon. There's no way you watched that. You were not born.
So I did say
Okay,
in
I was
context,
like,
if we rewind the tape, let's go
I was
back
like,
to the day right now.
I made a mental note of that.
No,
I was
but
like,
it's
she
really
did not
funny
watch
because I
that.
did say before my time, I did say that.
Did you? Okay,
Yes.
I didn't see
We'll
that.
watch later on
Okay.
Rumble or Right Side Broadcasting. That's really funny. Funny thing about that as well, I'm a news junkie. If those of you that have been watching me on Right Side for the past few events, I like watching all kind of international news, all kinds of stuff going on. Walter Cronkite, I went to Robert Morris University in Pittsburgh. So there was this Heinz ketchup, right, in Pittsburgh, a speaker series. Walter Cronkite, when he was alive, stopped at our college. I was able to meet Walter Cronkite. I had an internship at an ABC affiliate, got to meet Peter Jennings. These kind of great, broadcasters of our time. But again, we all I care about is the truth, though.
Right,
so just give
of
me what
course.
the truth is. And though they reported some truth, again, we know what it's all about at the end of the day. Is this about the freedom of this country? Is this about the Constitution, the Bible, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or are you guys looking all professional and wonderful, but giving us a bunch of crap?
Well,
when it comes to like, how would they be reporting now, right? If Cronkite was still alive, how would he report on this situation?
Well, I think it's interesting because it has morphed, and I think a lot of the younger generation, the newer reporters that are coming out, and even, when I say new, not necessarily that new, but over the last decade or so, I think they come into, and maybe this is just me trying to be optimistic, but I think they genuinely come into it thinking, I'm going to do good. I'm going to do good things, and I'm going to show people what I believe to be the truth. And they get away from the objective fact-finding, right? So, like, for example, when I was covering the Arizona audit, I got accused of being, far-right, crazy conspiracy theorist. She's covering the Arizona audit. If you go back and watch my coverage, I was telling you what was happening every day.
Right, exactly.
And when I was guessing or speculating, I would say, this is what I think is going to happen based on what we're seeing today. But that pegged me as far crazy conspiracy theorist when I was just reporting the facts. And so I think that there's a lot of confusion. I think the people, up at the top who are pulling the strings probably have maybe not the best of intentions, but I think the folks on the ground who are actually doing the work genuinely have good intentions. They just have gotten away from truth. And anytime there's no, absolute truth is a real thing, and anytime you get away from objective truth, it's going to get skewed. And that's what we have seen through so many different networks, is people have skewed the truth.
Exactly. I agree 100%. Christina Bobb, along with myself, Matthew Alvarez. If you want to follow us on Truth Social, you can just at Christina Bobb, at Matthew Alvarez, and of course at RSBN. Thank you so much for joining us here. If you're new to Right Side Broadcasting, thank you so much for joining us. Go ahead and send the link to your friends and family. President Trump to speak at 2:30 Central Time, 3:30 on the East Coast. And Christina, why don't we take a live look right now at the crowd a little bit and just see what we see here in Ottumwa, Iowa, a population of 25,000 people. This place is going to be packed. The people in front of the stage here and on each side will have a lot of people here in Ottumwa.
Yeah, no, I think this place is going to be packed out. It's actually a smaller event. It's designed to be a smaller event in order to really reach the people who are going to be voting in the caucus. As you know, a caucus it's not a primary. It's different from a primary in the sense that it's the party that determines who the state picks to be on the ballot, or to be their nominee, I should say. So this really is targeted for the people who are going to be involved in the Iowa caucus. And, he's coming out here today to try to solidify, commit to the caucus is what he's calling this event. And the hope here is to meet and engage with as many people involved in that process as possible, to try to really solidify that. Donald Trump, it would be easy for someone in Donald Trump's position to say, oh, I've got it locked in. He's so far up in the polls. He doesn't need to do all this grassroots stuff. But he's not doing that. He is demonstrating how committed he is to this process by not just coming back to Iowa. I mean, he was here not that long ago, but he's coming back again next weekend, doing two events in a day. He is not taking for granted the fact that he is crushing everybody in the polls. He's doing the legwork. He's doing the hard work to get this done. And I fully expect to see Donald Trump as the nominee in Iowa.
100%. And the most important thing Trump supporters can do now to help President Trump win the Iowa caucus is to volunteer. I'm going to rewind a little bit. I got the wrong mic there, but that's all right. So what I was saying was the most important thing that you can do to help President Trump win the Iowa caucus is to volunteer as a Trump caucus captain. So the captains volunteer on behalf of the president and encourage other Trump supporters to go out and caucus for him. You can sign up to volunteer and be trained as a caucus captain if you're in the state of Iowa. This is the website, ia.donaldjtrump.com, ia.donaldjtrump.com. A state of about 3 million people, and I would go as far to say probably 2,999,000 are supporters of Donald Trump. Maybe there's one that's not, but I mean, we can see what's going on here with all of the trips here and all the supporters everywhere we go. The Right Side Broadcasting newsletter, is something that's really great. If you want to just go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, you're going to get some great content on there. And also there's some exclusive offers, exclusive content. And it's always good to have something like that, as well as following RSBN on Truth Social, on Telegram, on Locals, and of course, follow the correspondents out there. I mean, not only us, on Truth Social, we've got a number of them as well. As you've seen, the president, he's always truthing articles from Right Side Broadcasting Network. I was just saying, Brian, like the amount of people that are behind the scenes at the network, what an awesome job they're doing. No, they're doing an amazing job. It's all about getting the information out, and that's one of the reasons why that we're in business, Matthew, is to get the information out. And, in Truth Social, whenever the president launched that, and I was at Bedminster when he kind of made the announcement, or actually he made the announcement that he was going to file a lawsuit against the Facebook and Twitter at the time for disinformation and for, basically kicking people off of the platform. It's a freedom of speech issue at this point. It really is. And you think about this in a way, this country is under attack from I really think as we get closer to the election, the scrutiny of what you can say on air, in this format, and online on social media is going to get tighter and tighter. And then I was talking with Christina about the rhetoric from Joe Biden, the similar speech in Philadelphia when he was at Independence Hall. Yeah. Like last week, he kind of started speaking up again about the MAGA this and that. And you can hear the hate and the nastiness in the guy's voice. These people are not nasty out here. No, of course they're not nasty. I'd go a step further. On the impeachment inquiry that happened this past week, every Democrat that got up there and had their 5-minute speech where they could ask questions to the witnesses there, all refer to us as MAGA extremist, the MAGA extremist. And it wasn't about the crimes that Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and the whole Biden crime family did. It was more about, well, Trump did this, and Trump did that, and Trump did this. Had graphs, poster, whiteboards. They drug it all out. Right. It was a kabuki theater against President Trump. They keep trying to push that narrative every day, trying to sway the public opinion, as we mentioned earlier. I want to switch to the Republican debates. These guys, I mean, except for Vivek, in my opinion, they are beneath President Trump at the end of the day. That's why he obviously didn't have to go and do the debate. Yeah, even Gavin Newsom said this on Fox the other day and said, look, this is the JV team. Trump has won this primary, okay? And I'd like to compare it to a sports analogy. If your sports team was down 50 points in the division with maybe a quarter of the season left, you would basically throw in a towel. The season's over with. Yeah. But instead, they hang around, hoping that for whatever reason, legal purposes, that President Trump is no longer the nominee, that they can kind of walk in. I didn't watch any of the second debate. Did you watch any of it? I did. I watched some of it. Obviously, I was watching the president from Detroit, and then I watched the debate. They were just screaming over each other the whole time, right? Yeah. it just seemed like a bunch of people.
How many times did they actually attack Trump? What was it about their policies?
I would say 20% of the debate was attacking President Trump. And isn't that so brave of Chris Christie? You know, I interviewed the guy. I interviewed Chris Christie back in the day when I worked in local media when there was Hurricane Sandy. I interviewed him in New Jersey, right there along the beach there. And if I would have known how vitriol is maybe not the best word, but how negative and left he really is. He's not a Republican. He's a Democrat.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
he's blue as blue can be.
Well, he'll tell you, I'm the only Republican governor to win in this Democratic blue state. You know, well, you're a Republican, but in name only.
In name only, of course.
Basically. And you know what's interesting about that, and I don't know if you've talked about this, so we can keep talking about your agenda here that you have, but the mayor of Dallas, if you saw that, just recently said, I'm going to switch parties and become a Republican. And a lot of people on social media were praising him for it. And matter of fact, I believe he even met with Speaker Kevin McCarthy about this, and he congratulated him. And I do congratulate him on maybe recognizing that the policies that the Democrats have right now, not only in this country, but especially in Texas, it is not working, and especially in Dallas. But here's my point. I want to see action, because that's how rhinos are born. They are Republican, Democrat, now all of a sudden they're Republican. I want to see where they stand on policy, right?
Yeah.
Don't just put the R in front of your name and think that you're good.
Exactly.
I'm not letting you in my club because you have an R. I want to see how you vote and what your stance is on. So I do welcome him. I really do, and I live north of Dallas, so what his governing does affect me a little bit, somewhat. But I want to see his policies and his actions, and I do applaud him for switching over. But let's before we roll out the red carpet, let's see what that looks like.
Exactly, the proof's in the pudding, right?
Yep.
The actions do speak louder than words, and that's something that can be reflected on anybody, right?
Sure.
Actions just do speak louder. So at the end of the day, we could say a lot, but hopefully you're out there also encouraging other people that are discouraged about the way the country's going, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So.
You know, I was talking to somebody the other day. I was in California, actually. I was like, what is the biggest challenge that we have to take back this country? And they said, Brian, it all comes down to vote. We've got to get out and vote. A lot of people have given up on this whole election process, and they feel like there's no justice in it, that these elections are rigged, for lack of a better word. And I just say to you, please don't feel that way. You've got to show up and vote. Do you realize there are more of us than them? By far. I mean, by far. There's more supporters that would get behind the conservative platform than there are on the other side. So do not give up. Do not think that these elections are unwinnable because of whatever reason.
Exactly.
Get out and vote.
Exactly. And the small group of people that are pulling the strings on this whole country, it's not actually just about this nation, in my opinion. This is about the entire world and freedom, right?
Yeah.
Like, we lead the world on that. People look to this country. That's why a lot of them want to come here.
Yeah.
They still want to come here.
They know that if the U.S. falls, the world falls. And it is about this country and our sovereignty and our borders. And President Trump often says, if we don't have a border, we do not have a country.
Exactly.
If you look at Europe for a second, how porous a lot of their borders are over there. They've got countries that have been diluted so much by immigration. I say diluted, it's almost taken away their culture, their heritage, their identity as a nation. It's now watered down, and they do have, you don't hear about it, but they do have a lot of crime in these countries. Now, granted, whatever happens here pretty much, trumps any type of coverage over there. But we have to make sure that we maintain our country with borders and we let people in the proper way, the right way.
To your point, 160 nations are represented from the immigrants that have come to this country in the very recent past. So 160 countries. It's not just, Mexico and...
Well, I'll give you a great example. My family lineage, dates back early. My family was the first white man to settle on Long Island, New York. Now, let me think about that for a second. The first white man that came from Europe over there to settle on Long Island, New York. And so that's how this country was built, from immigrants. It was built from people coming over.
That's right.
And finding their freedom. And they were escaping stuff. What's happening now, the immigration that we have now, they're not fleeing a terroristic country. They're coming here for economic opportunities, and I'm sorry, that is not on the list of the come on in here and let's roll out the red carpet. You have to be seeking asylum from some type of terrorist, some terrorist nation, not just because you want to make more money. I'm sorry. I know it feels good to come on in and get a job, but the fact of the matter is we're getting to a point, Matthew, where there's so many immigrants in this country sleeping on the streets, living out on the streets, living in tents, sleeping, anywhere they can. That's not human. That's not right. Like, we don't have the infrastructure to do that yet.
Let's take a Google Earth, view, 30,000 foot zoom all the way into San Diego right now.
Right.
The homeless situation there, even before the migrant situation. Now you got the double whammy. Yeah,
we were in just Los Angeles this past week, and the amount of homelessness and I've got family out there, so I had seen it kind of grow and grow. It's to a level I've never seen it before, and it is really disgusting because what they have now is people living in RVs in their cars parked on the side of the road. Of course, there's no toilets, so whatever they are doing is getting poured out into the city streets, which then eventually goes out into the local rivers and drainage, which eventually goes out to the ocean. So you've got kind of a toxic situation going, but you've got crime. You've got people that look like zombies walking around, banging their head up against the wall, yelling at people. Matter of fact, the other day, a guy was out walking his dog in Garden Grove, California. A homeless man basically went up to him and started attacking him. Well, the guy pulled out a gun and shot him. Okay, we don't want to have to. That should not happen, right? That should not happen. So to your point, this problem is really going to elevate in cities like Los Angeles and New York and San Francisco because they enable it. They invite it, and that needs to stop.
Exactly. I was going to talk about New York and the New York Jets and the Kansas City Chiefs and the whole Taylor Swift thing here in a second.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Before we do that, we're going to talk about Birch Gold, but you've got the golden tie, so I think you should take it away.
I love it. I love absolutely Birch Gold. You talk about the bricks, you talk about what they're doing to the dollar, you look at the market, you look at retirement. I've never spoken to as many seniors in the last couple of years about retirement than I ever have before because they are scared and they're having to go back to work, take 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet. Our friends over at the Birch Gold Group want to send you a free information kit on how you can take that first step in gold, silver, and precious metals, and you can actually go from a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA that has tax advantages as well. So go check it out. Our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Text the words Trump to 989898. That's Birch Gold, our good friends over there. So I don't know I don't know who's jumping in here yet.
It's me.
Oh, it's you. By the way, we look like Barbie and Ken for a second. You got the pink and blue.
We know our genders.
Like we're going to a gender reveal party here in a second. Good to see you again. Yeah. We've been out on the road. We're back here in Iowa.
Yeah, we're back. I'm really excited. And I was talking about this with Matthew a little bit, but one of the things that I really like about this event and the fact that he's coming back to do 2 more events next weekend is it would be very easy for Donald Trump or anybody in his position to go, I'm up 51 points in the polls, I've got this in the bag, and he could really coast off of media, right? Because everybody wants to interview him. He gets all the prime spots. He doesn't, quote unquote, have to come and do these small, like, town hall type events to cater to the Iowa caucus. But he is. He is because it's the right thing to do. He's doing it because the people in Iowa want to interact with him and they want to see him and they want to know, is he like he really is on TV? And people who live in Ottumwa, Iowa, who probably never thought that they were ever going to get to see Donald Trump in person, not only are getting to see him in person today, but they're getting to see him really in kind of a more intimate setting than what we're used to.
Yeah, I love this facility. I just walked in here a few minutes ago. You've got several rows there. How you doing? And you've got, you probably, personally though, here's a realistic fact here. There's way too many people out there that's going to fit in this building, and they're not all going to fit. I'm just going to be really honest with you. So if you just got here in the last 30 minutes or so, and you're watching us on your phone, and you're way back on the other side of the parking lot, chances are you're not going to get in.
Interesting idea about this facility.
I don't know if they have overflow rooms. They might have an overflow room.
might, yeah.
I don't know that, but I'm just saying that would be the only opportunity you'd have to see them. But go ahead.
Yeah. Well, so I ran outside briefly while you and Matthew were talking, and I heard a couple ladies talking about me, not about me, I'm sorry, talking behind me about eating, about their food, and they said, oh, I think we can take it in. I don't know if we can take it in. Sorry, you can't bring it in here. However, it was interesting. She said, well, they always let us take it in there for the rodeo. And so it would never have occurred to me that you'd have a rodeo in this facility. But,
wow. I could throw a little dirt on the floor, get some bulls in here.
Yeah.
They're going to have one mean bull coming mean bull coming here in about 2 hours.
That's true. That's true. It'll be a rodeo. It'll be a show for sure. But I just thought that was interesting. Like, I thought, how many different uses does this building have?
Well, they've got a wall behind us that you can't see. That is a retractable wall. So perhaps if they come back here and seeing the support they have, they should probably open that wall up and make this room a little bigger.
Great.
But anyway, so it's a great facility. We're glad you're joining us. Christina, Bob, Brian Glenn here in Iowa, waiting for President Trump to come out. Now, we were going to talk a little bit about the law and order in this country. I know that it was a big deal in California because some crime is out of control there. It's not as much out of control here in Iowa because they don't have the big city problems that a lot of states have.
Because it's a conservative state.
But it is a concern. But what they do have is a fentanyl and overdose. I talked to some EMT folks last time I was here, and they said they get a call just about almost every day of somebody of a possible overdose. Drugs is a big problem in this country, and if you've got any concerns that you've got kids and we know how that stuff works in the school system, you need to talk to them about it because it's all of it's accidental too.
Yeah.
They don't take it. They're taking it thinking it's something else, and it was actually laced with fentanyl.
Yeah.
And that's how they're having an overdose. So, this open border really is affecting everybody.
It is the open border. You're right. It's a failure to enforce the laws. Criminals and drug dealers can lace things with fentanyl to make them more addictive. A lot of it's coming in from China through the open Mexico border. So I think, our open border is a problem across the board it affects so many things.
It is, but this is what I'm tired of, and I don't want to step on a soapbox here. And I think we're going to toss over to Matthew Alvarez here in a second. We'll toss over to him, not right now. But I don't want to see another press conference. I don't need another press conference at the border. I'm sorry, I don't. I don't need to see congressmen and senators and governors from various states standing at Eagle Pass with a podium, and they're all, they're all in a semicircle talking about how bad the border is. Enough of that stuff. I want to see action. I want to see bold action. I want to see action that's almost unprecedented. That people have come to the point where we can't tolerate this another month. The month of September already had a record number of undocumented crossings and like 90,000 plus people that are pouring into our cities, not only around Eagle Pass, but throughout the country. We don't have the resources to handle them. We don't have the schooling. Hospitals are overrun. The emergency rooms are packed. So if you happen to have to go to an emergency room, chances are there's not even a space for you to go. It has to be addressed. And Christina, I get so angry because we've been talking about this for 2.5 years, and not a damn thing's been done about the border. All right, Abbott put out a floating barrier, which I kind of like that, by the way. We put barbed wire, with people getting caught up in barbed wire, which we don't want to see that either. What about just shutting it down?
Going back to Trump's policies. The policies that President Trump had in place worked. They worked under President Trump's administration. They would work again under Biden's administration. However, on day one, Joe Biden issued 17 executive orders nullifying everything that Donald Trump had done to protect our border. And this is the result. This is the consequence of it. So I go back, I always take everything back to election integrity because everything does go back to election integrity in some sense. But any president who believed he was accountable to the people and that the people could hold him responsible for his actions would never have done that.
You're right. Should we step aside and go over to, let's go to Matthew Alvarez is out in the crowd. Let's see if we can't get him ready. I don't know where he
All right, thank you, Brian and Christina. A little bit of information about this great town of 25,000 people. This is Ottumwa. That's how you pronounce it, Ottumwa. I thought it was Ottumwa or whatever, but it's Ottumwa. Tom Arnold was born here, and he was in the show Roseanne. So some connections with the show Roseanne here. Roseanne's not in the building, but she has gone to that conservative side, which is always good as well. I mentioned 25,000 people are in this town. There are 86,000 farms throughout the entire state of Iowa, 22 million acres of farmland. So no wonder, this being the Iowa caucus in January of 2024, and the president arriving once again to this Hawkeye state, because it's all about being a caucus captain for the Trump administration that will hopefully take place in 2025. While I continue to show the crowd here to the right, if James, if you want to take a look, you can see all the seats here, all the people are gearing up for the president. We're looking at about 2:30 Central Time will be when President Trump takes to the stage here, 3:30 Eastern. Thank you so much for joining us here at Right Side and choosing President Trump over a little bit of NFL. I mean, you could put NFL on in the background, maybe watch us on the phone or on your TV, and see what President Trump has to say. I mean, his last speech, if it's anything like his speech in Anaheim, you might want to buckle those seatbelts. All right, so once again, I'm at Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social. I'm joined right now by someone that's actually from this town originally. Belinda, you were born in this small town. Tell us about being here, and also you have some connections to someone that's actually speaking on stage a little bit later.
Yes, well, living in Ottumwa, Iowa is nice. It's kind of centrally located, so you can easily travel, and I like it here. It's very affordable.
I know that you got a photo with President Trump. Your husband did as well. Tell us about the president and the sense of what it was like to meet him and some of those stories you were sharing with us a little bit earlier.
Okay, so when we did meet President Trump in Des Moines, we met him at this event, White House event, or a Republican event. And when I went up to him, I said, "You were very kind to my dad." I said, I just wanted to thank you for that. And he says, well, tell me a little bit about it. And I said, well, my dad had gone to a big rally where there's no seating. And Republicans are so nice, they gave him a chair. But my dad was 90 years old and, had polio. And so he couldn't see from his little chair spot. So he moved the chair in a prominent position. And of course, it's right where President Trump was going to walk. And so he just did it anyway. And pretty soon he hears the Secret Service say, "Sir, you have to move that chair." And then he hears President Trump say, "You leave him right there. He's fine. I can go around." And then President Trump came around and spoke to my dad. My dad tried to get up. He goes, "You sit there. You're fine." And then he told his servants that he could stay there.
This is the thing that we love about President Trump, of course, is the fact that he's a real person just like anybody else.
And yes, that's right. And he stood there and listened to my story. And I was just, then he took pictures with us, asked if we would like more pictures. Like, we would love one together with you. And he just was very accommodating and very kind.
And somebody that will be speaking before the president here in Iowa, who is that?
Sherry Lynn Westrich. She's our senator. She's wonderful. She has a lot of common sense.
And for her to be able to get access to the stage, that means she's a MAGA Republican, which is not a curse word.
That's correct. That's correct. And she's just been doing great things for our state. She's very, very good for us.
When you think of the word MAGA, do you think of a small group of people, or do you think of a very large percentage of this entire United States?
Large and getting larger.
I mean, do you think that people around the world are also jumping on not the bandwagon, but the bandwagon of freedom?
I think people's common sense is starting to kick in. Because what in the hell is our country coming to? It's ridiculous. And they can see the light. They can see what our country was and how our economy was doing so much better when President Trump was in charge, and how we've gone in the toilet now. And we can't do that. We can't continue going into the sewer. We've got to come out into the light and live the country that we had before.
Do you think there's importance in the narrative or public opinion in the sense of, a lot of people hear the words that you're saying, right? Are like, okay, that's great. That sounds nice. But do you think there's importance on to continue to speak out in that way?
We do. So many people have gone to this political correctness, and you can't hurt this person's feelings. You can't hurt that person's feelings. I think everyone's sick of it. I don't care. It's not important if you hurt my feelings. What's important is that you have freedom of speech. And the more you take freedom of speech away, the more we go towards communism. Our country was based upon entrepreneurship, small business owners, and they're really starting to push that away.
Linda, thank you so much for talking with us.
Oh, you're welcome.
Nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And as you know, a 24/7 news cycle President Trump is the leader of that because everybody's talking about him all the time. So let's send it back to Brian and Christina on the Media Riser here in Ottumwa, Iowa. Again, population 25,000 people. It's a nice little town. So let's send it back to them right now.
All right, thank you, Matthew. It's always great. Can I add something? You find somebody that's here in the crowd that knows what's going on here in Iowa. Because Iowa is very different. We've got primaries in Texas, and then you've got primaries in Florida.
Yeah.
So this caucus is a very different type of beast to have here in Iowa.
Yeah, it is. And in order to be a part of the caucus, you have to be 18 years or older on November 5th, the general election day. You can do same-day voter registration. You have to be a registered Republican to participate in the caucus. You can do same-day voter registration for the Republican Party for the caucus. However, if you do, you have to show proof of ID. You have to have ID.
Isn't that a novel concept?
Amazing, right? And you can use a passport or military ID, driver's license, something like that. And then the locations for the caucus. The locations are interesting because they're determined by your county party. So, in a more remote county like Ottumwa, it could be in a library, it could be in someone's home or someone's garage, or it could be at a church. It could be.
I love that.
By the way, it's very local.
Yeah,
it's very local, and it is the party. They get together and they discuss. Who do we want to vote for as a community, and then you cast your ballot. However you believe. They don't all agree. Some of them do, but there's debate that goes back and forth. And that's how the caucus works. And then ultimately, they count all the votes and see who the nominee is for Iowa.
And that's the way they do it. All right, let's shift gears a little bit and talk about what happened yesterday afternoon there on Capitol Hill. I got a notification that Congressman Jamal Bowman from the state of New York apparently pulled the fire alarm in the Cannon Building. So if you're not familiar with the Cannon Building, there's 3 buildings across from the Capitol that pretty much have all the
on the House side.
On the House side, they have all the congressional offices. Cannon is one of them, and apparently there's video, and of course that's circulating probably later today, of him going up and pulling a fire alarm, setting off the alarm in the Cannon Building, which essentially evacuated the Cannon Building, plus pretty much delayed the response on the first votes. Now, typically, the voting time for the first vote is 15 minutes. Well, that vote went over an hour due to the delay that Congressman Bowman did with the fire alarm.
But it's interesting. You and I were talking about this in the car, and you had some additional information. I think what's important to recognize is he got what he wanted by pulling that fire alarm. The delay benefited the Democrats, and ultimately he got what he wanted because the CR passed. So if you could explain, what were the side conversations going on, and what was taking place that they needed that delay in order to accomplish what they wanted?
I think they were waiting for the actions in the Senate from Senate Democrats as far as providing additional funding to Ukraine. So that they were working on that over in the Senate, and I believe there was a delay in the House. They wanted to see kind of where that landed. And this is what the Democrats do. This is what they did with the impeachment inquiry the other day. It was a kabuki theater. It was a clown show. They had graphs and charts and whiteboards, and they all went off on their 5-minute speeches there. And it was really about attacking President Trump. But what Jamal Bowman did is wrong. Matter of fact, I'll tell you how wrong it is. It is a crime. It's a federal crime of what he did. There's people on January 6th that did jail time on far less than pulling a fire alarm in the Capitol or in a government building.
20 years. Some of them have been sentenced to many years, up to 20 years, and they didn't even enter the Capitol.
Yeah.
So he was in the Capitol. He actually took an affirmative step to pull the fire alarm, which obstructed an official proceeding, right, because it delayed the vote. But pulling the fire alarm in and of itself is also a federal offense.
And then he released a statement from his communications director that he simply made a mistake. He was just trying to get out the door and thought that for whatever reason that would open the door. Well, guess what, Jamal? Did you not see the 2 signs that were on the door that said, if this door opens, the alarm goes off. And I don't know, maybe video of you taking the signs off the door and throwing them on the ground, pulling the fire alarm, and then running out down a staircase. That doesn't seem too like accidental to me. It seems very on purpose.
Yeah, it does seem very purposeful. And where is the outcry from the left? I mean, like you mentioned, Brian, we have all of these January 6ers who have, many of them have been in jail without trial, pre-trial confinement for close to 1,000 days now, several years, and they've never even had their trial. And yet you have a member of Congress, a Democrat member of Congress, who has done an actual overt act to actually interfere with a congressional proceeding, and the Democrats are silent. They're actually worse than silent, especially these talking head pundits, where they're covering for him and they're saying, oh, it was just an accident, he didn't mean it, he didn't mean it. The reason they're doing that is because he helped them, and he helped them get the CR passed by delaying the vote.
That's exactly right. Yeah, I mean, it's a disgrace, but nothing will, I think, well, I will say this. Capitol Police, he did have an interview with Capitol Police. He did have to, answer to what he did. Now, what happens on the congressional side of things, I don't know. I know there is papers right now to expel Congressman Bowman from Congress. I think that takes a 2/3 vote to do it. Chances are that may not happen, but something needs to happen in regards to this, because you cannot allow someone to break the law like that and cause harm. Think about this for a second. They had to evacuate an entire congressional building because of that. You could not use the elevators. You had to walk down four flights of stairs.
Right.
It's a danger. He endangered people's lives. What's next? Calling 911 on somebody? What's next?
Well, that's
screaming fire in a theater? I mean, what is next? What else?
Screamed fire in Congress.
Yeah, but what's next? Actually, he did.
That's what he did.
I mean, but what is next?
Well,
I mean, where do you draw the line? Where do you say enough's enough?
The problem is they are so far past the line. There is no line to be drawn here. The line is way over here. So what we have to do is we have to actually reestablish true law and order, not this, as you called it, kabuki theater with we're going to throw the people in jail that we don't like and we're going to overlook crimes of, somebody else. The fact that there is a member of Congress who thought, I think it's really important to delay this vote, which everybody for it probably felt that way, and said, I think a really good strategic move right now is to pull the fire alarm.
Let's do that. That sounds like a great idea.
That just goes to show that we have completely lost our true north. We've lost our compass for what's appropriate in this country and what's not. Not only did he do it, very few people other than MAGA Republicans are even trying to hold him accountable. So we really have to put our foot down on this and stand firm that he be held accountable, or release all of the January 6ers, because they did far less than he did. I was actually in the Cannon House Office building on January 6th when all of that went down. There was absolutely nothing going on then. There was nothing going on now when he pulled that fire alarm. It was all political theater.
You know what? If he just would have said, I wanted to do something to slow down the process. We wanted to adjourn. I wanted just feeling like I'd have more respect for him if he just would have admitted to wanting to do that, rather than saying he was just trying to get out of the building, because that was just an outright lie. Anyway, it's going to be interesting when Congress resumes Monday night, and their first votes are Monday night, and this starts to happen. It's going to be interesting to see what. Now, Kevin McCarthy did come out and talk about this, and he did say, "Hey, this is not a good thing. What happened? Kevin
McCarthy's great at finger wagging."
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm glad that he mentioned it, and he should. I mean, look. Anybody that was on the steps of the Capitol should be screaming that was wrong. I want everybody screaming that was wrong, and now all the talk shows, which is interesting because during the impeachment inquiry, I was flipping back and forth between Fox and CNN, and I noticed Fox would air the whole thing in its entirety. Okay. CNN would only dip in when the Democrats had the 5 minutes. They would dip out when the Republicans had it, and they dip back in when the Democrats had it, because their talking points obviously were very much supportive of what they want.
And that's what their viewers want to see.
That's what their viewers are seeing. All right, so let's step aside real quick. I know Matthew Alvarez is walking around, but until then, I don't know if he's got somebody right now. Is he ready to go on that or not? If not, it's a negative. Okay, we're going to talk about our friends when it comes to taxes right now, look, October 15th is a tax deadline. It's right around the corner. Time flies. And if you're scrambling, thinking about those estimated payments, expense write-offs, and messy deductions, I've got some recommendations for you. The attorneys at the Tax Network USA have been absolutely lifesavers for many. Their team has successfully saved clients $1 billion in tax debts, whether you're in the hole for $10,000 or maybe starting at a $10 million debt. They're ready to help. Hey, no judgment here. If you haven't filed in 1 to 2, 5 years, or maybe a whole decade, which you might be a little concerned about that, they're equipped to secure the best settlement for you. I'd say that's pretty much something a tax lifeline, if you will. All right, so before the clock runs out, give taxnetworkusa.com/RSBN a follow there. taxnetworkusa.com RSBN. Go check it out. Don't let this October 15th tax deadline sneak up on you. Go check it out. Our friends over at taxnetworkusa.com. All right, I believe Matthew Alvarez is ready. Let's go over to him. Take it away.
All right, Brian and Christina, thank you guys so much. Obviously, always good to hear some great commentary from Brian Glenn and Christina Bobb, who are doing awesome things for this country. I'm Matthew Alvarez here on the floor of the Bridgeview Center in Ottumwa, Iowa, and I'm here with a lovely lady. What's your name again?
Diana Davis.
And you were saying just a minute ago, your seat's right back there. What are your thoughts about being here?
Oh, I'm excited, very excited. I got in pretty quick, and I got my perfect seat.
First time seeing President Trump?
Yes.
So what kind of news do you watch or listen to every day? I mean, are you a news consumer?
I usually watch Fox because that's all I can get on my TV. Right. But on my phone, I watch others. Yeah.
And others in the sense of more conservative media? We're going to have to actually get going here. We're going to go to the prayer right here in Iowa. We'll be right back, and enjoy the program.
Right? So good to see everybody. Wow. Shall we pray? Father God, I just come to you today just thanking you for your word, thanking you for your guidance, Lord, thanking you for our Constitution and the ability to stand on what is right and what is true. Lord Jesus, I thank you for making all this possible. Lord God, as you said in Isaiah, that you brought the government down upon your shoulders and you appoint the leaders. So, Father God, I thank you for this next administration coming. Lord, I pray favor upon President Trump and to be the trumpet and also be the wrecking ball to dismantle the corrupt government, and that you will expose the lies and that transparency and come to life. And that you will reign and restore the infrastructure of our nation through this next administration and rebuild the foundation of America for your glory. Lord, release new strategic planning upon President Trump and his advisories. Father God, let the people stand for truth. Come around President Trump. Let your freedom reign. Let justice and righteousness prevail. Lord, be the voice that influences President Trump with every move that he makes. I pray that his character and integrity will align with yours, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for the fulfillment of your word over our nation and this next administration. I thank you for protection and wisdom and kingdom health for President Trump and his family and his adversaries. In Jesus' holy name, above every other name, I pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage for the Pledge of Allegiance, Carol Krampka.
Hello, everyone. Okay, let's get started. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage for the national anthem, Steve Campbell.
I was going to ask you to please stand. I will ask you, please join me in the singing of our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, State Representative Heather Hora.
Wow, what an amazing crowd. And I'm not sure whose idea it was to have a freshman representative up here introducing the 47th, what's to be the 47th President of the United States. Let me give you a little background of who I am. I represent Washington County. My family's with me today, and southern and rural Johnson County, and we all are aware of what Johnson County has in it. It's called Iowa City. So it's not always the easiest job, but it's one that I love. People wonder what we can do to help President Trump. What we can do to help President Trump is to play a role in the caucus. Iowa's first in the nation for a reason, and it's very important that we all volunteer to be caucus captains or speak on behalf of President Trump, whatever that may be. And their goal is to have a caucus captain in every precinct. What that entails is you volunteer to bring people with you, to your friends, your neighbors, because your precinct is where you live, right? So it's going to be people that you work with, that you buy your Casey's pizza from. It's going to be people that you do business with, and you can say, hey, do you want to come to a caucus? It's important to get our country back. I mean, it really is important. So then you invite them. Then when you're at the caucus, you sway the people there to support President Trump, which is an easy thing to do, actually. And I'll tell you a story. In 2016, well, I grew up with Reagan as my president. He was my president. And when he left, then we got a bunch of so Republicans, right? And I kind of fell off. I waned and thought, I'm just not that interested. Nobody's energizing me. And then along came Donald J. Trump. And I think we all remember when he came down that escalator and it almost felt like Superman was coming to save the world, right? And as a farmer, I really feel like he might have done that for us for a while. And so when in 2016 I showed up at the caucus and nobody spoke on behalf of him because he was kind of, somebody spoke for Jeb and somebody spoke for these, and I thought I was quiet and I didn't know really anything about Donald Trump except what the type of a man that he was. So I stood up and I said, I think I'll speak for Donald Trump. And I spoke about his children and how you can gauge a person by how their children behave. And his children grew up with wealth, yes, but did he make them work? And did he teach them the value of work? And Don Jr. always said that he made him he had to know how to do drywall and build buildings so that he knew if the contractors were not being legit, right? So I loved the fact that he taught his children how to work. So I stood up, told that story, and lo and behold, he won our caucus. So it was an amazing thing, and anybody can do that. It's just, that's really what we need for people to do. The caucus is January 15th at 7 p.m., so everybody block that time out. Do not take an appointment on January 15th, 7 p.m., except for the caucus. Anybody that's 18 before November 5th of 2024 can partake in the caucus, even if they're not 18 at that time. And they're doing lots of caucus training. So if you're still like, I don't know what to do, I don't know if I want to be a part of it, ia.donaldjtrump.com. Remember that, because in there they will have trainings, and a lot of them you can do virtually, so you don't even have to go to an appointment. So I just want to say that we need to get our country back, and it takes all of us, and it takes all of us supporting him, spreading the word, because if we want lower taxes, and we want less regulation, and we want Joe Biden out of Washington, D.C., it's going to take Donald J. Trump, because he is the only one that will beat him. Thank you.
Welcome to the stage, State Senator Sherilyn Westrich.
Hi, everybody. What a great crowd. How exciting to have Donald Trump here in Ottumwa, Iowa. Hi, Vicki. I see so many familiar faces. I feel like I'm at home here, and I am, because I live here in Ottumwa. And if you live anywhere near here in southeast Iowa, I am your state senator, Sherilyn Westrich. Hello. Representative Heather Hora, who just spoke, asked, why would they send a freshman up here to speak for Donald J. Trump? Well, I can tell you why. Because I've worked with her at the State House, and she is what I would call a powerhouse. She is doing a great job. So thanks, Heather Hora. So let's get fired up for Donald Trump. I'm excited that he's here. And let's get fired up for the caucuses on January 15th. You need to take personal responsibility for our caucuses. You've got to be a part of this and show up for caucus. If you've never been to caucus, the most important thing to know, it's very simple. I'll tell you a story. My dad, when I was first learning to haul a trailer, my dad was teaching me everything about hauling a trailer and what was important. And he said, it's very simple. You just need to never, when you're hauling a trailer, the first thing you need to remember is to remember that you're hauling a trailer. So it's just like caucus. The thing you need to remember about caucus is to show up. It's very simple. And why do I support Donald J. Trump? People ask me that all the time. I support DJT because of his record. And I can't tell you today his entire record because they only gave me 5 minutes to speak. But he has an America First agenda. Drain the swamp, grow the economy, energy independence. And that's the big one, because it gives us our leverage in the world when we have energy independence. He built back our military, protected our borders, and trade deals. He made China back down. He made North Korea back down. Yes, and in the Middle East. He even had peace deals going in the Middle East. You've never seen that before. He did things that you've never seen before. And they came at him. They came at him with scandals and lies and accusations. The entire media came after him, but Donald Trump did not back down. Now let's talk about the other candidates running for president. I endorse Donald Trump wholeheartedly and publicly. I want Donald Trump to be our next president, our president again. And the other folks, they have agendas as well. The other folks running for office, for the presidential office, they have an America First agenda, drain the swamp, energy independence, grow the economy, build our military and protect our borders. They're all running on the Trump agenda. I just heard somebody yell that. But I have to say, there is no Trump agenda without Donald J. Trump. Promises made and promises were kept. I ask you today, for your grandchildren, never back down, never give up. Inspire everyone in your life to show up for this caucus on January 15th. That's how he becomes our candidate. If liberals try to come at you with some nonsense, or if folks try to tell you that Trump can't win against Joe Biden, yeah, just remind him he already did, and we all know that. So just push back on them. Use evidence, truth, logic, and common sense. We're fighting for our way of life here in Iowa. And the soul of America is on the line, and I really do believe that with this election. We are first in the nation. You have the power. And I believe that if Donald J. Trump wins the caucuses here in Iowa, he wins. So please, I'm asking you to step up and show up and don't back down. I will see you at the Iowa caucuses. God bless you. God bless Iowa. God bless the United States of America. And God bless our next president, Donald J. Trump. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Iowa.
Please welcome to the stage Republican Party of Iowa Chairman Jeff Kaufman.
It is great to be in Wapello County in Ottumwa, a place that used to be blue, and now you're dark red like the rest of this state. Good job. This area of Iowa is like every other part of Iowa, and it's spreading throughout the United States. People understand that the Democrats are crazy. The woke has overwoke their welcome, and we need to get that fool out of the White House. Now! Out! That's what Iowa's first in the nation is all about. It all starts here. It begins with a caucus. We're not a primary. Primary is pretty simple. You show up, you vote, and the state picks up the bill. A caucus is a party-run event. The state is not a part of the caucus. You are the caucus. Over 1,700 precincts, hundreds and hundreds of volunteers. We will count that vote openly with transparency, and we will have a paper trail, and the winner of the Iowa caucuses will be launched to dump Joe Biden and the rest of those clowns. This is important stuff, folks. It really is. I'm a history professor. I hear almost every election cycle, this is the most important election ever. Folks, this really is the most important election. These nuts in the White House, when you have a fool that can't even make up his own mind, can't walk down airplane steps, you know who's running the place. It's absolute nut bureaucrats that are not elected, that are further left than Mao Zedong. That must end, and it starts in Iowa to end it. We're going to end it together. As you can tell, my voice is hoarse. And my voice is hoarse because we understand the gravity of this place. Think about it. Think about what we've just lived through. The exit out of Afghanistan was despicable. Absolutely despicable. The price of gas is the biggest hardship that we've had in years on everyday Iowans and everyday Americans. It's time that we have a leader. That leader must be conservative. That leader must listen to the people. And that leader must not be the woke left and that nut in the White House. It's got to end. And it's not enough. If you've taken the time this Sunday afternoon to come here and show up and show your support for Donald Trump, that's great. Thank you. As the chairman of the Republican Party, even though I have to be neutral during the caucuses, the minute we've got a leader, I'm 100% on board, and together we're going to end this. But what's important, it's not enough that you show up. I'm sorry, folks, it's too important. It's not enough that you show up. It's not just enough that you bring a couple of neighbors. We have got to have the largest caucus turnout that we've ever had on January 15th, because not only do we have to nominate a strong leader, we have got to show the rest of the world that we have had it, and we will stop at nothing. We will move heaven and earth to take back our country. It starts now. Now. And it all starts in Iowa. I want to thank the 45th president for believing in Iowa to put us in that place. I hope New Hampshire understands. They go after Iowa. I hope the Iowa Democrats get their act together, because so far they haven't. But the only thing that I can account for is the Iowa caucuses for the GOP. And with crowds like this, I know we're going to be just fine. So here's my final word to every single one of you. We have a caucus here in Iowa because we believe in the grassroots. We believe what the people say is what we implement. So as your party chair, I'm not sitting there saying, well, I believe in the grassroots as long as they agree with me. No, I'm sitting here, folks. I'm waiting for you. And what I'm waiting for you is who you want to be the nominee for president. And the minute we have our nominee, we're going to bring this home. Thank you. See you on January 15th.
Tell your children. The pre-program here, and my voice actually hurts after listening to that right there.
Yeah, I have lost my voice screaming into microphones before, and I felt for him on that one.
Yeah, I do.
But he was very passionate and motivated, and everybody got real excited to hear from him. That was the chairman of the GOP here.
Yeah, and we basically were listening to him. We said, wow, this guy not only loves this country, he loves Iowa.
Yeah.
And we did not realize that Iowa was blue. At least this part of Iowa was this part of Iowa was blue.
Yeah, I thought that was really interesting because it is clearly bright red right now. I mean, we're out kind of, and it's a fantastic community, but it's a bit in the middle of nowhere. We're in a very remote part of Iowa, and this whole place is packed out, standing room only. What was supposed to be a small little meeting for the caucus, there's thousands and thousands of people here. I mean, this has got to be a percentage of the county, because the county is not that big.
It's a good point. You know what's interesting is I think in a way, anytime Trump schedules something, even if it says rally or if it even says we'll give remarks, it's going to be packed. It doesn't matter where it's at or what you scale it at. It's going to be a huge turnout.
It's always going to be a huge turnout because everybody loves to see Donald Trump. But I did find it interesting when we were out front. You were out front longer than we were, interviewing people in line. There were a lot of people from Ottumwa, from the local area, from this part of town. You know, you go to a rally somewhere in, say, outside of College Station or something.
Sure.
You'll get people from all over Texas. You'll get people from Arizona and Oklahoma. You get them from all over the place. This really felt like they actually are locals.
They're local. All right, let's talk about our friends over at a Trump Tumbler. The website, TrumpTumbler.com. That's TrumpTumbler.com. They got these great collectible tumblers. They're only $10 plus a small shipping and handling fee. They've got some great logo on them. Save America. Again, laser etched on these tumblers. These are always a fan favorite. So if you've got someone that travels on the road a lot, you talked to a trucker earlier. I would imagine the trucker probably wants a Trump tumbler. Go check it out. Makes a great Christmas gift, birthday gift, or hey, it makes a great gift for anyone in your family that absolutely loves Trump. Go check it out, the TrumpTumbler.com, and claim yours today before they run out. This is just a limited release for this rally, so take advantage of that special offer there. Go check it out at TrumpTumbler.com. Now, obviously it's packed here. I remember seeing a few people that just walked in that I know was way back in the line. So the good news is some of the people I told earlier that they might not know, some of the people I told that they might not get in, I think they're in.
They're in.
People
That's good.
Yeah, people that came up a little bit later, maybe not so much, but you're glad you're joining us today. We got Matthew Alvarez is here. He's probably going to go walk on the floor and talk to some people. And, of course, Christina, Bob, and myself are up here with you as we go through this Sunday in Iowa. And we just came off a California swing. We went out there and covered the speech of the California GOP, which we could talk a little bit about. And I want to talk about something because I'm going to ask – I did ask the president this in California. I wanted to get his reaction on just how many people showed up for this event. And when I walked outside of the Anaheim Marriott there on the corner of Harbor and Catella, it was like a Trump rally on the street corner. Yeah. There were hundreds of people in California, mind you, and there were people lined up to get in. And I think the support for President Trump in California doesn't necessarily reflect in the elections. Now, I'm not saying that they have a lot of problems, but let me tell you something. Those elections are not reflecting the support that President Trump has in the state of California. And I can that's based upon the feedback that I got. I don't see it.
Right, and then you see Joe Biden go somewhere in California. He can't get anybody to show up.
He can't. No, he can't.
Right. There's no crowd there.
And that's a great point there. I mean, if Joe Biden was to go show up at the Long Beach Convention Center and speak to a few people, there would be, once again, probably hula hoops and separation of it all. He cannot pull a crowd because people don't support him. They know that his policies are not good for them.
People don't like the leftist policies. I do think there's a lot of Democrats in California, and I think a lot of them are kind of holdovers. They were Democrat. The parties have, in a large part, flipped. And they're the holdover. They've been Democrats for so long, they think, oh, I'm just a Democrat, not actually looking at the policies. The Democrat policies today are supporting big business. They're supporting large corporations. They're supporting war. They're supporting all of the things that the Democrats of the 60s and 70s hated. The parties have flipped, and I think there's a lot of Democrats in California that haven't actually recognized that.
No, excellent point. And matter of fact, in front of that Carvel business, after we were off the air, a lot of Trump supporters came up to me, and they were very different supporters. And I did not expect them to be Trump supporters. And they said, we love President Trump. We love what he has done to this country, and we have to have him back. And I've always said this, it's easier for me to be a Trump supporter in the state of Texas because it's a conservative state. I can walk around with a Trump hat, Trump shirt. I'm not, to a certain extent, going to get heckled. But God bless the people of California that will walk down the street with a Trump flag, a Trump hat and T-shirt, knowing that they are literally in the belly of the beast of the left, and that they have to put up with so much scrutiny and sometimes even put their life, in some type of danger because the left is really, they are triggered by that type of political.
And I do think there is some element of California as being the antagonist a little bit.
A little bit.
Which I think aids to Trump supporters in California being willing to voice their opinion. I mean, even Hollywood, there's a bit of the culture of doing what's not popular, like making the unpopular popular. Right. This type of transformative culture, and I think we're seeing that play out in California. The people out there are, and I know my family are California refugees. They
Did you say refugees?
They're California refugees. Yes.
That's great.
But actually, interesting story, I will say. So my family fled California to Tennessee. They're now in Tennessee and Arizona, but they weren't fleeing Arizona. They were joining the grandkids. But anyway, my sister was telling me that she spoke with someone in Tennessee who said, why did you leave California? Was it the politics? And she said, yeah, it kind of was. And they said they were immigrants. Their family immigrated from Mexico into California. These are friends from California, into California. And they said, oh, that's what my parents did from Mexico to the United States because they wanted to have a better life for their kids and more opportunity. And the same thing is happening internally in the United States now.
Incredible.
So immigrants of a generation or two ago are now we're seeing that happen internal to the United States, which I just thought that was an interesting comment.
That is interesting, and I will say the people that are in California keep fighting. Keep encouraging people to show up and vote because that's the only way that we're going to make a difference there.
Yeah, and I think folks in California, they're waking up to what's going on, not just the bad parts of California. I think they're just feeling the hurt. They can't afford to live there. They can't pay their bills. They can't live the type of life that they've wanted to live, and so they instinctively know that they need to flee. I'm not necessarily convinced they understand how bad the leftist policies are other than through experiencing it, but then they see what Donald Trump is talking about and what Donald Trump is doing and what his policies have done in the past, and they say, I want that. And one of my favorite interview that we did today, we were just talking about it off air, was when I was out front, interviewed someone. There were a couple ladies that I call California refugees. They had fled to Iowa from California, and they were talking about how bad California was and how Iowa is so much better. And I said, well, what do you think? Gavin Newsom is, there's this talk that he might be taking over for Joe Biden as far as the race goes. What do you think about Gavin Newsom and Donald Trump going head to head? And they said, who's Gavin Newsom?
That's great.
So,
I had no idea.
Yeah. So they just know California's bad. They didn't necessarily know why it's bad or who's causing a lot of the problems.
Now they know now.
Now they know.
Yeah. All right. I think we have Matthew Alvarez who is standing by. Let's step aside and swing it over to Matthew Alvarez. Go ahead.
Brian and Christina, thank you so much. On the floor here at the Bridgeview Center in Iowa, southeast Iowa. Great people here right now live, waiting for President Trump to speak at 2:30 Central Time. And I thought we might want to mix it up just a little bit and ask a few people, being today Sunday, right? Of course, church in the morning, and then NFL being played right now. I'm just wondering what favorite teams are out here. I'm getting to a point, so follow me on this one. All right, so you are a fan of which team?
The Seattle Seahawks.
All right, the Seahawks. What's your favorite team?
National Seahawks.
Okay, two Seahawks fans right here in Iowa. Here's my question, though. The Seahawks are most likely playing today, but why are you here for President Trump instead of watching? Well, before you get to that answer, let's listen to this live moment right now in Iowa. Let's take a live look. Look at all the people here to the right. James. James, do you see? Okay. Yeah, I mean, pretty cool stuff. But why are you here instead of watching the Seahawks game?
Well, I'm a nurse, and I believe in I'm a nurse, and I believe in Donald Trump, and I believe that he is the person that can change our country for better and bring about the things we really need. So, and plus, I don't really watch football. I'm probably going to lose my Iowa residency, but.
But I mean, football's great. The UFC's fun. You know, hockey's great. Basketball, all the sports out there. But it's a different time, isn't it?
A vastly different time. Very, very different. And I think we're really lucky to even be able to have something like this. And we live in a little town. And I just learned about this like 2 days ago and dropped everything to be here. So wait, I've been here since 8 o'clock.
Why did you drop everything?
It's that important. It is that important. This is probably one of the most, if not the most important time to be alive right now. And it's a once in a lifetime opportunity, I know for me. So that's why I'm here.
And finally, what's your message to the people that are watching right now that are discouraged with the way that things are in the country?
Get off social media. Stop watching the news. Like, go out and talk to people and find out things for yourself. Stop being influenced by such negativity. When I first moved here, I had social media, and I actually didn't like Trump. And I got off social media and started talking to people, farmers, just regular people. And I learned a lot, and here I am. So my message is, look around you, what's really going on. That's it.
This is a very interesting point she just made that I want to touch on real quick. You left the lamestream media. You left all that junk aside, and then what happened to you?
I woke up. I stopped hating something that I didn't understand, and I actually saw what changes were being made in real time and in real life. Like, social media will tell you the dumbest things, and I haven't gotten back on social media, and I never will. Like, it's ridiculous and it's toxic. This is real life. Where I work in a hospital, that's real life, and I'm proud to be here. I'm proud to be an American, and I'm proud to support Donald Trump.
I agree with you 99.9%. Do you wonder what little percentage I don't agree with you?
Probably the Seahawks.
That's a very good call. I'm actually a 49er fan. I have family in California. But point is, Truth Social, right? Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are all about everything you just said there. Oh. So there is social. So that's the thing. Have you heard of Truth Social? Have you heard of Right Side Broadcasting?
No, I don't even own a TV.
But you own a phone, though.
I do, but I just try not to stay on it.
No, and I hear you loud and clear. And I get like
I'll check it out. Yeah, Truth Social.
Yeah, Truth Social.
Yeah.
And that's President Trump and Devin Nunes, former congressman that started that. And it's a great site for it's a community of people that are all on the same page. There's some, naysayers on there, but also Right Side Broadcasting Network, and there's a few other conservative outlets out there. So
absolutely, I'll look into it. Thank you.
I think it's really awesome that you went from being like, hey, left-wing media, you got out of that and didn't believe those lies anymore.
I didn't. I mean, it was like breaking up friendships. It was causing problems, and I have been so much happier and freed from it, and I'll never go back.
Hey, man, what's your name?
My name's Emma Jean Owings.
Emma Jean, nice to meet you. Where are you from?
Well, I grew up in Oregon, and I lived in Montana, but I'm from here. Awesome. I'm from Ottumwa.
Welcome back. Is it your first time seeing President Trump?
It is. I'm excited.
I know you are.
Thank you.
Dude, how awesome was that? I can't get over that interview right there because she was somebody that was on watching the left wing, the social media, and then, got some country music, love this stuff. Then she gets detoxed. She goes to the right. She didn't know about Truth Social. She didn't know about Right Side Broadcasting Network. But a lot of the patriots here do. And the more this grows, that's the more we have community in this entire country and around the world. Let's take a live look once again real quick and go over to Brian Glenn and Christina Bob.
USA! 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 Come on! USA!
here, and this is what I want to talk to you about. So continue to support Mike Lindell. Go to the website mypillow.com and put that promo code RSBN there. You'll get up to, get this, it was 66%. We've increased that. You'll save up to 80% off. 80% off. Why not shop for Christmas right now? Why not do it a little bit early? You know, we do Christmas in October. We can do that. Go check it out. mypillow.com, promo code RSBN, special discounts up to 80% off your entire order. mypillow.com. All right, as we make our way back, we had a little bit of a pre-program, and of course Matthew Alvarez is out talking. Great interviews, by the way. I mean, you talk about people here are engaged in the local politics.
They are.
And you know what? It's kind of interesting because this is a state that gets so many people stopping by. You would think that the enthusiasm would drop a little bit, but it doesn't. These people, they remain fired up.
They're really excited about it, and I thought it was interesting what the GOP chairman said. He said, let's make this the biggest caucus turnout in Iowa history, which it might be. I think there's enough people fired up about Donald Trump and all of the attacks coming against him and everything the left and the political establishment is trying to do to Donald Trump, that this might be a historic Iowa caucus.
Yeah, and I love the fact that, you know, that it doesn't matter almost in a way. Like, he already has the policies to solve the problems. Like, I'd love to hear all these new ideas that people are putting out there. And you're like, wait a minute, we already had policies in place that took care of all the problems that we have today.
Right.
So, you know.
I've got a great new idea.
Okay.
People trying to seek asylum in the United States, they should have to remain in Mexico before
It's a great idea.
they come in.
I have an idea. Let's just build the wall and let's fill in these gaps that people are coming through. That's just a novel idea. I don't know. Maybe it'll work. I don't know.
I have an idea. Let's put tariffs on China and
Okay.
goods made with slave labor.
Hey, I have an idea. Let's put America first in everything we do. I mean, every single thing we do, we put America first. And then if there's anything concerns, we'll deal with that after. We put Americans first. You have any more ideas?
I've got a lot of really good ideas. They just happen to all be Donald Trump's.
Yeah, right. Well, they're great ideas, and that's what I think the American people see. It's clear. It's very transparent. It's crystal clear which policies are working on. I don't know how Joe Biden. What does Joe Biden run on? You can't run on policies. You can't run on what he's done because it's not good. I don't care what you look at it. It's not. I mean, just even from a non-political standpoint, you can't run on the economy. You can't run on affordability. You can't run on foreign policy. You can't run on the border. You can't run on law and order. You can't run on any of that stuff. You can't run that you didn't engage us in another foreign war. You can't run on any of that. So how do you beat Donald Trump? You beat him in the courtroom, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. You're an attorney for President Trump. You know exactly what he's going through, and he is fighting it probably like no one else could ever fight.
Well, that's what they've done. They have moved the political campaign, the presidential campaign, into the courtroom because they can't beat him on the campaign trail and they can't beat him with voters. And so they're trying to beat him by weaponizing our judicial system against their political opponent. And they're also using their media allies to try to twist the story and twist the narrative to confuse people into thinking that Donald Trump actually did something wrong or that he's a criminal. However, I really, truly believe, despite the fact that, for example, the case in Washington, D.C., the January 6th case that's in D.C. with a liberal judge, there will be a liberal jury. I know a lot of people have voiced concerns about that. I don't think they can prove their case even in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
What they have to prove is so outrageous. And people worry about, the jury's just going to do whatever the jury wants to do. I don't think they can get there. I really don't. I mean, on all four counts, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump believed he lost the election and that he lied about all of the election fraud and all of the election rigging in an effort to deceive the public. Now, a lot of people may agree or disagree about what happened in the 2020 election. However, I don't know many people who think that Donald Trump believes he lost that election. Donald Trump knows he won that election. He believed it on election night, and he has believed it every single day. Now, you can say, they're going to just say it. You can't just say it. In court, you actually have to put some sort of evidence on the record in order to be able to argue, oh, he thinks he lost. I don't think they have a single piece of evidence to support their claim.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And, when you look at what happened in states like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, where you had all of these sudden, emergencies come up in the middle of the night. They stopped voting ballots, and I don't know, at about 2:28 a.m. Approximately, everything just seemed to come in. 100% of the votes, which statistically is impossible, proven by MIT professors, that you cannot have that many consecutive votes for one candidate. They knew exactly what they were doing. I was in Pennsylvania days before the election, and all of a sudden you had until like November 11th to get your ballot in. I thought to myself, how freaking ridiculous is that? The election is on this day. Why would you give a week later? That's the postmark that you got to have your ballot in. They knew exactly what they were doing. You know this more than anybody. They broke the law. They broke the law, and that's why a judge won't touch this with a 10-foot pole, because it's corrupt as corrupt gets. President Trump won those states. Clear.
They did break the law, and the part that was so frustrating for me, I was an investigative reporter at the time as well, and investigated all this, spent months, similarly to you, spent months on the ground in all of these states, talking to all the elected leaders and figuring out what happened. The problem was Republicans. Yes, Democrats cheated, but Republicans covered it up. Republicans are responsible for not holding the Democrats accountable and not correcting the very obvious criminal behavior, the very obvious illegal procedures implemented in the 2020 election at the time. I place the blame squarely on the shoulders of the Republicans in office, both at the federal, state, local, more importantly, the local level. I wrote all about it in my book, Stealing Your Vote, the inside story.
You've got a fantastic, it was so bad, and we covered the election so extensively, you wrote a book about it, which is crazy.
And it's funny because I didn't really mean to write a book about it. I was just documenting all of my notes and all of the conversations I was having with these people all over these different states. And I like to joke I accidentally wrote a book. But if you want to see all the communications, please check it out. Stealing Your Vote, the inside story of the 2020 election, what it means for 2024. You can get it on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, wherever books are sold. But you'll get frustrated, but it ends well. It ends well. So
I love that. Let's step aside, show the crowd. That's what we are known for. Thank you so much. We'll show the crowd here. And it's a packed house. There's no doubt about it. I mean, there's people earlier, I was like, there's no way that they're going to get in. And, of course, some of those people are in. Right? Let's talk about this Trump tumbler. Hey, I don't know about you, but I love to collect anything that has President Trump's logo, Make America Great Again, all of that stuff. And we've got a great partner, the website TrumpTumbler.com, TrumpTumbler.com. This makes a great gift, Christmas, holidays. Perhaps you drive a lot. You met some truckers earlier, plus you maybe it might be a good idea to go ahead and buy one of those tumblers for that person that's always on the road for that. Now, we've got a very special limited edition collectible tumblers just for today, so you want to make sure you jump all over this. But add this to your collection. Why not? And they're going to run out. We're going to probably sell out of these tumblers today. But go to TrumpTumbler.com. That's TrumpTumbler.com. We've got about 250. They're only $10. All you do is pay a small shipping and handling fee. Trump Tumbler. We love them. If I was, I don't get to drive that much. I fly across the country. I used to drive.
You fly a lot.
When I lived in Dallas and I was driving back and forth from the station, it would take me about maybe like 2.5 hours a day commute to go back and forth.
Oh, geez.
I'm glad I don't do that now.
Yeah.
I'd rather sit on a plane for 7 hours.
I was saying, now you just commute hours and hours at a time.
Yeah, now I have carpal tunnel syndrome and stiff back and hips hurt and everything else. I wouldn't trade it for the world because I really feel like, Christina, you and I, it's a mission to save this country, without a doubt.
Sure.
I mean, literally a mission to save this country.
Yeah, no, I think you're completely right. It's a mission, but it's an honor and a blessing as well. I love, as much as the travel gets old and, being on the road all the time and being away from home, it really is, I think, such a blessing to be in places like this and getting to see the people here, the local people in Iowa. I mean, when President Trump is talking about what's important to Iowans, we actually get to interact with them. And, he comes and he speaks and he'll interact with some and he's got his appointments backstage. But then you and I get to go out in front and just talk to the people and see, what matters to you here. So the travel gets old, but I feel like it's really a blessing.
It's unreal because I really kind of feel like, I've had people tell me this. They go, Brian, there's no one who knows the pulse of America than me, right side, and you, because we talk to them, right? We talk to the base, and there's a lot of people in Congress right now and in Senate and heck, even in the White House that are so disconnected from what the American people go through that they don't know how to relate to them and they don't know what they want.
Yeah.
I'm very blessed to be able to do what I'm doing. We're all blessed. I think we're really making a difference in this world. And, you know, we've sacrificed a lot of, we both have sacrificed a lot in our lives to be able to do this, because this is not easy.
No.
It takes a toll on you physically. It takes a toll on your family, your friends, you know, being involved in birthday parties and holidays. And I'm not trying to, play you a kind of sad song here, but I'm telling you right now, this is what it means to me so much to do this. And that's why I do it. It's because I want to save this country, and I'm willing to do anything for it.
No, I think that's completely right. And I do think that the viewers can relate to being at a family function or, being out with extended friends and family and people who might not necessarily agree with your political views, but know where you stand.
Oh, yeah.
Because you've put it on television.
Yeah, all right. Let's go ahead and toss it over to Matthew Alvarez, who's somewhere in this massive crowd. Matthew, where are you?
Iowa right now, waiting on President Trump. 2:30 Central Time. He will be arriving here in front of all of these great supporters that are MAGA supporters, that are people that love their country, love freedom. And they're being a little shy right now, guys. You want to stand up and do your thing. These guys said they were going to stand up as soon as I started talking. So that's what's going on here in this great town, this small town here in southeast Iowa. We're going to talk to some folks here in a second. Anybody have, I want to get back to that NFL thing real quick, because, a lot of attachment is to NFL football on Sundays in America, right? This place is packed, and they're not watching. I don't see anybody on their phones right now watching. I see a couple guys over here, they're texting, but they're not watching the NFL games. I get it in the sense of I love football as well, but this just shows how serious the situation is in our country, that they would show up here in support of this nation, priority number one. Now, let me take that back and talk about the community of faith. Of course, we have Christians and Jews in this nation and other religions, but my point is, faith is the most important in my book. My faith's in Jesus, but also the fact that sports is always a big thing. I mean, let's be real. College football on Saturdays, especially in the South, I know that's a real deal. I'd love to get to a game down there. But today's the big NFL day, and here they all are. I mean, look at this crowd again, once again. I don't know if we're going to be able to pan shot. We do have two people on the camera right now. So it's just great to see this amount of people here. So let's get right to some fans here, some friends. How you doing, guys? Where are you guys from?
Fairfield, Iowa.
Fairfield? Do you guys love football? I'm sorry?
Oh, yeah.
What do you love?
Hawks.
What would you rather watch President Trump or go to an Iowa Hawkeye game?
I would go Trump, baby. Even though the Hawkeyes are good, I would rather have him in there.
And there you go. So even though the Hawkeyes are good, he said he'd rather have them in there, have him in there. Because we want to continue to have freedom in this nation. That's why we're all here. That's why I left the mainstream media, because they were lying on the left, the narrative, always trying to sway public opinion to doing what? Control and power, taking away our freedoms. They act like we don't know what's going on now. We know what's going on. They're going a little bit at a time, eroding away at our great Constitution, at the Bible, and at freedom. That's what this country's about. So obviously this is why President Trump is running again, and I believe will be the 47th president of our great United States of America. I'm going to walk around a little bit, ask a couple more people some questions, and then toss it back soon. We're going to actually toss it back right now, and we'll be back down here on the floor in a little bit. Let's send it to Brian and Christina, who's live on the Media Riser. Guys?
All right, guys. Thank you, Matthew. Good stuff there. Fired up crowd. My goodness.
Yeah, that was great.
It's a Sunday here in Iowa. Come on, people.
And those kids have been fired up all day. They were fired up out front when we saw them.
I do remember. They're fired up. We were talking about happiness and what is the basis of happiness. And it seems like conservatives, for the most part, are involved in their faith, right? So they put a center on God and their an inner happiness. And I think they are always more optimistic about things.
Yeah.
And I look at many people on the left who most of the time fight any type of existence of faith. Why are Democrats and the liberals so depressed and tired and angry all the time? What do you think that is?
I think it's because they've really built a culture to praise victimhood. They love being the victim, and they love trying to pretend that they're saving a victim. So in order to do that, you have to be a victim. And so it's woe is me, everything is bad, everything's attacking me. And they just really when you're saving a victim, it's this mentality of you're bad, I have to protect me or somebody else against you, against your ideas are bad, your ideas are bad. So it's very divisive. Whereas I think conservatives really truly do try to build people up, not in a cop-out kind of way, or not in a way that you disregard someone who may be the victim of something, but just how do we move forward? How do we progress? Which is funny because I was mentioning how the parties have flipped, but how do you move forward out of something bad and make it good? Like, if you look at what's happening in our country today, it's really bad.
It's really bad.
But yet you have all these people here, and we heard the chants while you were talking. They're saying we're going to make something good out of this, and I just think it's a difference of not having that victim mentality.
Well, can I say this? That I believe that conservative and Republican people are better looking people. They're happy. They're joyous. They exercise. They get outside. They enjoy the outdoors. They're proud of themselves. They embrace their inner beauty and outer beauty. I mean, let's just look. I got to say this, and I know someone's going to probably troll me on this, but liberal women tend to be some of the ugliest women I've ever seen, and I'm serious. I mean, zero makeup.
Well,
they take no pride in their. Well, they want to be men. They take no pride in their dress, their attire, their makeup, their haircut. Half of them look like men. Hairy armpits, hairy legs. Come on, that is not embracing what it means to be a woman. So they have demonized what it means to be a woman. They don't dress like you. They dress like they're homeless.
They dress like you.
They dress like me, actually. No, that'd be an upgrade to dress like me for them.
True,
that would be an upgrade.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, I'm in all fairness, I mean, seriously, it's because they're unhappy. That's what's making them so ugly. They're so unhappy with themselves.
And I think this whole push for women to take on a masculine role, it's not. I mean, it's not the way we as women are designed to work. And I think, women, one great thing about being a woman is getting to enjoy beauty and making yourself as beautiful as you can or want to be, and really kind of shining that way. It's the nice part about being a woman. Yet somehow liberals want to demonize that and want to shame women.
Can I give you a case in point?
Yes, please do.
Vice President Kamala Harris. Go back and look at the previous pictures of her before she's in the Biden White House, and then look at pictures now.
Really?
They've toned her outfits down. She no longer uses a lot of jewelry, earrings, necklaces. The makeup is a lot less. The colors of clothes.
I have noticed she wears very drab colors.
It's gray, brown, black. Their pantsuits, which I have nothing against pantsuits, but why can't you embrace your inner beauty? I've seen before she got in, it was vice president. I think she's a very attractive woman. I really do, and I think the Democrats have watered her down so much because they don't want her to appear like she's this beautiful vice president. She wants to be able to relate to this very small niche in the base, which is the whole trans community, the whole gender bending community. And I think that's what they're trying to do.
That is really weird.
I mean, think about it.
Kamala
Harris is a beautiful woman.
She is, yeah.
And when she was in California before vice president, she's a beautiful woman. But all of a sudden, it seems like their agenda has gotten a hold of her, and they've watered her. She's no longer like the woman she was before. I just challenge you to pull up pictures of her.
I'm
telling you, pull up pictures.
Okay.
And I'm not hating on her. I mean, I'm loving on her, actually. I want to say, go back to the pre-vice president, and you'll see what I'm saying.
So, interesting point. I think Kamala Harris is in a position she's not qualified for and she's not equipped to handle. And I think she internally knows that and recognizes that, which is why we see all these gaffes and why we see her, quite frankly, looking like she's high a lot, because the way she answers questions and the way she handles herself.
Well, she laughs a lot.
She laughs
But
a
you know
lot.
what? The laughter is almost a defensive mechanism to deflect the seriousness of the issue.
That's what I mean, because I don't think she's capable of
Okay.
carrying what she's trying to carry. And I don't know how we got here.
Well, no, you are onto something as far as I'm not saying. You want to tie it into the election.
Right.
The Democrats know for a fact that she cannot be the lead on that because she didn't remotely even get 2% when she ran for president by herself.
Right.
So,
and it's gotten worse.
yeah, and please trust me on the haters. I'm not sitting there ragging on Kamala Harris. I respect her position as who she is. I just think that she needs to put on some makeup, put on some jewelry, and embrace her inner beauty and outer beauty.
I think that's true. And I think that movement that you're talking about and why conservative women tend to be, in my opinion as well, more attractive.
Well, just turn on the news. Turn on a conservative news outlet, and then turn on the other, and you'll see what it's right there. The proof is in the pudding. Go ahead.
Real fast, I just want to say the bitch. I think the same is also true for men, though. And you see this thing on the left where all these girls are saying, "I want a man who looks conservative, but he shares my viewpoints." It's like,
but he says he's a he him.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen those videos online and stuff where they're like, "Why is it that all the men I'm attracted to are conservative?" And it's because you're attracted to men.
Right.
You're attracted to alpha men, and those alpha men tend to be conservative because they're allowed to be alpha men.
I am as alpha as it gets. Let's step aside. Let's talk about our friends over. Hey, if you've got some tax problems, you owe money. I don't care if it's $10 or $10 million. Go see our friends. And they can, you got a deadline coming up here. You have an October 15th deadline, tax deadline. Get involved with that. The attorneys of the Tax Network USA are the absolute lifesavers for many people right now. And I'm telling you right now, no, I'm not judging anybody, but if you hadn't filed your taxes in 1, 5, 10 years, whatever, they're equipped to secure the best settlement for you. Go to taxnetworkusa.com/RSBN. That is taxnetworkusa.com/RSBN. They can help you out, and there's no shame in that. Don't let another October 15th go by without taking care of your past tax issues. Like I said, no judging there. It's just the way it is. $10 million or $10. Well, if you owe $10, go pay your $10. But if you owe $10 million, you might want to have some tax help. If you owe $10, for the love of God, pay your $10.
Right.
If I got a tax bill of $10, I'm paying it immediately because that's something you can do. But anyway, go check out our friends. Check it out as we make our way into the top of the hour here in beautiful day here in Iowa. Now, we're inside. Now, outside it's about 81 degrees and sunny. Yeah. Maybe a little warmer than that,
I think it's warmer than that now.
Okay, maybe it is a little bit warmer than that. But what a beautiful day here. Matthew Alvarez, I'll bring in Matthew for a little bit. Get his feedback. Well, we'll put him in the middle. I'll put him right here. I'm going to say right here. We wanted to get you on here to talk a little about, man, you had some great interviews with some of these people. Iowa is 100% engaged.
They are.
In what's going on.
I mean, and then the president being here, I mean, people realizing, hey, we're not some state out in the Midwest. This is a great state here. People that are farmers, people that love this country. And that one interview down there, Brian, she was talking about how she used to be watching left-wing media and social media, right? And she wasn't for Trump at that time. She said once she got away from that, she started realizing that the real truth was out here with the people. And she now is a Trump supporter. Isn't that interesting, the brainwashing that could be done from the left wing?
I always say if they would just mute the TV and just listen, give us an hour. And actually, you know what? If you just watch one of these speeches, just one speech. Yeah. One speech. He's going to take care and talk about all the problems we have in our society with one speech. That's it. I could probably verbatim give you the speech that he's going to say tonight. That one speech will change your life if you have an open mind to hearing it.
You got to have an open mind.
And a lot of people are so turned off on Republicans. Matter of fact, I was listening to a Los Angeles radio show the other morning, and they were talking about things that would turn somebody off on a date if they found something out.
Right.
And there was all kinds of best stuff that, they didn't like dogs, didn't like cats or whatever. One of them was, if you find out that they're one of these crazy MAGA Republicans, these crazy extremists, and I wanted to call in and go, wait a minute. Like, if you look at statistics, a lot of women are unhappy because they can't find a man that is a gentleman that respects them, loves this country, has good morals, and that's going to treat them right.
Yeah.
Instead, they are attracted to people that don't necessarily want to pay for a date, doesn't want to open the door for a woman.
Right.
I mean, our culture's twisted up, but if they would just give this president 1 hour, they would learn all.
Yeah, so true. And then if they would turn off what they're hearing from the left, it's repeat. It's that narrative and that public opinion. And it's like, oh, the so-called cool kids are doing it. But guess what? Not anymore. You're seeing so many people making that shift now.
Yeah.
And I do want to encourage some people out there who are talking about dating and that kind of thing. Man, praying to God. I prayed to God to meet my wife, man. And then I also met her, right? And it worked out, and it came together.
And you actually came to a right side broadcast, so we are responsible for bringing you guys together. I'm just taking full credit on that. I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, right side. Thank you, God.
There you go. No, that's a great point. And there's power through prayer.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who need to tap into that. We were just talking about that before you came up, about the inner happiness on people, and that it starts with a relationship with God.
Right.
And that's why so many people are broken and despair, and that's why a lot of times that we have a lot of hope in this world. And we have look, Donald Trump's not going to save the world. Okay, we know he's not the savior of us, right? But he can save this country, politically speaking.
Yes.
You need to reach into a higher God for everything else. We're not certainly saying that he can do that, but he is the best. His policies, they said it earlier, there is no America First Trump agenda, an America First agenda without President Trump behind it. You're going to get another candidate that claims that's their policy. It's not.
Right. Even though he's not technically the president, I still say he's the leader of the free world, right?
If President Obama walked in here, I would say President Obama is here. President Carter, President Bush. I know them both.
Right.
I refer to them as respect the office. So I say President Trump in respect that I would say President Obama.
But the left-wing media goes President Trump. And
the journalism school I went to, that's what we were taught to do. I don't know this garbage they're teaching these kids now, but that's how I would address it. And that's due to respect.
Speaking of media and spiritual things, Tucker Carlson said, quote, "It's a spiritual battle. We know what's going on underneath all this." And we talk about this a lot, but again, it's the narrative. Keep it bringing things up. It's part of our freedom of speech, for people to understand in their mind, their heart, really what's going on.
I tell you what's really concerning is this involvement in Ukraine. I know that the British forces are prepping to technically make an entry into Ukraine there. And I said this from day one. This is what Biden is setting up. We are setting up a World War III.
Right.
It's a proxy war with Russia through Ukraine. They're going to get, not only is our money going, $24.1 billion for the first quarter in Ukraine, which should completely blow your mind as far as helping out Americans who are struggling, but we're going to have artillery, tanks, weaponry, and get this, American troops will be on the ground next year in Ukraine. That is going to happen. I don't care what they say, it's going to happen. Matter of fact, Zelensky even said it. Matter of fact, that rhino Lindsey Graham was someone needs to vote his ass out of office. He said it too.
You got the whole state of South Carolina standing on your...
Well, let me tell you, we do, because let me tell you something. They're what's wrong with this party. Pushing war. John Cornyn, senator out of Texas, vote him out of office. All these people that are completely disconnected to what America wants, they need to find another job. I'm telling you right now, they are not on the side of the American people.
Brian, we're in Iowa, down in South Carolina. I can hear the cheers coming. Seriously, right?
They should. They should.
What you just said about Lindsey
Graham. They should. There was a reason why Lindsey Graham wasn't at the last rally in South Carolina. You know where he was at? Ukraine. He was in Ukraine. About training. Wake up.
Yeah.
It's time to wake up, because we are going to get in a situation where we're going to see shots fired and American troops on the ground, and it's going to be too late. We're going to get involved in a war that's going to be hard to get out of. So how do you get out of it? You get out of it right now. Stop sending money to Ukraine, and let's get push for peace. Why doesn't Democrats push for peace? Why isn't peace ever an option now?
Yeah.
Why?
Exactly. And President Trump's all about peace through strength, right? And, blessed are the peacemakers, that kind of thing. Isn't it interesting that only a small amount of people have all this power, and it's supposed to be we the people that have the power? Isn't that interesting?
Yeah,
only a few. That's it.
Yeah. Let's step aside, show the crowd here as we are live here in Iowa.
And we want to thank one of our great sponsors, of course, Birch Gold, always with us, because they're doing things to help combat in the sense of against the devaluing of the U.S. dollar. So Vladimir Putin, he actually called the U.S. dollar's drop in dominance objective and irreversible during the recent BRICS summit. That was in South Africa. This is as Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa formally agreed to use local currencies instead of the U.S. dollar. Let me repeat that. These huge countries, Russia, Brazil, India, China, and South Africa, formally agreed to use local currencies instead of the U.S. dollar. As demand for the dollar weakens, the buying power of the dollar weakens as well. So that's why Birch Gold Group is busier than ever. Investors and savers are looking to harness the power of physical gold. They're held in tax-sheltered IRAs. Text Trump to 989898 for your free info kit on gold. And with thousands of happy customers, an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and countless 5-star reviews, you can count on Birch Gold to help you navigate transitioning an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. As the U.S. dollar continues to receive pressure from foreign countries, digital currency, and central banks, arm yourself with information on how to protect your savings. All you got to do is this: text Trump to 989898 to claim your free info kit now. It is standing room only here in Iowa right now, on both sides of the camera and also in the foreground with all the people. Standing room only, but you know, I was going to post on Truth Social, standing room only in parentheses again. This is something we see in Iowa all the time, and anywhere in the country, it's standing room only, because these people are they're flooding in here and not even watching football today. Maybe they have it on the side on a TV or something, but you guys are tuned in here because you realize, hey, this is a tough time in our country, and we all want to be on the same team to continue to have the freedom to play football and do other things. It's not like that'll all go away, but we're hoping to keep it as is in the sense of what it was of the United States of America.
Yeah, I mean, we're at a crucial time in our history. The globalists want to fundamentally change the nation that you and I grew up in, and they've got some pretty radical ideas about how to deprive us of our freedoms. And the fact that this whole room is standing room only, I think echoes the fact that we're still several months away from the caucus, which is a few months away from the caucus, January 15th, and there's still thousands of people that have showed up here in order to be a part of this. I think it just demonstrates not just Donald Trump's popularity, but the concern that the American people have for what's happening in our nation right now.
Right. Every state we go to, it's very similar to what we see here. Whether it's a huge rally, a mini rally, an event, a caucus event that we're having here in Iowa.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking earlier in the broadcast about 1,700 precincts around the state that will meet on January 15th. I saw something from Jack Posobiec the other day. He just said, hey, 100 days out until around 100 days out to these caucuses.
Yeah.
Time's flying right now.
Yeah, and it's only going to get faster. But we're about 20 minutes out right now from President Trump speaking, assuming he's on time. I don't have any reason to believe he's not on time right now, but we are checking to see about the schedule. But I expect him to come out in about 20 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
To give his speech.
And always good. I mean, there are a number of people we spoke to out there and inside that have not seen the president.
Yeah.
You know, and some of these people literally are drawn to tears. It's not about being so emotional, but they do have a heartfelt love and attachment for this country, and then for someone that is standing up for the country.
Yeah.
So we're not, this isn't some false fake news narrative. We see it on live TV. That's what's awesome about Right Side. It's like, you remember, in local media and other media outlets, they say, hey, we're going to do live wall-to-wall coverage on an event. But they weren't really live wall-to-wall. There's these big, long commercials, longer than these commercials we do here, not that, it's 30 seconds, 40 seconds. But my point is, this is live wall-to-wall for hours.
Yeah.
So there's nothing, we don't stop what the people are saying, unless it's something that's not right, of course, any kind of rhetoric that's not good. But that's pretty awesome to see that we've got this kind of live coverage here at Right Side.
Yeah, I don't know of another place that does it, where you can go and see the type of coverage that you get here at Right Side, which is start to finish, before start. We start before the event starts.
Yeah.
And cover it all the way through the end. But I think that you were talking about the folks here just being really excited. Many have never seen Donald Trump before. And it's really fun to see people who have so much respect and love for this country be moved by seeing Donald Trump. And they're moved by seeing Donald Trump in a way that they're not moved by seeing Joe Biden or Barack Obama. And I think that is because Donald Trump is who he is. He really sees the American people, and he will stop and talk to you and say, you and I were listening to a woman in line saying, tell me about your dad, what's going on with him. And he really wants to hear about what's going on in their lives.
Right.
And I think that's unique among not just presidents, but most politicians today.
His heart is the real deal. Isn't it something that he's this, very masculine alpha male leader of the free world, and he still is able to have a heart. He still likes music that isn't like, heavy metal rock. Like, he still can like Phantom of the Opera. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Elton John. He's a good dude.
He likes the classics.
He does like the classics.
He likes the classics.
So it's always good. And we'll be hearing some of those songs coming up here as we do at every event. But it's really awesome to see not only President Trump, but anyone that's following the America First, MAGA, loving the country, loving the Constitution.
Yeah.
Whether you're someone that's in political office or whether you are working in any industry, we're all in this thing together.
Right. And so just to remind everybody, the Iowa caucus is actually January 15th. It's the Republican caucus at 7 p.m. And a caucus is different than a primary. I know we talked about this, but for those who maybe just tuned in, a caucus is different from a primary. And a primary is basically just like you voting. You just go and you vote, and that's it. But a caucus is run by the county GOPs, by the actual parties. And the counties will pick the location. You have to be over the age of 18 before November 5th, before or on November 5th of this year. Fun fact, I turned 18 the first time I voted was on my 18th birthday in November a few years ago. But so anyway, so I was one of the ones that's either before or on. I was on election day.
That's awesome.
But so what they do is they get together and at their county locations. It could be at someone's home, it could be at a library or a church or some other office, and they get together and they discuss who do we want to nominate to be the Republican candidate? Who do we want to come out of Iowa? And they have people either assigned or they assign themselves to advocate for the different candidates, and they all get up and they talk about it and they discourse and they go back and forth, and then they vote. And the vote is the vote. And so that's why you see a lot of folks here saying, hey, we need as many people advocating for Donald Trump at these caucuses around the state on January 15th. So that's what this is all about today.
Exactly, and you could be a Trump caucus captain as well by going to ia.donaldjtrump.com to sign up if you live in the state of Iowa, which yesterday was quite the trip from Des Moines down here, but it was an hour and a half from Des Moines. Nice town, a great town here. Had some pretty good food last night too, so we were looking for...
Yeah, we were debating about the food, but we got it. We were good. We survived.
Definitely. So let's take a live look right now here at the audience, the great patriots of this country, as they await Donald J. Trump to arrive here. 2:30 will be the speech time, so we're about 16 minutes out. If it's not read at 2:30, it'll be soon thereafter. So this is a really good time to send the RSBN, Rumble, any kind of link that you're watching this on, to send to as many friends and family as possible, and just say, hey, I know you really like the Seahawks or the 49ers or the Giants or the Jets or the Chiefs or whatever, but go ahead and watch this too. Those of you that are already watching, that's a pretty awesome choice you made. I know I would be watching on my iPhone. I would go to RSBN or the Rumble app and watch the coverage, because the entertainment factor alone is awesome. But we know that more importantly than entertainment right now, it's the seriousness of our country. And it's just interesting, Brian. I mean, NFL Sunday, and we've got a packed house here.
You know what? I don't care about the NFL right now because my team sucks. That's why I don't like that. That's why I don't. No, well, someone who grew up in the state of Texas, I would say, even though I live in the Dallas area, I'm not a Cowboys fan. I do follow them. But my Houston Texans are horrible.
Oh, okay.
My Houston Texans have not been good for a while. We had some crappy quarterbacks. We had some great receivers. We traded them all away. We had a coach that stayed there way too long. I mean, I can go on and on and on. But no, it doesn't surprise me that we have a lot of people here on a Sunday. It doesn't matter what day of the week. President Trump is the fan favorite, not only here in Iowa, but in this country.
I can't believe that. I mean, that speech in L.A., in Anaheim the other night, whew, That was a good one.
Yeah, that was a great speech. You know, the speech was almost like an after-hours cocktail speech because it was sprinkled in some humor. Yeah. And like he mimicked Joe Biden, you know, trying to find his way off the stage.
That's so good.
I talked about stuff. No, it was a very different speech, and we've seen him speak for hundreds of times. It had more humor in it, but it also addressed the problems of California.
Right.
Everything from the water shortage, which is, come to find out, there's not a huge shortage of water. They just chose to dump it in the Pacific Ocean.
Right.
To the homeless problem, to crime, to really the economy, a lot about the economy. So it was a great speech. I do want to remind everybody, though, for a second, if you missed any of that speech from California, when this is over, Matthew and Christina will hold down the fort for about 15 minutes, and then they're going to toss to some experts from his speech in California, because then I'm going to jump in the motorcade when the president finishes his speech here, and we're gonna take a drive a little bit. We're gonna go somewhere.
I like how,
and I don't know where we're going, by the way. I have no idea.
That's a pretty good tease right there for you guys. But seriously, I mean, the fact that Brian gets this access to the motorcade, that's something like you think back in the day of a motorcade. You think there's no way we can have that kind of access, let alone go live in it, Brian.
Yeah, it's amazing that we can. Now, there's certain times we can't go live in the motorcade for security reasons, and we always adhere to those and follow those guidelines. But when we can, we do. And when we get to our destination, we pal out of it and we run our. You've seen us to the Iowa State Fair. We ran across the fairgrounds here.
That was great.
That was good stuff. So we want to continue to bring that type of coverage, or very organic as it develops, breaking news type stuff, to you, and in a way that no one else can give in this industry. And we are very thankful that we have that opportunity to do that. So just make sure you stay tuned after today's speech, because we're going to bring that to you roughly probably about 30 minutes after he wraps up is when we probably should have that.
So definitely stay tuned for that when Brian's in the motorcade and as President Trump goes to that undisclosed location. A few words run through my mind when you were talking about what Right Side Broadcasting Network does. Authentic and real, right? Like, this is such an authentic, raw, kind of grassroots kind of thing.
And I remember back in the day, we were mocked by a lot of people. A lot of people looked at what we were doing as being unprofessional. We had a lot of, maybe we didn't have the best equipment they had, but over time, you know, we had the support of the American people, without a doubt, and we had the viewers, and we still have the viewership. And so, hey, look, you know, 5, 6, 7 years later, look where we're at now.
Yeah.
And I'm very thankful. And you know what? It's about a vision, though, Matthew. And we've got good people that work for this company. Joe Seals, Bridget Seals. We got, you know, people that have done a tremendous job in basically building this company. And I just came at the right time, and have done everything I can to expand what we're doing, and to have different access on governor races, Senate races.
So much coverage, Brian.
So much coverage, and we will continue to do that, no doubt.
And you gave a shout out to the viewers, the people. You know, that you hear these sayings, it's viewers like you, but we actually mean that. This is we the people have funded this operation. We the people are the ones that did it first.
We absolutely do. And so when people come up to me and say, oh my goodness, thank you so much, we love Right Side, it is like I'm hearing it for the first time.
Yeah.
I do not take any of that for granted. I do not take the praise that people give us, because I know it's very special, and for someone to take time out of their day and thank us for covering the president or showing the truth, I just really appreciate their feedback. And so please know that all of your emails, all of your messages on social media, they may not get always responded to, because we get a bunch, but they all get read, and we do appreciate all the feedback.
And then go ahead and follow us on Truth Social, at RSBN, at Brian, at Matthew Alvarez, at Christina Bob, and at Vanessa Broussard and others. I mean, that's the way to stay in touch. Like, that's what's awesome about Truth Social.
Yeah, that's a great thing about Truth Social. I love Truth Social. I used to like X, not as much now. I will say this, I can't stand Facebook. I got a substantial following on Facebook, enough following. I can go live. I was live at the Capitol last week, Facebook Live, showing a protest to Ukraine. And you want to guess how many viewers I had on my Facebook Live? This was something I literally just fired up.
Well,
One.
There you go.
One
person.
One viewer. One person. Thanks, Michael, for watching me.
Yeah.
Social media with the shadow banning that's been going on, it's horrible.
Yeah.
It's absolutely horrible.
You know what I think is really cool too, Brian, is that let's talk about you're Brian Glenn. Let's talk about Brian Williams just for a second. So he'd be so untouchable in a way, right? Like all these people that would known on television would be like, okay, like away from the crowd, kind of like we're the anchors. You can't talk to us. You can't mess with us.
Yeah.
For lack of a better way to describe it.
Yeah.
But we're being like really authentic, being like, hey, we can interview, we'll talk to you, that kind of thing. So it's kind of cool.
We are the People's Network. We are very much. I mean, the reason we're here is because of them.
Yeah.
And we know that, and so it'll always be like that, no matter what. I mean, look, no matter 5-10 years from now, who knows where this network will be, and it will always be a part of the people.
Exactly,
That's
network
it. Yeah.
of the people.
Yeah, it is a network of the people. For sure.
So the thing is their heart. I was talking about attachment, right? You know, you watch Walter Cronkite and others back in the day. You got attached to these people. I think literally the people are attached to obviously Donald Trump, but attached to this network because we're reflecting truth. We have President Trump on, we have MTG on, we have Carrie Lake on, right?
Yeah.
So they really are attached to this thing. So it's it's always going to be there, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's always going to be there. Speaking of Carrie Lake, we'll be in Arizona on October 10th, I believe. She's making an announcement. I don't know what that announcement is. I have some ideas what it could be, but I don't want to speculate what it would be. But we'll be live there in Arizona, and we will continue to cover these things around the country. Look, we're still more than a year away from this election. We're 13 months to be exact.
Exactly.
Ballpark. I felt like we've been on this campaign trail for 3 years now, ever since the election for the most part. It's been a long road, and we just got started. There's no doubt that we're not going to, back off on anything. And that's why it's so important, Matthew, that people understand that you've got to support the advertisers with this network. The people that step up and say, look, I'll help sponsor this broadcast. That means a lot. They're putting out dollars to help us, finance, because, it takes money. If I was to spin the camera around, a lot of people up here right now are local. There's a lot of local and regional media here. Of course, you got some of the network guys here in front. The network guys have unlimited money. They have mega budgets, all right? Local stations their parent company has substantial budgets. They can come out here. We're not in either one of those categories, and we still are able to, week after week, event after event, come and cover this. So I just encourage you, and if the guys in the studio, if you want to roll through some of those partners of today's broadcast, feel free to do that, because if it was not for them, we would not be able to do this. And all our job is to show what's happening at these rallies. That's what happened when President Trump first started running for office back in 2015, 2016. We were the first to the market to show him, and we didn't cut it. We showed his speech in its entirety. We did not edit anything, and that's what put us up in the front. And we have the audience for that. We have that market share. But fast forward to 2023, we will continue to do the same thing. We are so blessed to have a little bit more access than we did back in 2016, which is great. But at the end of the day, we want the American people to see the truth and to see the policies that make this country great. And those policies are from President Donald J. Trump.
100%, I agree with that. And also, the woke corporations are not funding or backing this network at all.
No.
0, 0, 0. So we've got only conservative, true American patriot companies when we talk about the different sponsors that are on here and helping fund the bill. The airline costs and all that kind of thing alone, But the fact is, again, the truth will set us free, and that's what we're all about. And Brian, let's be real. Brian, myself, and others that left the mainstream media, we wouldn't be just putting ourselves out here if we were thinking it's just about ourselves, that we can go back to the mainstream media. I'm not going back.
I've burned that. I didn't just burn the boat. I burned the bridge, the life jacket. I burned everything. I have no plans to ever do that again. Here's what's also very interesting, and I noticed this because I come from the ad world as well.
Yeah.
Some of the ratings points on cable news has dropped so much. They've lost a sizable audience that if I'm seeing a commercial for XYZ company, I can only assume they're not as interested in selling that service or that product as they are interested in funding an agenda.
Right.
Think about that for a second.
Yeah.
If I'm selling this bottle of water right here, right? If I'm selling this bottle of water, Why would I advertise it on a news network that gets maybe 150,000 to 200,000 people watching it between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. when I can very easily take it to another network and get them to sell my bottled water? So it's not about selling the product. It's about financing an agenda. And I can only imagine that's what's going on at some of the cable news outlets. So I just encourage some of those products, if they're products of integrity and companies that legitimately want to save America and pro-America, come to the right side. We'll vet everybody.
Yeah.
Because we reject a lot of stuff, believe it or not. There's a lot of people that come to us with products to advertise. They're not for us. Sometimes not everybody's for us.
Right.
And so we really want to encourage you to support the ones that we put on the air. And I hope they're doing that right now because it's so important.
I think of the word pure, right? We want to have that pureness of the network not tainted by anything on the left at all. And so that's pretty awesome. I was talking to Christine about this earlier. I was wondering your thoughts as well. A detox on the fake news. I was brought up watching Fox News, on 9/11. CNN, had the NASA Challenger explosion in 1980. I was born in 81, but I still watched the YouTube clips, right? We got used to seeing all that kind of coverage, but they never went to as far to say, we love the nation, we love freedom, we love the Constitution, we love, now MAGA, that kind of thing.
Right.
So I think people would just have to detach or detox from relying on that credibility. There's no more credibility on that side.
No, there's not. And you're not going to find it on social media either, for the most part. I mean, and even if you do find someone that is talking about, I don't know, what the CDC suggests to fight a pandemic, and they say, oh, don't take ivermectin. Matter of fact, don't even say the words ivermectin. By the way, if you're a doctor and you're suggesting ivermectin, you don't even subscribe it, because we're going to lock you up and take away your license. Right. I mean, you don't know what to believe now these days. If there was one good thing that came out of all of this, special post-election, is it did expose the corrupt media and how corrupt social media companies were. It did expose all of that. If none of this would have happened, if there was no President Trump, we wouldn't have known how deep the corruption goes in Washington. This is a good thing. This is all meant to play out like this.
Yes.
We just from a political save the country aspect, we need his policies back in place. Or what this gentleman said earlier, this is the most important election of our lifetime. And as a reminder, if you're here in Iowa, that starts on January 15th at 7 p.m. Caucus night.
About 100 days away, and being a caucus captain in Iowa, all you got to do is go to ia.donaldjtrump.com, learn more about it here in Iowa. Let's get everybody on board, which I think, let's be real, a lot of people are.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are doing that. And they said they want massive turnout here in Iowa for this first caucus. I think they're going to get it because it's interesting, because if you go post the Obama era, I think Trump won big, okay? Trump won big again because of the policies that he had in place in 2020. That's my opinion. And I think he's going to win even bigger in 2024 because of what Joe Biden has done to this country, right? You talk about, it's like pushing a beach ball underwater, an inflated beach ball. You push it, and push it. You've got so much resistance, right? But you keep pushing it. As soon as the resistance goes away, it springs up harder and faster. That's what you're going to see the American people do in 2024 at the polls for President Donald J. Trump. He gets reelected in a landslide. I mean a landslide, because I think if we could clean up some of the election discrepancies that we have, get away from the mail-in ballots in certain states, get away from these silly drop boxes that make no sense. They're not needed. We're no longer in a pandemic. Don't even say the word drop box. I don't even want to hear it. If you want to vote, you got your ID, you come in, show it to him. You do it the regular way. He wins big time.
Free and fair elections. That analogy was really awesome with the beach ball, that pressure, and then letting it go, and then how it's going to shoot up. I mean, 2016, 2020, both winning in a major landslide, and like you said, on a third go-around, even more. I mean,
even more.
Because we see, the thing is he uncovered what's going on. You know, you know how you turn over every stone when you're looking for something? Well, he turned over the major stone of the deep state and all that junk under there, and it's all crawling around. And everybody's like, oh, we didn't know that was under there. Oh, we didn't know that Rupert Murdoch was that guy.
Yep.
I didn't years ago.
Yeah.
Now we do.
And you realize how deep how bad the FBI and the CIA are. Oh, let's step aside as we, looks like we're getting the start of our program. We're live here in Iowa. Stay tuned.
I've done my meditation, so don't worry, I'm not going to go ballistic. Know the folks here. First of all, President Trump will be here shortly, so hold on. And I've been asked to announce that the folks that's filled out these pledge cards, everything went into a drawing, and the drawing was had, and the person that is getting the free Donald J. Trump hand-signed hat is a fellow named David Becker from Corydon, Iowa. So whoever David Becker is, David, go back to where the mags were, and they will have the hat for you. And then after the event, there will be pledge cards out there for all of you to sign. So David Becker, Corydon, Iowa, you can head back to the mags. They'll have your hat for you. And very, very shortly, the main guest will be here. Have fun. It's great to be a Republican today.
We see just what we want to see.
Brief message from that was. I think he calmed down a little bit. I think he did some yoga before he actually came out again.
He did. He said he did his meditation.
Yeah. I just got the latest tracking on the president. It looks like it's going to be after the top of the hour, so he's going to be a little.
He's running a little bit late. The announcement, when he came out to make the announcement, he said just a little bit. So
yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see how it goes.
We're on Trump time.
Yeah, we are on Trump time, and this is sometimes how it goes. He's a busy man.
He is a very busy man.
You know, but look at this crowd though in here. I mean, this
really is a great vibe. I mean, there's so many people here who are excited and love America. There's so many patriotic shirts and patriotic hats and the chants and all of that. You know, it's just a really good feeling here.
You know, it's interesting. You know, we haven't really we talked a little bit about what was happening yesterday with Jamal Bowman. And we had gotten some social media feedback on that. And people were outraged. They sincerely say, look, I'm not saying expel the guy from Congress. I don't think it's possible at this point. I don't think we have the votes to do it. And maybe that might be extreme. I don't know. But you're an attorney.
Yeah.
If you break the law like that intentionally, and that could have been a very dangerous situation, he needs to be punished somehow. Yeah. And I'm not saying written up and you're on probation and you can't go to Congress for a month or whatever, you know, some silly little suspension. It needs to be a little deeper than that.
Yeah, well, the Department of Justice needs to prosecute Democrats equally the way that they prosecute Republicans. And I think why people are so outraged at this is because this is an intentional act where you have a sitting member of Congress intentionally pull a fire alarm in order to disrupt an official proceeding. Well, we have all these January 6ers who weren't doing anything intentionally. They believed they were allowed to be there. The Capitol Police let them into the building.
Yep.
All they did was walk through. In some cases, many of them didn't even get into the building, and yet they're facing decades in prison. Many of them have been in prison for years with no trials so far. So I think the outrage comes from the injustice of the situation. The fact that we have two systems of justice. If you're a liberal, Democrat, woke globalist, you can get away with whatever you want. Then the same trickles down to the state and local level. That's why you have all of the looting and the rioting and all that. Everyone looks the other way and says, oh, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. But if you try to exercise your right to free speech or do anything, I don't even want to say conservative, just pro-American, they clamp down on you really hard.
Yeah, I know, that's a good point. So we'll see how that plays out next week as Congress goes back in session on Monday night. First votes Monday night, 6 p.m., I believe 6 p.m. We'll have to check that. So it's certainly the buzz on X yesterday. I mean, everyone was talking about from fire alarm trending to Jamal Bowman trending to insurrection was trending. I mean, they kind of called it a little bit of everything. But, you know, I just can't imagine what the outrage would be if a Republican had pulled a fire alarm and said, oh, nothing, I was just trying to get out the door.
Oh, my gosh.
You know,
could you
my
imagine
bad on that.
if Matt Gaetz had pulled the fire alarm because he said he wanted to push harder to vote on McCarthy or something crazy like that. Whoa.
Yeah.
Do you think MSNBC would be going, "Oh, Matt Gaetz didn't mean it"?
He didn't mean it.
He didn't mean
Which,
it.
by the way, there is a lot of speculation that Matt Gaetz will call to vacate the chair next week. So we'll have to see. I know he's got some support
We'll
on
see
that.
if he pulls the fire alarm when he does it.
That's pretty good. The firebrand pulling the fire alarm
that's right.
on that. So that should be interesting on that.
Yeah.
But Christina, Bob, Brian Glenn joining you live here in Iowa. Thank you so much. Programming note, we'll be back here 1 week from yesterday. Doubleheader here in Iowa, 2 events where he's speaking out, one in Cedar Rapids and the other not quite Waterloo, I believe it is.
Yep.
We're going to go cover both of those, so stay tuned for all of that action as Iowa heats up. And it seems like we start New Hampshire, we got Iowa, we got South Carolina.
Nevada.
One place we have not been yet, and maybe we could talk about this for a second, is Nevada.
Right.
Okay, now here's what I saw. Governor Glenn Youngkin of Virginia this past week on one of the Fox news programs was talking to him about this dark horse of entering the GOP race, and that there's a lot of money coming under his PAC to make him like this outside candidate. And they asked him, do you support that? Is this something that you're leaning towards? He would not answer the question.
Wait, who are you referring
Glenn
to?
Youngkin.
Okay.
Virginia.
Glenn, yeah. Does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't. But
No.
but he's doing exactly what Ron DeSantis did a year and a half ago when they asked him.
Committing career suicide?
Well, no, that too. But when they asked Ron DeSantis if he was going to run, once again, he didn't answer the story. And actually, President Trump uses that in one of his stories. He goes, that son of a gun's going to run. He's going to run against me. Well, guess what, Mr. President? I think that son of a gun from Virginia is going to try to run against you. That is my opinion based upon the interview that I saw.
When did that interview take place?
This past week, 3 days ago.
No.
Yes. And get this: the deadline to file in Nevada to be considered in the primary is coming up in about 1 week. So he's either going to,
he's got to get in.
His campaign's going to write him into that. Now, once that happens, so in other words, we're probably going to know here in the next 10, 14 days if that's going to be possible.
He would be insane.
But let me tell you something.
Insane.
That's how much they're against President Trump.
Oh, yeah.
All of them are willing to do political suicide.
That is insane. Ron DeSantis, I'm going to predict right now, Ron DeSantis, along with all of the other crazy Republicans that are challenging Donald Trump, will never hold public office ever again. They're traitors to America. They are traitors to their base. They are traitors to the people who gave them the platform that they had in the first place. And nobody will forget that they did what they are doing to Donald Trump. It's not going to go away. It's not something that in 2028 will go, oh, okay, no big deal. I don't remember the primaries from 2024. Not the case. It's not going to happen. So I believe Glenn Youngkin, that reaction is something that would come from Glenn Youngkin. I just think it's career suicide for him to do that.
And you know what? In a way, if he's building up this whole momentum that, I'm thinking about running for president, and he's trying to drum up some interest now, knowing that maybe in 2028 that's what he wants to do.
Maybe.
I think it's a little, but I think it's early. Why would you do it now?
It's too premature.
It's super premature on that. Okay, so you've got that. You've also got Nikki Haley, and I said this the other day. Nikki Haley's the next person that I think you're going to start to see a lot of attacks on because she's almost like the next man up. Now,
she's
on an interview I watched right before I came today was about her support of Ukraine and why the money needs to keep flowing to Ukraine, that it was called a national defense issue. This is about our national security, that we need to continue to fund this war in Ukraine. Now,
that is the military-industrial complex speaking.
Can I tell the former UN ambassador that that's not what the base wants? That's the disconnect that she has, and that there is not a demand for our tax dollars to continue to go to Ukraine.
No, that's correct. However, the military-industrial complex wants war. they want this going. They want the tax dollars funneled into this because it feeds their business. It feeds into their purpose, and it allows them to become the behemoth that they've become, to wield power in an unprecedented way. Really, I mean, the military-industrial complex has gotten so big, and they control so many members of Congress and so many senators. The fact that you'd have Nikki Haley get up and say, we need to be sending more money to Ukraine is absolutely absurd. No objective American who cares about this country and who cares about Ukraine would say that that's a good idea.
I agree. No, I agree. And you like you said, they were committing political suicide by doing this.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. They will not hold another public office.
Nope.
Now, let's talk about Tim Scott for a second. And to a certain degree, he's doing that too. I don't know when his re-election is up for his Senate seat, but I would be very surprised if there was not a primary.
I think there will be a hard push to primary him. I would expect that.
Yeah.
But
doesn't all this stuff just reveal all the people in play?
That's exactly what it's doing.
Yeah.
All will be revealed. Everybody will be revealed for the positions that you take, for the stands that you take, all the way up from the President of the United States down to county supervisors, recorders, and everybody in between, including all of these presidential candidates. Everything is being revealed. And it's showing Donald Trump who he can trust and who he can't trust.
It's true. And because think about this, the first time when President Trump was in office, and you can help me out on this, he trusted a lot of people that were told they could be trusted. And then until, 2 years into his administration, he started to realize, oh my goodness.
They're all bad.
They're all bad. This next time he comes into office, though, it's like going to your front yard and spraying some weed killer on something and just ripping up the weed from the root and getting rid of it. That's what he's going to do on day one, is get rid of every single corrupt, bad politician.
Yeah, he's going to get rid of all of them. He's going to drain the swamp. We didn't realize, and he himself has even said, we didn't realize how deep the swamp went. And it is not just the federal government. Certainly the president will have the ability to drain the federal government, the federal swamp, but it goes into state and local offices. We've seen this a lot in Arizona. We've seen it a lot in a lot of these other races in different states and a lot of these other election problems that have come up through these different states. The corruption runs deep. It runs very, very deep in state offices, county offices, and that's why it's so important for Americans to get involved in your local elections, get involved in your counties and know what your county officials are doing, because they're, in a lot of ways, they're the most important players in this.
It's so interesting you say this, because I'm not going to call out this county in Texas because I don't want to put them on the spot, but their Twitter was so ridiculous. The questions they would ask was ridiculous.
Like what?
All right, I'll name one.
Let's play. You don't have to name the county, but let's see.
All right, hang on.
If you have it.
Hang on now. All right. One of their questions has been,
okay,
does this Twitter page make you more likely or less likely to vote for a Republican candidate in the general election?
What?
And I responded with, like, this Twitter page should want you to vote for a Republican in every election. I'm talking school board, city council.
That's a weird question.
But the fact of the matter is, there's so many horrible Republicans and organizations, county GOPs, things like that. The messaging is so off. Like they're so disconnected, and that's just one example of it's ridiculous. I mean, like, look, the messaging needs to be clear. All right. That we need to take back the White House and take back every seat that we can from a Democrat and get rid of the bad Republicans out of office. Vote them out. That's the message. Why? Anything other than that's a waste of time.
I think that's right. I'll take it a little bit further. We need to get rid of the career bureaucrats that have embedded in the government and are pulling the strings in a lot of places where where it should be elected officials doing that.
All right, I think Matthew Alvarez is standing by with an interview. Let's see. Take it away, Matthew.
Here on the floor as we await President Trump. 2:30 was the scheduled time. Obviously, going to be here any minute. I'm joined right now by Mike and Kenny. I was walking by these guys and I saw him wearing this hat, and I said, nice hat. And he says, well, what about the other one? So you want to shift over? Yeah. What's the other hat underneath it?
This is my Trump 2020 hat. I bought this one in line, so I thought I'd go ahead and put it on top so that way I can get some good pictures of Trump when he comes up.
And you got a pretty cool hat too, man.
Yeah, it's pretty faded. I've had it about 5 years, so it's my lucky hat.
You know, I just noticed it says MAGA on there. That's cool.
Yep, MAGA all the way.
Have you guys seen President Trump before?
He got to see Trump last year. We've had Trump come a couple times in our area, but it's been too hot, and we haven't had a chance to. So we're really glad we could be in the AC in here today.
What industry do you guys work in?
I'm in emergency health care.
Actually, I run a grinding business.
Yeah. And how often do you guys at work, if you're able to, talk about politics?
Way too often for my job.
All the time.
It's something it's hard not to talk about it, right?
Yeah, the country's in a pretty bad spot right now, I think, with what we got going on in Afghanistan, what we got going on at the border, and some other hot issues that we have right now, too.
You're meaning Ukraine, or?
I'm sorry, yeah, Ukraine, yeah.
I mean, the Afghanistan pullout was terrible anyway. No, that makes sense. I mean, President Trump does bring that up when referring to Biden with how horrible that withdrawal was there. What kind of things do you guys talk about at work? I'll ask you, Mike, and then I'll get to you, Kenny, and we'll get back to Brian and Christina. But what kinds of things do you guys bring up?
Well, the war in Ukraine is the one thing that we talk about the most. We also talk about, like, Bankman-Fried with the Bitcoin stuff and money laundering, going through everything, and how we get the politics from our country to stop funding the politics in other countries and kicking money back to the politicians that we don't agree with.
You like this country so much that you have two hats.
That's right, I do. I have a lot more at home, but I can only wear the one at a time, so just bought the second one.
That's awesome, man. And what about you? What about at work? I mean, what kind of things do you guys talk about?
Just practically, if you're a Democrat, you can get away with murder. You know, you can do anything, so.
So you were saying again, I didn't hear you correctly.
If you're a Democrat, you can get away with anything. I mean,
they're Hunter Biden, right?
They're hitting Trump on all kind of stuff, and the Bidens have done so much worse.
You know, that's interesting. We did talk about that earlier. The evidence of wrongdoing is on the left wing, on Biden's side, and then they project and they say that Trump's doing things wrong. He's not doing anything wrong.
When I came in, they asked me a question about whether or not I thought Trump was an insider at this point because he's been in politics for the last 8 years. And I said, why would he be an insider if they're trying so hard to keep him from being able to run at every opportunity, indicting him, trying to keep him off ballots and everything like that? I mean, if he's an insider, they wouldn't be doing any of that stuff.
On top of that, look at the 4 years from 2016 to 2020. The results are in the pudding.
Exactly, yes.
I think we'll end there. Good to see you guys. Nice to meet you guys. All right, let's send it back over to my colleague Brian Glenn and Christina Bob as they talk about a few things before President Trump arrives here on stage in just a few minutes. Guys?
All right. We're back. We're still waiting for President Trump. We have been told that he'll be here a little after the hour. I'm hoping it's in the next 30 minutes or so. We've got a great, lively crowd here ready to hear from President Trump. Now remember, this is focused on the Iowa caucus. The date for the caucus is January 15th at 7 p.m. And that's where the Republicans will get together to decide who they want to vote for the primary. It's a little bit different from a primary. In a primary election, everybody votes, everybody casts a vote. But in a caucus, you have to be a member of the party, and then you go to your county GOP. They will tell you your location. It could be at a church, it could be in someone's garage, at your neighbor's house, depending on the county that you live in. And then you go and everybody discusses it. And there will be people who advocate for different candidates. But after they're done doing that, then they'll go ahead and vote. And they cast their vote similar to a primary that way. However, everyone has discussed it and advocated and really tried to debate and figure out what they believe is best for their party and is best for the state of Iowa. So that is coming up January 15th, 7 p.m. If you're local here in Iowa, please, please, please check out your local county. If you're over the age of 18, if you're a Republican, if you're not a Republican, you are allowed to register on the same day. However, you have to have ID and you have to show proof that you're eligible to vote. You can use a passport, driver's license, or another valid form of government ID. But please be prepared. Please be prepared and show up on January 15th to vote for Donald Trump and the Iowa caucus. President Trump's expected out here maybe in the next 30, 40 minutes or so, and he'll be addressing the crowd for that specific purpose. So he's going to be talking to the people that are going to be voting in the Iowa caucus. So can I get a little help here?
I was getting instructions.
Brian's a talker. I was like, I can do a monologue. I'm good with that. Actually, Matthew and Brian are very good at monologues.
I will say this. The longest monologue I've ever done was 7 hours for the Youngkin election night in Virginia.
Okay.
It was 7.5 hours.
I've seen you do an entire rally by yourself. When I was with OAN, you did a whole
rallies
rally.
are kind of easy because you can walk around and talk to people. But when you're in an election headquarters and you're by yourself,
that's a lot. 7
that's
hours.
A lot.
I have 7 minutes is a hard time.
I thought I was going to have a stroke up here. I was informed that the president is close to this facility. So
fantastic.
We'll see. I know we're a little bit of a delay of the starting right now, but the good news is he's close. And he should be walking out here momentarily. No, I was getting some instructions from the Trump team in regards to when we leave here, what time we leave here, how we're going to leave here, and we go with the motorcade.
Stay tuned. Make sure you don't turn your TVs off right after President Trump speaks, because Brian will be joining the motorcade. We'll get you footage back there. You'll be able to watch President Trump as he leaves. So don't turn off the TV right after he's done speaking.
Yeah, and you guys will be able to do a quick recap. Come on through here, man. I always told the people in the media up here, I say, you know what? Feel free to walk by anytime you can.
Walk under us, because we're never turning it off. we never turn it off.
It's kind of everyone's got to get their exercise in. But you guys are going to do a nice recap of the speech afterwards, and then they'll toss it to, actually play some of the Trump speech in California.
Oh, great.
And then you'll come back and we'll do it for Life on the Motorcade. And I have no idea where we're going, by the way. I have no idea. So I really don't. So I normally don't get a heads up on something until we start to get close to like a business.
Well, that's for security.
Yeah, and then you start to see tons of people. Matter of fact, the Treehouse Pizza place we went last time was insane, the amount of people that were there. Oh, my goodness. They must have known they were coming for a week.
Yeah,
and people were lining the streets. Of course, local authorities had the parking lot nice and secure. But those are always fun, so make sure you tune in to us all day. Like, keep it. Don't even watch the NFL right now. And you know what? By the way, here's something. I don't think we'll talk about NFL here. Come in. I want us all three of us to come in here. So, about 3 days ago, I made a comment about Taylor Swift and the NFL. And I said the NFL will benefit from Taylor Swift being at games because now you have Swifties that are going to watch football because she's in the press box. I was right, because that last game was the highest rated game that Kansas City had on NBC, I believe. It was a nightly game. Plus, the game today in the Jets sold out, and their television, people were already like from what I understand, the advertising was even increased on that because are you going to get that shot of
Taylor Swift?
I'm a big Taylor Swift fan. I want to come on the record. I'm a huge Taylor Swift fan. I've been to 5 concerts.
You've been to 5 of
I've been to 5 concerts. I've taken my daughter to see Taylor Swift.
He went by himself. He did not take his daughter.
For music, I'm not saying I'd go to 5 concerts, though.
What I'm saying is this hit piece that was written about me was to make it look like I was dogging on Taylor Swift. And I'm just saying the NFL was smart to get Taylor Swift involved in these games because it does bring in a different viewer. And, Travis Kelce, I'm not a big fan of the Chiefs. I could give a rat's about the Chiefs, but I think it's a smart move from NFL standpoint to involve her in the broadcast.
Of course.
It's smart. It's good television. That's what you do. If I'm a director in the NFL and I know that Taylor Swift is in the press box, every time Travis Kelce would touch that ball, I got a camera on. I got a camera on that press box.
Is it a little bit of desperation on the side of the NFL, though, for more viewers at all, for a little bit of splash, no?
They've bounced. I think the NFL viewership has bounced back for the most part, as much as it can. But look, it's smart. use Taylor Swift. Put a dadgum camera in the press box, and every time Kelsey touches the ball, you have a Taylor Swift reaction
live
cam.
Taylor cam?
Why not?
In halftime, is she going to float across the stadium or what?
I'd put her. Why not?
Why not?
Why
right?
not? Why
At
not?
this point, right?
In which, by the way, her tour was one of the highest grossing tours in entertainment. So I am not dogging on that
was
at
the
all.
tour? You saw? What, did you go to 5 concerts of the same tour?
Of Red. And then all the other. It started with Red when
You've
my
done,
daughter
like,
was.
the whole trilogy.
I'm talking about.
So I want to ask you a question because I haven't seen the live chat, but there are probably some people saying, well, Taylor's left wing though. Like, what are your comments about splitting the entertainer versus the politics?
I have the ability to separate the politics from a performer. I absolutely love Taylor Swift. I think she's hugely talented. I think she's incredible. She's a strong businesswoman. She influences a lot of females in this country. Yep. A lot of girls look up to her. I love that. I love that about her. I don't like her politics, but I don't judge her for that.
Right.
I don't judge her for that. So, am I going to go out and buy a Taylor Swift? Am I going to download her album right now? No. Do I have Taylor Swift on my Spotify right now? I'll rip it out and show you. Yes, I do.
1989.
I actually believe you.
I think the Red album was the best album, by the way.
Okay.
That was me. And I love it because what's funny? Taylor Swift goes through this journey. She starts as this young little 13-year-old girl, right? And her music was so simple and so raw and organic. And then it just kind of it takes it on a journey of her growing up,
right?
And it got.
Was Red her first pop album, or was that still country?
No, for first pop album.
Yeah.
I might get.
When did she switch from country to pop?
I don't know which particular album that was.
Okay.
I don't, and I don't want to misspeak because the Swifties will attack me if I say something wrong.
You're gonna get attacked anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I used to work in Nashville, and so the people there are like, she should have stayed with country music, right? Maybe she'll still come back. You never know. You never know.
Taylor Swift
she plays country.
Yeah, she still plays.
Yeah.
I mean, she plays some songs, but I mean, she was straight up country playing right along the river there.
Yeah.
In a small little venue. It was Taylor Swift with the guitar. And now
I don't think she's regretting her career choice.
I hear you on the financial side, but you know what? Maybe all right, this is going to get a little bit more deep. I know we're talking having fun, but maybe a little bit of brainwashing on the left got her thinking, well, yeah, I got to stand up for all these people. Well, hold on now. We want great things in our country. We want freedom. We want to love each other and be peaceful and all that. That's the right side speaking too.
I cannot wait to read these comments.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we're getting smoked in the comment section right now.
I haven't said anything.
But here's another thing about country music. Country music all of a sudden decided that we're going to be woke. Like Lady Antebellum, we're going to change our name for that.
How about Maren Morris leaving the country music industry to go to because of President Trump? That's what she said.
Yeah, well, that's her choice. The way they have influenced our culture, Hollywood, television, the print media, electronic media, all aspect music industry, like they own it. So when they would say that, stand up and fight, they own the narrative. They literally control the narrative. They own every platform that you can actually want. So they are the big machine. So it's like the big machine. I mean, they are the machine of information. Yeah. We're the ones on the outside. So yeah, I would love to read some of these comments on here.
But I'm glad that the narrative and the public opinion is starting to see the conservative media upswing too, and they're starting to say, hey, you know what? There's truth over there, more truth than the others are reporting.
Look.
So
there's truth, and there's what's true to you. And I remember the first time they started talking about, somebody literally said, if I said the sky is blue and you said no, it's green, that's my truth. First time I heard an example of that, I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
Right.
I mean, so you're saying right now that if there's things that are true and there's things that are true to me or true to you. That's ridiculous. How do we get there? How do we get there? Like when President Trump talks about parents' rights, why is it so crazy to say that parents should have rights over their kids?
Right.
I mean, why is that so controversial?
Because the left doesn't want parents to have rights, because the left wants to control everything, including your personal lives. And so they get offended at any idea that anybody has control over their own lives other than the establishment, the government, the education system, all of these institutions. They want every aspect of our life institutionalized.
Yeah, they do. They want to control the narrative, control education. I want to remind everybody, support our partners. I know we talk about Birch Gold a lot, and they are one of these companies that want to make sure that you secure your financial freedom in the BRICS and the devaluation of the dollar. The dollar, can you imagine the dollar just going away?
Well,
it's
that's what these countries are trying to do. They're trying to devalue it and favor their local currencies over the U.S. dollar. It seems like it's coming at every angle to try and take this country down. Why? I believe because of faith and freedom and the truth. Those three things right there, right?
Yeah.
Faith, freedom, and the truth.
We should keep a counter of how many times you say faith and freedom in a broadcast.
We should.
We should, and we should have a sponsor for that, by the way.
Yes, we should.
It might be Birch Cole.
You know what I love about him? It's a good jab. That's a good jab right there.
No.
But I got to no, seriously. I
no,
mean,
but it's funny because it is
about
about faith and freedom.
Right. I mean, at the end of the day, Agenda 47. There's so many items and policy agenda items that the president is also, speaking about at every rally, including immigration and freedom of speech.
But they all have to do with freedom. Every
Right.
single one of them. I mean,
Right.
your freedom of speech, your freedom to choose your school that your kids want to go to choose your religion. You have all those choices. But anyway, go check out our friends over the Birch Go group. Text the words Trump to 989898. That's Trump to 989898. Get that free information. You can't make the decision on your own. They'll send you information. You can decide.
There was a question that I asked Brian at another trip. We were in the SUV with a few of the crew, but I'm going to ask it to you here on TV. I said, Brian, did you ever think that you would be in this position you are today? Because you worked in mainstream media. At that point, when you got out of that, did you realize this kind of...
No, I did not.
But you had it in your heart, though.
But you know what? I've always thought, and I don't think I've ever shared this on the air, I've always had a vision, a message. I think God sent me a message that I was going to work for the president. And so when I got signed on with Right Side, I said, well, that's essentially it, because we are broadcasting the truth to the American people. So in a way, I am an arm, an extension of the president. But then something said, no, there's something more than that. So to answer your question, I do feel like I'm exactly where I should be right now, and you're exactly where you should be right now. Christina's exactly where she should be right now. Everybody in this building is where they need to be right now.
Yeah.
And I think you have to have faith. Once again, that God has a plan for everyone, and when you start to question the plan and you start to go your own way of thinking rather than doing what's right, I think that's when you run into problems, you run into despair, heartache. I watched a sermon this morning about pride and how pride is such a horrible thing, and that you should humble yourself. And so I try to humble myself in this role that I have here with Right Side and for the American people and doing so much for President Trump. I humble myself because I don't think that I'm better than anybody in here. I honest to God, I don't think I'm better than anybody in here. I think we all have a role. Whoop! Let's turn our attention to the stage as we get ready.
Hello, Ottumwa. Hello, Southeast Iowa. I want to tell you one thing. It is not only good to be with you here, but Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, is in the building right now. And with the answer to this next question, he'll be able to hear you. How many of you are going to caucus for Donald J. Trump on January 15th in Iowa? I want you to all pull out your phones right now and text JOIN to 88022. Because that is the first step to making sure you're at the right caucus, and you can also sign up to be a caucus captain and make sure that we set Iowa records on January 15th for Donald J. Trump. Who is the best candidate in this primary caucus to protect the border? Who is going to end the scourge of fentanyl in our communities? Who is going to support law enforcement? Who is going to save America? And who is going to make America great again? And who are you supporting on January 15th in the Iowa caucuses? I can't hear you. One more time. All right, my friends. He's going to be out here in just a minute, and he's excited to be here in Ottumwa. Sold out crowd. I'm so glad you were able to be here. There are so many people that couldn't make it in the door because they said we're at our capacity for the room. So January 15th, I want you to all make sure you show up at your precinct caucus. I want you to make sure that every single one of you casts your ballot for Donald J. Trump. And together, we will make America great again. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do you? It goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composed.
Matt Whitaker here in Iowa as the Patriots are waiting for the 45th President of the United States and the winner of the 2020 election and the hopeful winner in 2024 as well. So the crowd's been pretty rowdy since the time they got in here at 11:30 Central Time. It's now 3 o'clock. They've been eagerly anticipating and waiting for the president to show up and to, you know, he shares, of course, his Agenda 47 policies and reasons to save the nation, knowing that the nation is in decline. But the amount of encouragement that comes at these events is bar none. This is why this place is packed. This is why nobody's watching football right now, because, you know, you can watch the game later, or you can watch it tomorrow on a DVR or whatever, you know. But it's a kind of a quiet moment here, so why don't you listen in for just a few minutes, enjoy the next 30 seconds or so. You're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network here in Iowa. Thanks so much for watching. Genuinely, thank you so much for watching. Go ahead and send this link to friends, to family, to hear President Trump speak at any moment. Let's take a live listen right now. Beautiful moment here as the song is being sung. It is a Sunday, right? So it's kind of a church moment here as people are kind of quiet and just, you know, enjoying the music. That's one thing about the president's playlist. It's pretty awesome. Pretty good stuff on there. Not many people talking right now. This is a pretty cool moment here in Iowa. Amen. Hallelujah. A great crowd here. Standing room only right now as we wait for the president, who, if you remember, in Rapid City, South Dakota, before the music played at the end of the speeches, as many of you have heard many of his speeches, he paused for about 40 seconds because he realizes the gravity of the situation. This isn't drama. This isn't fake news. This is a reality of what we're dealing with in this country. And this moment here, spiritually speaking, as Tucker Carlson said, it's a spiritual battle. Well, there you go. a great moment here in Iowa right there. And once again, thank you so much for watching here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You can go to Rumble and Truth Social and follow Right Side Broadcasting. I mean, obviously, as you see, something like that in local news or national news on the cable side, on the legacy media, you're not going to have a moment to do what just happened there, because they're wanting to push so many commercials or so many left-wing ideology. They would not ever want to pause for something like that, right? It's kind of cool to be able to have the opportunity through a media, right, on the right side of history. This is why Brian Glenn and Vanessa Broussard and myself, Matthew Alvarez, left the mainstream media. Though there are good-hearted people in the left-wing media. I know some of them, but for some reason, something in the mind, maybe they got brought up a certain way, thinking, okay, this is, it's basically, I'll put it this way, brainwashed. Not afraid to say it. It's what happens, right? Like, we are on the same team here in this country in the sense of the people that are on the right. It would be great if a bunch of Democrats and left-wing people and liberals would start to kind of see that truth as well. And Tulsi Gabbard did it, the mayor of Dallas. These people shift from the left to the right because they're realizing, wow, I can't believe that I've been lied to all these years. That's why I kept bringing up the thing about Walter Cronkite and Brian Williams and all of these major anchors from back in the day. Again, I'm a news junkie. I watch CNN, the clip on YouTube. The biggest story that CNN started out with when they started in 1980, if you remember, was the Challenger explosion, that tragedy. And then Fox News Channel, the 9/11 story, watching that, all day, that coverage when I was in college in Pittsburgh, right? These things get hooked in your heart. You start being like, wow, these are people that I can trust, this news organization I can rely on. They're credible. Well, little did we know that there was a left-wing, deep state globalist operation underneath all of it, trying to lie to the American people. And New York was the capital of the media world, of the media industry. And the king of media was named Howard Stern back in the day. Well, Howard Stern is not the king of media any longer. The king of media, I believe, is the conservative media now, because the conservative media echoes truth and echoes what's right for this country. I can get along with anybody, whether it's on the left or the right. I can get along with people. I would hope that people would just start realizing, here's the truth, here's what's going on. Get onto the right side of things. And as you see here in Iowa, people are just standing in the front there at the stage right now, clapping, having a good time. And it's every place that we go to right now. We've got some activity going on, some people standing up, getting ready for the president to come out. I was listening to somebody else talk right now. That's why there's a little bit of a pause. But once again, go ahead and text this link right now, over to any friends or family. So, because the president's, yeah, exactly, right?
I've only got 500 followers, but guess what? You text this link out to 500 people. That's how you grow this broadcast. It starts for everyone. If you have 50, 500, 5,000, 50,000 followers, it doesn't matter. You still got to do your part.
Every human, you know what I mean, is so valuable. I know I'm being like kind of whatever, but it's true. Like, every human's valuable. I'm valuable. You're valuable. Everybody's valuable. So again, if it's 19 followers on Truth Social, well, just post out the link. That's 19 more people that weren't watching.
We like that. Hey, we're glad you're joining us right now as we are live here in the beautiful state of Iowa. A little weather check for you. Sunny skies, high in the low 90s. Really no threat of rain, substantial while we're here today. A little bit later in the next week. And, let me tell you something. I got the weather report for us when we come back next week. Matthew, it's going to be cold. Wear your jacket.
I will. And it's very interesting that it's 90 degrees outside on October 1st. What's going on? It's supposed to be fall, Brian Glenn.
Yeah. Well, I did see some leaves on the way in that were a little different color, so maybe fall is in the air, but it is going to get cold here next week. So if you're in Iowa and you want some cold weather, just wait around for a week because it's definitely coming for that. But we've got some really tremendous things going on, not only in the campaign but in the country. We got Carrie Lake doing a special press conference next week sometime, I believe on the 10th to be exact. We'll be there to cover that as well. Take a look at this crowd, man. People are really starting to get up and dance. They kind of feel that we're getting close to the president walking out.
I mean, I've been to a number of rallies and mini rallies. This is more of a smaller one, but in the sense of it can only fit so many people. There's people outside that want to come in, of course, but the point is this crowd's really receptive to even every song that's being played. That's how much they're just waiting. I mean, this is a very small town, and I love small town USA, right? I do too, and to be fair, very nice facility that we're in. I was able to walk out, get some water, go to the restroom, no problems. I love these indoor events. You know, we're used to doing so many outside events with porta potties and the elements outside. Today, great location, great facility, and I'm impressed with the turnout today. Of course, and Brian, everywhere it seems like it's standing room only on a constant basis at every Trump event. I mean, events that you've covered. I remember you covered an event in Nevada maybe a month or two ago, right? And you were doing live reports down low. It was a smaller place, but it was still standing room everywhere.
Yes, that was a Nevada GOP meeting. It was a very small room. Yeah. But it was packed. It's packed. It was packed. And what's interesting to know, if you look at the polling numbers now, head to head with Biden, and let's just look at that right now. Head to head with Biden, President Trump is up 10, 11 points. I actually think it's much higher than that. I think it's probably more like 20, to be honest with you. Matter of fact, I think it's so high that in the bulk of the articles itself, they actually discredit the polls, saying that this couldn't possibly be true. Trump couldn't be more popular than Biden. In fact, he's very much more popular than Biden. And then as far as the primary goes, he's got about a 48, 50-point lead over DeSantis. That's all but gone. Nikki Haley, they're all done. And like Christina Bob said earlier, at this point, they're ruining their political career by standing up to the president right now, trying to run against him. That's all in fair and honesty. Now, when Ron DeSantis first got in this race, I think a lot of people were saying, okay, let's see how this plays out. Why would he challenge the president for 2024? I don't know. Maybe Trump, I don't know. Now, fast forward like 6-8 months later, that was the worst thing that Ron DeSantis could have ever done, was to challenge Trump for 2024. And that is the God-to-honest truth, because you want to talk about truth, Matthew? That's the truth. That's someone who was arrogant, who thought he would step in front of everybody and thought he could do it better than President Trump. And you know what? This is President Trump's primary. The voters have voted. They have supported the poll. I said the vote haven't voted yet. The polls indicate that. And anybody that steals fundraising in an effort to beat President Trump is deceiving people, in my opinion.
100%. Maybe Vivek is going to be in cabinet. You never know. But the point is, I was looking on Rumble the other day. I went and clicked the live button. Not when Right Side had any coverage. It was Ron DeSantis actually had a live event, right? So I just wanted to see, what's this all about? I hit live. There was like 448 people watching him talk. It was boring. And then there was one comment underneath it, and the guy basically said, "You made a big mistake by choosing to run now."
There's no doubt about that. He made a huge mistake to doing that, and that's just look. That's calling X's and O's. That is taking politics aside. That was not a smart decision, but that was pushed, and we can rant about this. The donors, the consultants are ruining politics. They put ideas in people to do things that is completely unrealistic and not possible. So consultants have, for the most part, ruined a lot of politics in general, right. And they've ruined political careers because it's all about the money. At the end of the day, it's all about the money.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Wow, what a group. You got to see the people outside. This place is packed, and outside is packed too. And you have plenty of land, and the land is packed. Hello, Iowa. You've been very special to me, and I'm thrilled to be back in the proud home of the first in the nation caucuses. I got you that, you know, first in the nation. Don't let anyone else tell you they got it. I got it for you. I got that for you. Less than 4 months from now, each of you is going to cast the most important vote of your lives. It's going to be the most important. You know, I used to say that 2016 is the most important, and I meant it. But our nation's going bad. We are truly a nation in decline. You notice the way other of the candidates copy that line now, but there are a lot of different lines, but they mean the same. We are a nation in decline, and we're going to turn it around. We're going to make America great again. We're going to do it. With your support, on Monday, January 15th, we're going to win the Iowa caucuses in a historic landslide. We're going to crush crooked Joe Biden, and he is crooked, most corrupt president in history. And we're going to do things for our country, and very quickly, that nobody thought was even possible. We are going to do things that are incredible and going to bring it back. I want to thank Iowa State Senators Sherilyn Westrick. Where's Sherilyn? Yeah, there's Sherilyn. He's been with me right from the beginning. And another one who I think was my first supporter in the nation, maybe. The nation, it could be. Brad Zahn. Where's Brad? Where is he? He's like the Marlboro Man. He's like the most handsome guy. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Brad. Right from the beginning. Also, state representatives Heather Hora, Steve Bradley, Mark Cisneros. Thank you very much. It's really great. You've been right there from the start, and we've had a great start. We won Iowa twice, and we're going to win it again by a lot. And part of the reason for that is GOP Chairman Jeff Kaufman. Where's Jeff? He's around here someplace. Where is our Jeff? We love our Jeff. Thank you. With a great family, too. and former acting Attorney General of the United States, Matt Whitaker, my friend. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. We're here today to talk about how we're going to rescue the great state of Iowa from the misery inflicted by crooked Joe Biden and his ultra-left-wing globalists in the Washington swamp. We got a lot of swamp destroyed, but it went deep. There's no question. We got rid of Comey. We got rid of a lot of people, but it is a deep swamp who do nothing but sell you out to foreign nations. You know it probably almost better than anybody. I would say Michigan is right up there with you. The autos get sold out. Now they want to go to all electric cars. That's great. You know, if you want to drive for a half hour and start, where do I recharge? You want to take a nice, long, beautiful drive in the country, you have to make it a nice, short drive in the country. As I said in my speech last week in Michigan, I want a future that protects American labor, not foreign labor. We're going to protect our labor. A future that puts American dreams over foreign profits, a future that raises American wages, that strengthens American industry, that builds national pride, and that defends this country's dignity. And today I add a future that protects, defends, and delivers for the American farmer, because the American farmer is a big deal. Joe Biden, you know that. Joe Biden does not love the American farmer, that you know. You found that out the hard way, including the first of the nation. Where are they? What happened? What happened to them? Under crooked Joe Biden, it's been a nonstop war on American agriculture. Biden reimposed the job-killing Waters of the United States rule. Do you know how bad that is, right? Does everybody know that? Because it sounds so beautiful. Waters of the United States. Oh, it's such a beautiful term. Like their wonderful inflation killing. We're going to kill it, inflation. The inflation killing bill. It's going to be great, but it didn't turn. It's a Green New Deal bill. They renamed it later. But the Waters of the United States, how beautiful. Except every page is a kill. It makes it impossible for you to produce, for you to farm your land, for people to build on your land, for you to build anything on your land, including housing. A disaster. I said when I did it, I terminated it, I said, you know, I'm going to get killed for this because the title is so beautiful, Waters of the United States. Everything else is devastating. And when I signed it, I had a lot of farmers come in from Iowa, a lot of builders come in from all over the country, and they were crying. Many of them were crying, people that have never cried before. Sit down, please. We can spend some time. Who the hell wants to watch a football game? Right? Forget it. This is better. But it was devastating. Many of them were literally crying. They said, you've given back our life, you've given back our livelihood, and they want to terminate it and make it impossible. But they've done that in so many different ways. They're seeking to regulate every ditch and every puddle on your private land. They call a puddle a river, a lake. These people are crazy. He's trying to raise taxes on farms and reinstate the death tax, which I stopped. You know, the inheritance tax on your farms, I stopped it. So that if you love your children, only if you love them, you could give that to them and they won't have to file bankruptcy in trying to pay the tax and go out and borrow and lose the farm ultimately, which happens so many times. I ended the estate tax on farms, and you know what? If you love your children, you should be very thankful. You should never vote. If you don't love your children, don't leave it to them. Then, therefore, it's not going to matter that much. Then you say, who the hell cares whether I pay? I don't like the kids. But most of you, does everybody like your children? Raise your hand. Is there anybody that will not be leaving their farm to the children? Anybody in the room? Here's one person raising it. I'd like to bring her up. Let's talk to you about that. We got rid of it so you don't have to, your children can live in peace because some horrible things took place. It was a tremendous tax. Fertilizer prices are up almost 300%, and I heard lifted up a lot over the last week, and Crooked Joe is letting other countries rip you off on trade while he does absolutely nothing, and no one gets abused on trade like the American farmer, except for 4 years we had Trump. I took good care of you. I took good care of you because I respect the farmer. Under Crooked Joe, we are now exploding in trade deficits in agriculture. You've never seen anything like it. Nobody's seen anything like it. Something previously thought impossible. You remember when American agriculture used to feed the world, the entire world, but with Crooked Joe in the White House, we're now importing more farm product than we are exporting. Would you believe that? And we're sort of a farm country. We're importing more. Think of that. It's not even believable. That should never happen, and it will never happen under me. Going back to, you remember all the things that got you passed? I said, you only have to do one thing, buy more land and buy bigger tractors. Remember? And I was right. You never did better than under me. I passed the USMCA, very importantly, Mexico, Canada, got rid of NAFTA, and we're going to talk about that a little bit. But I also made the greatest trade deal ever made with China. The problem is when COVID came in, I didn't want to talk about it because that was so terrible what happened. As your president, I made my personal mission to knock down barriers to American farm products all over the world. I ended the NAFTA disaster, the worst trade deal ever made by our country and by most other countries, too, and replaced it with the USMCA, which is the best trade deal they say ever made. Everyone said that couldn't be done. Thank you. In fact, so good, in fact, that they're trying to renegotiate it. Mexico and Canada, they don't let them do it. But it won't matter because we'll change it back in about 2 minutes, so don't worry about it too much. You can worry about other things. I pried open Canada's dairy, poultry, and egg markets for American producers. The deal was so good, though, it is true, that they are spending vast amounts of time and money trying to please and placate Mexico and Canada by redoing the entire deal and making it bad for us and good for them, as they had it for decades with NAFTA. But I don't think they can get away with it. I don't think anyone's going to let them get away with it. Isn't it nice to have deals where the other countries are unhappy and they try and renegotiate? You know, we never had that before. Our deals are so bad. I used to look at our deals and say, who made these deals? They're so bad. And we renegotiated the deal with South Korea for you. We renegotiated the deal with Japan. Remember the Japan deal, how bad it was? Now it's a good deal for you. With Abe, great man, Abe, Prime Minister of Japan, great gentleman. And as you know, they took his life. They assassinated Abe. Shinzo Abe, one of the great people. But we renegotiated the deal. I said, Shinzo, this is a very one-sided deal. He said, I was waiting for you to say that because he knows me. You know? Nobody else said it. He said, nobody else would ever bring it up. No other president ever brought it up. I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our treasury. When no other president had gotten even 10 cents, not 10 cents from China. They wouldn't have given them anything. I then gave the farmers $28 billion straight out of the tariffs that I took out of China. Think of that. Do you think do you think Joe Biden would have even thought to give you $28 billion? And I walked around, you know, my people said, sir, you're acting a little bit too cocky. I said, why? He said, you keep saying you've got Iowa locked up, you've got Nebraska, you've got Wisconsin, you've got farm states all locked up because of the $28 billion. I said, you think I shouldn't say that? Do you think they're going to... I got you $28 billion. They're not voting against me. Nobody would have gotten them 10 cents. They never did. They never asked. They never would have thought about it. Would have never happened. And a big chunk of that $28 billion went to the farmers in this room and went to the farmers of your great state. I got Japan to slash and eliminate tariffs on over 90% of U.S. food and agricultural exports. You know that? You couldn't do any business. They had such tariffs on your food, and we got them to virtually end all tariffs going in. Nobody thought that was possible. It was actually not that hard. That was one of the easy ones. I also won our farmers gigantic concessions from South Korea, Argentina, Brazil, Guatemala, Tunisia, Ecuador, Morocco, and many, many other countries. You know that. I did a lot. I did a lot. In total, I successfully negotiated and renegotiated more than 50 agreements to boost farm exports by billions and billions of dollars and supporting American jobs. And the reason you're doing okay now, you know, it's a big difference from 3.5 years ago, but you're doing okay. It's like off the fumes of what we did. That's all it is. But they want to take a lot of those things away, and they have taken many of them away. We'll put them back in the first day in the administration. They're going to be back. But that's what happens when you finally have a president who stands up for America, and I will do it again starting at noon on Inauguration Day, January 20th, 2025, right? We will do it again. Thank you. Thank you. Under the Trump presidency, patriotic protectionism, protection. We want to protect our country from people that are destroying our country. They want to destroy our country, and they see it being destroyed, and they do nothing about it. But it will be a new American way, protectionism. We have to protect our country from outside evil and also from inside evil, because I think the inside evil is actually more dangerous than the outside. Inside evil, like some of these radical left lunatics that we have to deal with all the time. That means protecting our workers, protecting our wages, protecting our jobs, protecting our industries, and yes, protecting our farmers, ranchers, growers, and ethanol producers in the great state of Iowa. We're protecting them. Crooked Joe is trying to crush Iowa ethanol. Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate. You hear that? Everybody has to go buy an electric car, even though you can only drive for about 15 minutes. I want to drive, darling. Let's have a beautiful drive to California to see how horrible that state is doing. Let's go and see if it's as bad as I hear. Let's take a drive to California, and let's go and study San Francisco, what a horrible thing it is, and let's study parts of Los Angeles just to see if it's as bad as they say, darling. And let's get in our new electric vehicle, and 30 minutes later you're saying, where are we going to get a recharge? Did you ever hear that? The happiest people in the world are the people who just got their electric vehicle charged. That lasts for 10 minutes. After that, they become somewhat schizophrenic because they're thinking about where the hell do I get it recharged? Now, look, electric vehicles are okay, but then they have their place. You know, I don't know if you know, but they want to make trucks now all electric, and the trucking industry will be decimated. The trucking industry, and I spoke to the big trucking industries, so they said, you know, these big, beautiful cabs, these beautiful, they have like penthouse apartments. I'd live in one of them. They're gorgeous, right, with the back. And they said to me, one of the executives, for 60 years I've been buying trucks, big guy. He said, and every year they got a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit. He said, now they're so amazing. Now they want to bring us back 60 years ago. So a truck, a big truck, a good, I won't use Peterbilt, but it could use Peterbilt and others that build them, and they're very good companies. They build an incredible product. You can get them with diesel. You can get them to go up to 2,000 miles. Think of that, 2,000 miles. An electric will go about 300 miles. So that means you're going to be stopping 6 or 7 times. And those are long stops, too. Those aren't like fill it up. Those are long stops. And they don't care. The greatest is the Army tank. So we have these great Army tanks that can blast the hell out of anything, right? Sherman tanks. They can blast the hell out of anything. They want to make them all electric now, so that when we go into enemy territory, guns are blazing, knocking the hell out of everything in front, we're doing it in an environmentally friendly way. Now, can you believe it? And the problem with the Army tanks, you know, we want to be environmentally friendly. And the problem with the Army tanks is actually the electric isn't good for it in terms of the torque and various other things. But they can't go very far also. They don't go very far. So you can have a lot of problems with that one. And the batteries are massive. You know, the battery would be bigger. Actually, to get it so it could be at least 20% of diesel, the battery is so big, it's actually bigger than the Army tank itself. So I have an idea. Let it pull a battery along. Put wheels, let it pull. These people are crazy. And the new one, I was in South Carolina the other day, great boat manufacturer, and he's very concerned. Number one, they cut his thing down to 2 miles an hour, even if you're way out in the ocean. 2 miles an hour. I said, how fast could they go? Like 40 and 50. They wanted to go 2. until they get out to 90 miles. I said, how far out do they go? About 60 miles. I said, you mean you can speed it up, but you'll never get out there? That's long, 90 miles. I looked at those boats, they looked very safe, but I don't want to be 90 miles out. That's a long way. But he said they want us to start thinking about going all electric for boats instead of Mercury engines, beautiful, made in the USA Mercury engines and others, where you smell that little smell, that beautiful sound, everything. They want to go all electric. I said, what's wrong with that? They said, well, the problem is the batteries are so heavy that the boat can't carry them. They would sink. And if we did it where they could go for at least a moderate period of time, they'd be so big they'd cover the entire boat. And he said to me, he said, you know, nobody's ever asked me this question. I said, so what would happen if you're in an all-battery boat? The whole boat is practically battery. You know, these batteries are massive. Problem with the trucks is it takes up so much room, too. With the trucks, I mean, the whole thing is like a battery. The whole thing is so crazy. You think if they had 1 3-minute sit-down with the truckers of America, they'd understand it. And they do sort of understand it, but it doesn't matter. It's like open border. They understand open borders, and it doesn't matter. You don't see them closing the borders. They say, oh, we're doing a wonderful job. 15 million people are coming in. From prisons, from mental institutions, they're coming in. But I asked the boater, I said, so let me ask you, let's say your boat goes down, and I'm sitting on top of this big, powerful battery, and the boat's going down. Do I get electrocuted? And he said, you know what? Honestly, nobody's ever asked me that question. But if I'm sitting down and that boat's going down and I'm on top of a battery and the water starts flooding in, I'm getting concerned. But then I look 10 yards to my left and there's a shark over there. So I have a choice of electrocution or shark. You know what I'm going to take? Electrocution. I will take electrocution every single time. Do we agree? I will take electrocution. But these people are crazy. They also want to go with energy-efficient jet fuel so that we don't have any problems. But I said, well, what's the negativity? Sir, we lose approximately 15% of efficiency on the plane itself. I said, you know, 15% is the difference between shooting somebody down and being shot down. It's a lot, you know that. Yes, sir, but it's good for the environment. Just think of these idiots. So we're going to go into enemy territory. We're going to bomb the hell out of cities. We're going to beat our enemy. We're going to hit them so hard they don't know. All in an energy, clean way. We want to have nice, clean jet engines, even though we're bombing the crap out of them, right? These people are crazy. So you lose efficiency. You lose a standard of effectiveness that's very severe. It's about 15%. And if you don't mind, I didn't come back to you and ask you if I could do it, but I turned that proposal down, okay? But it'll be approved by this administration if they have their druthers. If Joe Biden's extremist mandate is allowed to stand, gas-powered cars will be gone, Iowa ethanol will be totally destroyed, and the economy of this state will be decimated. Ethanol is a big thing for your state, by the way, in terms of jobs and what it represents. When I'm back in the White House, I will save Iowa ethanol by repealing Joe Biden's absolutely insane, job-killing electric vehicle mandate on day one. Day one. One. You know, they want to kill it. They want to basically kill almost any form of energy. They like wind. They like these big windmills, and they like, they like things that are very expensive, mostly made in China. You know, all the cars are going to be made in China. I was in Michigan the other night with the United Auto Workers and others, and I said, you know, you can be negotiating your hourly wage. It doesn't matter because in 2 years you're not going to have any job production. They're going to all be moved to China because China makes all electric cars, and a couple of other countries make all the electric cars. We're not going to make any. So it doesn't matter what they pay you per hour. And all of a sudden, did you notice today? Today, the union said, we want to fight to stop the election. I'm the one that told them. What the hell kind of a union is this? I'm the one that told them. They're not going to have any cars made in the United States. You know, I haven't figured, I'm going to do this the next time I'm here, we'll talk about it. Tractors, beautiful John Deere tractors, Case tractors, all these beautiful tractors, I love them. If they go all electric, with what I said about the size of the battery, those tractors aren't going to look so good we're going to do a little study on tractors. I haven't heard. They probably have something where they want a tractor to be all electric, too. Wouldn't that be nice? Nice and quiet. You'll have no smell of anything as you're doing the corn, and if you're doing all of the different things you do with these tractors. What they've done with tractors are incredible, computerized, incredible, but you won't be using them for very long because you'll be looking for a charge. You'll be out, darling, I can't do the crop today. Damn tractor, it only goes a half hour. Nah, we got to get back to common sense. You know, people say, you're very conservative. I said, no, I'm a person with a lot of common sense. Like, we need straight elections, free and fair. We need closed borders. People have to come into our country legally. Legally. They have to come into our country legally. We can't do this. We had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the most unsafe border in the history of the world. Under a Trump administration, gasoline-fired engines will be allowed, but child sexual mutilation will be banned, if that's okay with you. Child sexual mutilation. But think of it. Think of it. Can you imagine even 10 years ago, some politician, I hate to say it, I guess I'm a politician, I don't think I'm a politician, but I'm a politician, would stand up before you and say, I will stop child sexual mutilation. You'd say, this guy's crazy. Who would think that you have to say this? But now we have to say things like that. We have to say things like, I will not allow men in women's sports. Can you imagine? No, can you imagine? No, can you imagine? Weightlifting. You see the weightlifting records are being broken by hundreds of pounds. They stood like a quarter of an ounce, and they're being broken by hundreds of pounds. Records that stood for 18 years. It's so horrible, and it's so terrible for women. It's demeaning what they're doing for women. It's such a sad thing. And you better vote for Trump. I think you better vote. In our first 4 years, I fought for ethanol like no president in history. I did. I saved it. I issued a rule declaring that E15 would be made available 12 months a year. Remember, it was 8 months. It was crazy. I said, you mean it's no good? Well, in the summer, it works differently. I said, no, it doesn't. I also dramatically increased the number of fueling stations where E15 could be sold across the country by letting them use the existing pumps, not having to go buy brand new pumps that, frankly, are not as good and they cost a lot of money. I said, what's the difference? Well, the old pumps are stronger and they're better. I said, we're going to allow the old pumps, save millions and millions of dollars. One of the most vicious opponents of Iowa ethanol farmers is a guy named Ron DeSanctimonious. Did anybody ever hear of this guy? This guy's a disaster. I endorsed him, then they say, I got him elected because he was dead. I endorsed him, and then they said, 4 years later, they said, will you support the president? Will you run? I have no comment. I said, if he has no comment, that means he's running. Can you believe this guy? But he's like a very injured falling bird. He's just about, because the poll numbers are phenomenal in the Iowa. We're up by over 40 points in Iowa, so that's good. But Ron DeSantis, you know, it's interesting, one of the, there's a lot of press back there. You know, we have these strong lights. As we get better and bigger, the lights get much more powerful, but you look like crap on television. I was going to tell my people, I'm telling my people now, I'm talking, this isn't for you, this is for, these lights are so powerful, they probably cost a lot of money because we're doing so well, everyone's sending in lots of but these lights are no good. Number one, you can hardly see the audience. Number two, when you go home to watch it with our great First Lady, how did I look? She said, you didn't look good, too much light. These lights are terrible. They're terrible. They look pretty when you're here. You know, it's like lit up like a Christmas tree. By the way, remember Christmas, by the way? We brought back Christmas. We brought back Merry Christmas. Nobody fights it anymore. Nobody fights it. Speaking of Christmas, remember that? I said, one of the first things I said in 2015, actually, when I was campaigning, I said, we will bring back Merry Christmas. Because these woke department stores, they didn't want to use the word Christmas. And they use the word Christmas now. We brought that back. We did a lot of things. Ron DeSantis has spent his entire time in Congress angrily railing against ethanol and fighting to terminate the renewable fuel standard, which without that, the ethanol would be totally destroyed. He said that demolishing ethanol was a no-brainer. Got to get it out. He also said that about Social Security, by the way, and he also said it about a thing called Medicare. Remember one thing about a politician. Whatever they say first, that's where they go. Now, they'll come back. I have no idea what he's saying. I don't really care. I think he's in 5th place in one of the states now. He dropped to 5th. He's number 5. I wonder how he feels about that. Just came out poll. He's number 5 in one state or another. But with a politician, when they come out, like he came out very strongly against Social Security, and he wanted to raise the minimum age to 70 or higher. I said, these people have worked. We could do many other things. We don't have to do that. But when they do that, they may soften a lot during the election process. But as soon as the election's over, they always go back to what they originally wanted. That's their instinct. And same with Medicare. A killer on Medicare. You deserve Medicare. You've paid a big price for Medicare and for Social Security. He wants to kill it. No, he wants to kill it. We could do plenty of other things. You know what we could do? We have more oil than any other country in the world. We can drill for oil, and what we can take out of there is peanuts compared to what we're going to save by doing harm to Medicare and to Social Security. We want to take our oil and sell it to Europe, which we were ready. We were energy independent. We were going to be, within a matter of months, energy dominant. We were doing more business and taking out more oil than Russia, Saudi Arabia, and it was soon going to be combined. We were 3rd when I got in. When I left, we were by far number 1. And we were going to start selling our oil and gas to Europe and making a fortune. And by the way, keeping the price down so that Putin wouldn't have been able to prosecute his war in Ukraine. He wouldn't have done it anyway because I told him, you can't do it, you can't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir, you can't do it, don't do it. And he didn't do it. He didn't do it during my administration. And China wasn't talking about Taiwan during my administration. De Sanctimonious also strongly opposed the $28 billion that I talked about before to defend our farmers from Chinese trading abuse. And that was abuse. They abused our farmers. And our farmers were great. When I needed their help, because I needed a little help, they had to give me a little time. You know, you can't do these things that quickly. To get it done properly, you have to leave the table a couple of times. I left the table a lot. And they came back to me every single time. But the farmers said, nope. I'd never forget, there was an interview on television. They interviewed a couple of farmers, and they said, all of them in unison, nope, our president's doing the right things. We're with him all the way. And when I got that incredible deal where China has to buy $50 billion worth of our products, you know, it's supposed to be 15. It's supposed to be 15 billion, and I misunderstood. I heard it as 50. So my guy said, sir, 15. I said, wait a minute, you told me 50. No, we always said 15. So perhaps I'm losing a little hearing or something? I said, I heard 50. They said, no, it's 15 we're asking for. I said, ask for 50. You'll get it. They asked for 50 and they got it. It was as simple as that. So it was good that I didn't hear it perfectly. Right, Madam Senator, right? Great job you do. But DeSantis sided with the communists in China, and I sided with the farmers in America, if that's okay. I sided, no, you're going to find out. There's a bad seed there. He's a bad seed. Like you plant, every once in a while you have a bad seed. You think it's good, but it's bad. I mean, anybody that you got elected should support you. If I help somebody, if somebody, you know, I help somebody, and it does happen on occasion. I figure 10% of the time. You help somebody a lot, then all of a sudden you see they go against you. And you just can't. It's hard to like those people, but it happens. Mostly good, 90% good, 85%, 5% a little bit not great, and 10%, you know, they go against. But you get somebody where he's out of politics, he's just getting crushed by the Secretary of Agriculture, Adam Putnam. Big thing in Florida, agriculture, too. Secretary of Agriculture is the second biggest position. He's been running for 8 years. Ron was down by like 30 or 40 points. It was over. The primary was soon. And they asked me, begged me, please, 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 please. And he said, you're the most popular person. You know, I got more votes than he did in Florida. Nobody wants to talk about it. The fake news will never talk about it. He got a lot of votes. I got much more than he got, by 1.2 million, I believe. 1.2 million more votes than he did. I'm the one that turned Florida. He didn't turn Florida. He rode my coattails, but I endorsed him. And then they ask him that question, and so they have an expression, I suspect it came out of Iowa. They call it a bad seed. But you don't like those people too much. You know, when you help somebody, I helped a lot of people in Iowa, a lot, and I haven't had such love from some of these political people. We're going to have to think about that, you know? Some of these political people. But I don't mention names because I like to stay very, very non-confrontational. But some of these political people that are running, that were begging for my support. Sir, please, sir, could you do a rally? Sir, please, could you endorse me? I need your endorsement. So, you know, my endorsement was almost 99% when I endorse somebody, a Republican, they win. And they're asking me for endorsement. And then I heard they're going to remain neutral. I think we're going to remain neutral, sir. I said, I would have liked to have remained neutral, too. So anyway, but you got to remember that, you know. But with this guy DeSantis, so he's running, and we hit him hard. And you have to. And we've hit some of the other ones hard, too. And despite the fact they say, sir, he's a Republican. You shouldn't hit him hard. I say, if you don't mind, let me do it my way. My consultants, my geniuses in the back, they get paid a lot of money. But we hit a lot of the other ones hard, and some of them we don't hit hard. I mean, I respect some of the people that were running. By the way, the debate numbers were the lowest in the history of debates. You saw that, right? So that was good. And my speech, simultaneously put in Michigan to the auto workers, got great ratings. So it's good. There's something going on in our country. We want our country to be back. We want our country to be run by people with intelligence, with common sense, with smartness, with love for our country, not love for other people in other countries. But DeSantis is, you know, it's great. You talk about branding. Branding is a great thing. You brand somebody. So it's DeSanctimonious. I never said this. It's DeSanctimonious. But you can't keep using it. It's too long. But it's a beautiful term. DeSanctimonious, it flows. But you sort of can use it once every 2 or 3 paragraphs, right? Brad, wherever the hell, Brad by Brad. Where the hell is that guy? He's the greatest. But he was there right from, I think he's the first person that endorsed me in the whole country. The whole country. So I happen to love him. See, I'm very loyal to people like that, you know? But think of it. So it's DeSanctimonious. But the abbreviation is DeSanctus. If you put the 2 words together, put DeSanctus underneath, it's a beautiful thing. There's actually a certain genius to it. So he's being interviewed by one of the networks on a straight interview. Ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to have Governor Ron DeSantis with us today. Thank you very much, Governor DeSantis. No, it's DeSantis. But he actually changed his name, right? He went DeSantis, right? He doesn't want DeSantis. He wants DeSantis. And I left him a message. Never change your name in the middle of a campaign. Do you agree with that? Never change your name, Senator, in the middle of a campaign. Anyway, but he's looks like he's toast. I never say that about anything. You know, I could say, I'd go into a deal in business, and they're waiting for me to sign. Everything's done 100%, and I'm walking into the conference room ready to sign. I say, what are my chances of getting it done? So I'd say, what are your chances of getting it? Now, all they need is my signature. I'd say 50-50. So I never take anything for granted. He is so gone, this guy, and he should be gone because he did the wrong things. And he's young. He could have run in 28. I think his career in 28 is finished, too, because he's not a talented person. But he could have run in 28. They say walked in. You don't walk into any. You need great talent for this stuff. You don't walk in. You think somebody's going to walk in, and they always get clobbered, right? They get clobbered because they don't have the talent. They don't have a lot of things. They don't have in his case, they don't have the personality. You need a little personality, right? His entire career has shown that Ron DeSantis is a sworn enemy of the American farmer. How does that play in Iowa? I don't know. Senator, does that play well in Iowa? An enemy of the farmer. They call him an enemy of the farmer. But that means he's going to be an enemy of the farmer as soon as an election will be over. In Florida, he's been voting horribly And he's been vetoing funding and support for farmers left and right. You know that. Yet now he's trying to lie about his record and suddenly pretending to be a supporter of biofuels. He's not, and he won't be. He also said he kept the state open. He didn't keep it open. Henry McMaster kept South Carolina, he kept it open. Henry McMaster, the governor of South Carolina, did a great job. And South Dakota was kept open. Governor Noem kept it open. Very good job. Tennessee was kept open. Numbers of them were literally kept open. But DeSantis has a short memory. He closed his beaches, he closed the roads, he closed everything. Then he went for the vaccinations. Remember these vaccination booths all over the place? And, look, some people like that, some people don't. But you can't, for political reasons, say it never happened. He has a short-term memory. Iowa farmers need to know all of this. And I call him somebody that cannot be trusted. It's very, very sad, actually. He'll stab you in the back just like he stabbed MAGA in the back. But MAGA doesn't get stabbed too many times because MAGA's tough. When Biden says, we will stop MAGA, I said, do you think he knows what MAGA stands for? Do you think so? I don't think so. Mr. Attorney General, does he know? I don't think so. If I said to him, what does MAGA stand for? I don't know. I just know it's violent. No, MAGA stands for, very simply, Make America Great Again. There's something okay with that, right? Very simple. He made a couple of mistakes. He said, it's Ultra MAGA. And I said, that's a great term. We actually make hats now, Ultra MAGA. Some of our very, very serious supporters like those hats. By contrast, every promise I made to Iowa as a candidate, I fulfilled as your president, and much more so. I fulfilled much more than I promised, actually. Not too often do you see that from politicians. And I will remain the champion of American farmers with 4 more years in the White House. I will, I promise. Within hours of my inauguration, I'll cancel every Biden policy that is brutalizing our farmers. I'll appoint a special team to attack the high price of fertilizer and get the price way down, because that price is very, very high. Get it way down like I'd like to get those lights down. I'll get it the same thing. Those lights are terrible. They're blinding, but I get used to it. And I'll tell other countries where we spend billions of dollars. We spend billions and billions on military protection and other things, that if you do not give preferential treatment to our farmers, and I started this, we did a lot of it anyway, but to our farmers, our growers, our producers, the troops that we have there protecting them, where they pay us like nothing. It's probably not even a good thing to do. Many of them hate us, and we're protecting them. But all those troops are going to be coming home immediately, and we're not going to be spending any money in those countries, okay? They got to buy from our farmers and our manufacturers. It's no wonder the far-left lunatics are getting desperate to stop our movement by any means necessary. As you know, crooked Joe Biden and his radical left thugs have weaponized law enforcement to arrest their leading opponent on fake and phony charges. I got arrested 4 times in the last... It's almost like I wake up in the morning, do you think they'll arrest me today? I never got arrested before. It's a terrible thing. No, they go after their opponents with the law enforcement now. They've weaponized our law enforcement. This never happened. This happens in third world countries all the time. This happened, it happened in Russia. Look at what goes on over there. They get somebody that's talking perhaps good, perhaps bad, but he ends up in jail for 25 years. It's a very, very sad thing. But it does happen in banana republics, third world countries. This is high-level election interference. They want to damage your reputation and your everything so you don't go out and vote. But the good news with me is people know me very well. It cost me billions of dollars to do this. This was not exactly a good situation. If I was looking for money, I could have made deals. I had countries coming up to me, heads of everybody. I'd like to make a deal with you, sir. Biden would have made it. Hunter would have made it. They would have walked away with a fortune. I could have made, by the way, their deals are terrible, and they did nothing for them. But I could have walked away with billions. I said it's just the wrong thing to do. I told my kids that they'd be offered to do deals all over the place. You can't do it, I'm president. You can't do it. My poor kids, I mean, all they did is get subpoena after subpoena, and they didn't do anything. They're good kids. But this is high-level election interference at a level nobody's ever seen, actually, before, and it's happening for a single reason, because I'm the only candidate they do not want to run against. They say just the opposite. They are the party of disinformation and misinformation. They're the party of dis and misinformation. They are a party that says the opposite. They say, we want to run against Trump. Oh, we dream. Well, we beat him twice. We beat him against crooked Hillary. Isn't it nice that I changed her name? That was the best day of her life. You know, I took it away. Now we call her Beautiful Hillary. And we call this guy crooked because it's just such an accurate term. But the polls bear this out, and they don't want to run against me. I'm the last one. If they wanted to run against me, I wouldn't have had 4 indictments so far. I wouldn't be looked at by the Manhattan DA, where they actually moved their top person in the DOJ into the Manhattan DA's office to head up the investigation of Trump. Can you imagine? Not supposed to do that. I don't even think you're legally allowed, but they moved their top person, Colangelo. They moved him into the Manhattan DA's office to head up the prosecution. They're dealing with Fannie Willis. Did you ever hear of Fannie Willis? From Georgia. Because we had the audacity to question an election, which in my opinion was absolutely rigged. I think we won Georgia. You know, a friend of mine from Alabama said, you don't win Alabama by the biggest number in history. You don't win South Carolina by the biggest number in history and then lose Georgia by a whisker. You don't do it. No, it's a shame. We have to straighten out our elections, and we have to close up our borders. But in last week's big ABC poll, I'm leading Crooked Joe by 10 points. They don't like that. And in the brand new, just came out, New York Post poll, we're beating Biden by 11 points. No, they don't want to run against me. They want to run against anybody but me. But they want to say, I want to run against Trump. That's right. I want to run against Trump. He's only leading me by 11 points. Let's run against him. By the way, all the other candidates are losing to him, which is actually hard to believe, to be honest with you. In the new Morning Consult poll that you saw yesterday, I'm at 63%, and DeSanctimonious is at 12%. Other than that, he's doing very well. In New Hampshire, and that's the state, DeSanctimonious has fallen all the way down close to the bottom of the pack, and we're up 33 points on everybody else. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024, because if we do, we won't have a country anymore. We won't have a country. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. Because I'm being indicted for you. Thanks a lot, everybody. I appreciate it. First Lady, I'm being indicted again tonight. Again? She goes, again? I'm being indicted again tonight for the people of Iowa. No, it's terrible. When you have to call your kids, kids, listen, Dad's going to be indicted tonight. Ivanka goes, again, Dad? Unbelievable. These are sick people. Thank you, darling. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. That's very nice. I love you, too. Never forget, our enemies want to stop us because we're the only ones who can stop them, and they know we're stopping them. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. Never let them take it away. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you, but I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will always be in their way. This is not a campaign, this is a movement. You know, Newt Gingrich said the other night, this is the greatest phenomenon in the history of politics. There's never been a movement like Make America Great Again, or MAGA, you could call it, but there's never been a movement called America First. You never heard the term until we came along, America First. How beautiful is that term? What do you stand for? America first. Oh, put him in jail. That's terrible. Let's put him in jail. What do you stand for? MAGA. We stand for MAGA. Thank you. What do you stand for? Thank you. Thank you. What do you stand for? I stand for MAGA. Make America great again. And then they say, oh, that's insurrection. Put him in jail. Make America great again. No, if we ask Biden, what does MAGA stand for? Let's say, I'm going to do this at a debate, and he can practice, but he won't remember it. I'm going to say, what does MAGA stand for, Biden? What does it stand for? You know, I was much nicer to him. You know this. This only happened over the last. I'm very nasty now because he's the most corrupt, most horrible president. He's incompetent. I never said that out of respect for the office. But once they indicted me the first time, I said, whoa, nobody would do that. You know, the gloves are off. The gloves are off. They indicted me. I said, they indicted me. But I'd say to him during the debate, what does MAGA stand for? I don't know. He'd go, I don't know. And then the announcer would come and protect him like Chris Wallace did, remember? Remember when I said, why did you take $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? And Chris Wallace, how's he doing, by the way? Chris Wallace said, this question should not be asked. This has nothing to do. No, I want to know, why did he get, now it's the biggest subject. He got $3.5 million. I was right. That was a long time ago, during the debate. And anyway, now he's a stone-cold crook. Together we have fought for this country like no movement has ever fought before. There's never been a movement like this. Probably I could say a world movement, but, you know, I tell the story like a guy like Pat Buchanan is great. I think he did really well in New Hampshire. I think he came in second, but he did really well. And for 40 years plus, he's become, you know, he's a big political pundit. Now he's sort of retiring or retired, but he's a great guy. But he came in second in one state. We've come in first in virtually every state. Think of that. There's never been a movement like this. And when we win in 24, I believe it will go down as the greatest political victory in history. I believe that. I do. I believe that. I think that. Actually, much bigger than if they gave us the election the way they should have given it. You ever read that Time magazine article? They basically told you how they cheated, you know. But they used COVID to cheat, and they didn't go through the legislatures, all the things they had to do. And they stuffed ballots, too, by the way, you know, the old-fashioned way. But the good thing is that we've seen how bad they are. And, Jeff, that's why we're going to win so big. Addition. I think people like me, actually. You know, they say, we love his policies, but we don't like him. That's always the enemy. Jeff, you like me, right? No, they're crazy people. But they say that they love his, but you can always tell somebody doesn't like Trump. Well, they love his policies, but they don't like him personally. I think they like me personally. You know, by the way, the poll just came out. We're leading with women, with suburban women, with men, with black, with white, with Asian, with Hispanic, with people that went to MIT, like my uncle who has 3 degrees. We like leading with people like that. He passed away a long time ago, but he was a smart one. And we're leading with young kids that don't even have a high school education. We're leading with everybody. We're leading with everybody. We're leading with minority groups. We're leading with that have never, nobody's ever even come close. And in particular, the Hispanics, it's unbelievable, the numbers. I mean, if those numbers are correct, you cannot win an election if you're a Democrat. But they're very bad people. A lot of them, these leaders, are very bad people. The Republicans tend to be much nicer. And I'm telling them, please don't be nice. Please don't be nice, because we have to win this election. Because if we don't win this election, we're not going to have a country anymore, period. We're not going to have a country. We created the most secure border in U.S. history and built nearly 500 miles of border wall. You know, they'd like to say 52 miles. No, we had some renovation. They call it a renovation. If a 2x4 is laying on the ground, rotted, rusted, all horrible, 2x4, if there's steel that's rusted, 2x4s, wood, rotted out. It's been there for years, hasn't been touched. You could step over it. And then I built a 40-foot wall, a 50-foot wall, or a 30-foot wall on top. They say that was a renovation. That doesn't count. These people, I'll tell you what they have. I'll tell you, they have a great line of bullshit. That's one thing I can tell you. That was a renovation. Like sloppy Chris Christie. Oh, he only built 56 miles of wall because there was some wood laying on the ground. So they call that a renovation. We built almost 500 miles of wall. Even the Obama administration says it in their stats. But we totally fulfilled that. And this was against Paul Rhino. Do you know who Paul Rhino is? Paul Rhino. And probably one of the worst Republicans in history, Mitch McConnell. Okay? He did it again. He came out and he saved the... Did you see that? They came out, they saved the Democrats yet again. They keep saving the Democrats, but eventually that ends. But these guys, they didn't want to build the wall. They told me they do. Oh, we do. Could you wait 1 year? Well, I don't want to wait, but I'll wait a year. I promise you, sir, we'll give you all the funding. They didn't give me the funding. And so I took it out of the military. I said, this is an invasion of our country. And I took it out of the military. And the military was great with it, actually. They were great with it. But we were going to add 200 miles to it because after it was built. And by the way, who helped us with the wall? Mexico. Mexico helped us. I said to Mexico, you got to give us 28,000 soldiers during the building of the wall. They said no. I said, yes, you got to give it to us. No, we're not going to do it. Bottom line, you've heard the story. I said, we're going to put a 25% tariff on everything you sell into the United States, including your millions of cars. They said, sir, we'd be delighted to help you with soldiers. It's such a wonderful idea, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for asking us to give you 28,000 soldiers to help you with your problems. But we paid nothing for those soldiers. So when you hear these lunatics back there say, Trump didn't get anything from Mexico, well, you know, there was no legal mechanism because I said they're going to help fund this wall. But there was no legal mechanism. You know, how do you go to a country and say, by the way, I'm building a wall, hand us a lot of money? But what they can do is they gave us soldiers. The soldiers, the value of those soldiers was far greater than any amount of money they would have given us to build the wall. So, you know, they helped us a lot. And we created the safest border in history. Got rid of catch and release. We did a great job. We had a policy called Remain in Mexico. How do you think that was when I told the president, we're going to have a new policy. What's that? Remain in Mexico. All these millions of people, we're going to want them to remain in Tijuana. You ever see Tijuana? Not a good picture. And they said, no, we won't do that. And I said the same thing. I said, we're going to tax you and tariff you at a level that you've never been tariffed before. And they said, we would love to have them in Tijuana and anywhere else. You know, we have tremendous power if you had people that knew what the hell they were doing. We have tremendous power. Same thing with China. We have tremendous power. And remember this, it's not part of what I'm talking about with respect to our farmers, our manufacturers, but I am the only president that will keep you out of World War III. Because President Xi and Putin and all the rest of them respected you, President. They didn't see a guy that couldn't find the exit from a stage, like there and there. You know, a stage has two stairs, generally speaking. But even if it had one, it wouldn't be that complex. And this guy can't even find the exit. He walks to the back wall. Where am I? And he's the one negotiating to keep us out of a nuclear war, a war the likes of which nobody's ever seen anything like it. This is not 2 army tanks run by electric. EV army tanks run by electric that shoot at each other. No, actually, the bad part is ours would be electric. The enemies wouldn't be electric. So they'd have a big advantage over us, right? They probably wouldn't have ours around very long. But this would be nuclear weapons, the likes of which nobody's ever seen. I've seen, and I fully understand. And this would be an obliteration of perhaps the world. And we have a man who has, in prime time, wasn't a smart person, but this isn't prime time for him any longer. He has no clue what he's talking about. And we are closer to World War III right now than we've ever been. This whole thing that's going on a daily basis, we are closer to World War III, and World War III is potential obliteration of the world. So just remember that I will keep you out of that war, and I'll do it through strength, not through weakness, not like they did with Afghanistan. Weak. We appointed over 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices. I fully rebuilt the U.S. military, created Space Force, defeated ISIS, and I was the first president, can you believe this, who didn't start a war. Now, I finished up. We beat ISIS. We took them down in 3 weeks. They said it couldn't be done in 3 years. Our military is incredible. The right people. Got to know the right people. But I brought our troops back home. Remember Syria and Turkey? Remember they were having the problem? And I brought our troops back home. We had 5,000 troops sitting in between 2 armies, Syria and Turkey, hundreds of thousands of people. We had 5,000 troops trying to maintain the border. I said to some of our good generals, our real generals, not guys like Milley, I said to some of our good generals, what do you think of that? They said, sir, they get annihilated. They can't do it. I said, that's okay. So they've had that border in different names, but they've had that border for thousands of years. They've had that border. So what the hell are we doing there? I took our 5,000 troops out. Everyone said, oh, this is a terrible mistake. Nothing happened. We got them out. That was years ago. Nothing happened. Nobody wants to report about that. The fake news won't report. We did a lot of things. You ever see those hats? Trump was right about everything? Pretty much. I got to say, pretty much. I stood proudly with our friend and ally, the State of Israel, and kept my promise, recognized Israel's eternal capital, opened the embassy in Jerusalem. I got it open physically, too. It was supposed to cost $2 billion. I got it done for $500,000. I said, do we have any renovated? We can renovate a building. They said, we have one really good and a good look. We're going to buy a terrible piece of land in Jerusalem. And I said, do we have anything good? Yeah, we have the best piece of land, and it has a building that's not being used on it. We took some funds and we renovated it for $500,000. We saved $2 billion, and the $2 billion probably would have never happened anyway because they would have never got it built. So not only recognized, I also got the embassy built, and I also got to recognize, and did this for Israel, recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. That was a big thing. 52 years people fought for that. I got it done in about 15 minutes. I withdrew the United States from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. Unfortunately, this administration never picked it up. That deal would have been done within a week after the election, but this administration never did anything, and Iran is very close to a nuclear weapon. You better be careful. But all of that was just the beginning. Here is just some of the agenda that we will immediately implement when we become, all of us together, we become the 47th President of the United States. I will totally obliterate and finish the job we started out. We got interrupted by the gift from China, COVID. We will totally obliterate the deep state. We will overhaul and rebuild the corrupt FBI and corrupt DOJ from the ground up. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after I win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. It'll be settled very quickly. We're not choosing sides. What we want is we want people to stop dying. Hundreds of thousands of people are dying in that war. That will be the worst and most horrific surprise when you see the real numbers when they're announced. When they knock out those entire cities of massive buildings pouring down, and then they say 2 people were slightly injured. No. Thousands of people were killed. The real numbers are far worse than anyone knows. I want people to stop dying. It's ridiculous, and they will do it. Putin will do it, and Zelensky will do it. Crooked Joe Biden has 3 major problems, and all of them begin with I. Inflation, immigration, and incompetence. To stop Biden's inflation catastrophe, bring down the cost of energy and become energy independent, and even energy dominant. Very quickly, we're going to be energy dominant. And your energy prices will go down. And those big, beautiful tractors that you bought that now you don't need as much as you thought, but you'll need them, so don't do anything with them. But your cost of energy is going to be way, way down in Iowa and all over the country. But 3 years ago, we did, and now our theme is drill, baby, drill. We're going to get it done very quickly. It's going to happen very fast. I heard DeSantis said, well, I could be for 8 years. I could be for 8 years. Anybody that says they need 8 years, you don't want to vote for them, number one. I could get this stuff done in months. Months. You're going to see things happen. Anybody that says, oh, 8 years, you don't need 8 months. We will quickly rebuild the greatest economy in the history of the world as we had it. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. We will once again teach our children to love America, and we will have great schools that lead to great jobs, and we want our children to have incredible lives. And just so you know, I am going to terminate the Department of Education, move education back to the states. Very early. Very early. So that Iowa can run their own education. Many states will do a phenomenal job. And you know the expression, what do you have to lose? Look, we're number 40, number 38. Out of 40 countries, we spend double and triple what other countries spend. You have Norway, you have Denmark, you have Switzerland, you have China, big, top 5. But you have all these countries. We spend 2 and 3 times more per pupil, and we're at number 38, 39, and 40 all the time. So what the hell do we have to lose? We're going to move it back where your people who love your children can help your children and other people's children get a proper education. And you'll control it. You'll control the principals, by the way. We're going to bring back your parental rights. That's another thing. Can you imagine? We're going to bring back your parental rights. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And we will gain total independence from China, and I will hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable for unleashing the China virus upon the world. Just as I did for 4 years, I will fully support and uphold. Nobody did it like I did. You never had an ounce of change. Your Second Amendment, okay? Which is totally under siege. And I will secure our elections. We're going to have free and fair elections. Here, you don't have such a problem. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. It's very simple. But until then, we have to win. We have to win. We'll get that done very easily, but we have to win. And in conclusion, this is what we must do to restore our country to greatness. The USA is a mess. Our economy is crashing. Inflation is out of control. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and others have formed together as a menacing and destructive coalition. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat. If that happens, we're not the world standard, our dollar. That'll be the greatest defeat we've had in 200 years. We'll go back to a secondary meaning as a nation. It won't happen with me, not even a little chance, just like Russia would never have invaded Ukraine, would never, ever have done. And they didn't do it. They didn't. They knew better. Thank you very much. I'm going to add that. They knew better. I said, Vladimir, don't do it, don't do it. I told him a couple of things, what I was going to do. He said, you'll never do that. I said, I will, I promise, I will. But he didn't believe me, but he believed me 10%. And he said, I'm not going to mess around. He believed me 10%. Same thing with China, President Xi, a lot of respect for President Xi. I said, don't invade Taiwan. This would have never happened. We don't know what they're going to do. I know one thing, if we look like we're even close to getting elected, he's either going to do it immediately or he's not going to do it at all. And I would have left Afghanistan with dignity and strength and courage instead of our greatest embarrassment in history. That was the greatest embarrassment in the history of our country. And we would have kept the giant air base. It's called Bagram, which is not because of Afghanistan, but because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons, and we fled. It was a retreat. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we left that giant, the biggest runways, most powerful runways in the world. They can handle more tonnage than any runways anywhere in the world. And we left. And you know who's occupying Bagram right now? China is occupying them right now. Spent billions and billions of dollars building it many years ago. 1 hour away. If you took the 5 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as crooked Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. And very sadly for us, and by the way, I wish we were a thriving nation, a happy nation, a great nation, and I probably wouldn't have even done this, but if I did, I guess I wouldn't win, and that would be okay, but we're not. We're a failing nation. We're a nation in decline. Like never before. We've never been like this. We're not respected. Anywhere in the world, they laugh at us. They see this clown go over and doesn't even know what the hell he's doing. Where am I? What country is this? He goes, thank you very much, and he'll name a country, and it's the wrong country that he's in. That's happened. He used to do it with states when he was campaigning. It's great to be in Idaho. Sir, this is Iowa. Oh. But that you can sort of understand a little bit. You know, the potatoes get mixed up with the corn. But here's one. It's great to be in the state of Florida. I love Florida, palm trees. And he's in Iowa. That was not good. That was not good. No, this is a disaster for our country. And, you know, we smile, we have fun. But this is a very dangerous time for our country because we're being led by a person that's grossly incompetent and also extremely dishonest. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere. They want to interfere. They want to break up and interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. They want to go after their opponent. Think of it. If I got elected, I say, wow, somebody's really doing well over there. Indict him. Indict him. Indict the senator right over there, that beautiful female. She says, no, please. Indict her. And you know what? When that happens, she'll get up within 20 minutes and announce, right, Jeff? I'm out of office. I'm the only one. I'm the only one that's ever been indicted where my numbers have gone through the roof. Because people know me well. Even Jeff is here. True. I'm the only one that's never happened before. We're looking. Maybe in 1801 there might have been some. No, it's terrible. I mean, these are corrupt people. Corrupt people. And we can't let this happen. If you want to save America from this horror of crooked Joe Biden and the radical left, and again, I don't actually believe it's him, because I don't believe he's smart enough to be doing this stuff. I believe it's the people that are surrounding him. They're radical left Marxists and fascists and communists, and they're bad people. And that includes people in the Justice Department and the FBI. So if you want to avoid this, you've got to go out, get every patriot that you know, make sure they are registered Republicans, and get them out to vote in their local precinct caucuses at 7 p.m. on Monday, January 15th. Now, that's a very big thing because we got to really put on a big, beautiful show of strength. And then we have to win the election after that. But we have to win those caucuses, Jeff, and I want to thank you and your family and everything because he works hard. And, of course, he's neutral. He should remain neutral. I hope he's not too neutral, by the way. But he's about head of the Republican Party. I think he's neutral, but I don't know if he is. I don't think that people want you to be neutral because they know what the competition is. They don't want it. That we don't want to play games anymore. We don't want to play games. You know, when a debate goes on, and it's so bad for a party, you know, a debate. These people, I got one guy, Asa Hutchinson. Ada, I call him Ada. Don't ask me why. He goes boring. He is boring. but he's a nasty guy. We will stop Trump. The guy has 0. Why would he be on a debate? Why would he be on a stage? Sloppy Chris Christie, he's at 2%. He's like a deranged person. He suffers from Trump derangement syndrome. We don't like Donald Trump. I'm going to stop Donald Trump. If the guy starts crying. What a loser. These people are so bad. They're so bad. They're so bad. I mean, Nikki Haley says, I will never run against our president when she's leaving. He's a great president. I will never run against our president. Then she announces she's running like nothing happened. I call her Bird Brain, like nothing happened. That's her new nickname. It'll catch on when you get to know her. No, but think of it. Think of it. She announced, I will never hear it's on tape. We put it up on Truth. Does everybody go Truth Social, please? That's my only voice. I got like 90 million people on Twitter. I should have 200 million, by the way. They cut it way back, but that's all right. We call it X. What was that all about, X? What's going on? And they're waiting for me to come, but I got Truth. Truth has been incredible. You know, we have like a 60-point lead everywhere. I did that with Truth. I didn't do that with anything else. But the voices on Truth, what a job they're doing. Devin Nunes and the group, what a job they're doing. Great people, great patriots. Truth Social. But we're asking you to commit to Caucus for us and to bring anywhere from 3 to 100 people with you. Bring all your friends to Caucus for our campaign. And to do that, text Iowa to 88022 or sign up at ia.donaldjtrump.com to get involved, okay? I hope you can do it. Because we're way ahead, but you want to show that strength. You have to go and show the strength. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. These are people that like to go and kill everyone, and they shouldn't be there. Hillary said during the debate, he will get us into war with his personality. And it turned out, everybody admits it now, no, I got us out of wars with my personality because nobody wants to mess with us, and that's okay. I rebuilt our entire military. I got us out of wars. They're the ones that get us into wars. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, fascists, and we will throw off the very sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media. We will evict Joe Biden from the White House, and we will finish the job that we did so good at, that we were ready to finish, and then we got hit with COVID, and then we got hit with a rigged election. We're not going to allow it to be rigged again. We won't have a country if it happens. The great silent majority is rising like never before. And under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. With your help, your love, and your vote, we will put America first. We will make America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you very much. God bless you, Iowa. God bless you. God bless you, Iowa. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great crowd. Thank you.
Another great speech here in Ottumwa, Iowa from President Trump in front of a very crowded, packed house, once again in the great state of Iowa.
Yes, another great speech from President Trump. This was a great setting. The crowd was really engaged and very active. He got a lot of great responses on some of his stories and some of his jokes. They were very engaged in the discussion, really. He would make some comments and they would cheer and let him know how they felt about different people. So overall, I thought it was a great success. I thought it was a great event for him here in Iowa, anticipating the Iowa caucus coming up January 15th.
And before we get to some of the quotes from the speech, don't go anywhere. We actually have live continuing coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So President Trump is going to go to an undisclosed location with the motorcade, right? So Brian Glenn is in the motorcade with one of our photographers. So we're going to be tossing to that in a little bit, but definitely don't go anywhere to see that live coverage. It's awesome to see those authentic moments wherever he stops, right?
Yeah, it's really cool, and Brian's going to get some great coverage for you there. You're going to get to see what it's like traveling in the motorcade, and we just need to get them time for him to actually get in the car and get out there. So stay tuned.
Exactly, and go ahead, still send some of the links, Rumble links, the RSBN links. If you're watching right now live, obviously, send them to your friends and family. This is still something that's pretty awesome to have that kind of access for Brian Glenn and the photographer at Right Side, of course. So go ahead and send that around. Now, one of the quotes that I saw from the president earlier, he talked about President Trump called for leadership that brings, quote, intelligence, common sense, and love for our country in 2024. At the end of the day, Christina, that's pretty good stuff.
Well, it is, and it's really interesting, and he mentioned it in his speech. It's crazy that he even needs to say it, because one of the biggest cheers he got of the night was when he was talking about parental rights and making sure that parents are in charge of their own children. And he says, who would have thought that in the United States of America you'd have to say, I support parents having control over their children, but yet you have to say it. And a lot of his policies are really, they are common sense, like not allowing men to compete in women's sports and closing the border and protecting our immigration. So his policies really are common sense. And on that topic, he mentioned, people say, oh, you're so conservative, you're so conservative. He's like, no, this is just the appropriate way to run a country that you love and care about.
100%. And for those of you watching right now, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You'll get a ton of exclusive offers, but also exclusive content on there, and a lot of the great reporting that's done by Right Side Broadcasting Network, of course, on Truth Social and Telegram and rsbnetwork.com, and of course, all this live coverage. Why not go ahead and get that newsletter by going to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Once again, Brian Glenn will be throwing to him in a little bit. He'll be in the motorcade with President Trump on the way to an undisclosed location. Before we throw to that, we will be showing some highlights from the great speech in Anaheim just Friday night.
Yeah.
Less than, 48 hours ago, right?
Yep.
And we'll be doing some highlights there, and then Brian will take over coverage. So yeah, definitely stick to it here with Right Side Broadcasting. Some of our sponsors as well. We have Birch Gold, Tax Network USA, and the Trump Tumbler. Wouldn't mind having a little bit of water in a tumbler right now, with it being 90 degrees outside, Christina.
It's a little toasty. I'm very grateful that this event was indoors.
Yes.
These smaller events are indoors, which allow for a little bit more of an intimate type setting. Although this place was packed out, wall to wall, standing room only, all the way out the door.
Yep.
And there were still people out, behind us out here. Or I should say behind the camera, they had concession stands and there were people that couldn't even get in. So great event. It was a really, really good event. We got to see a lot of his policies. He talked a lot about farmers. Of course, farming and agriculture is a big topic here in Iowa. He hit Ron DeSantis. He said Ron DeSantis is an enemy of farmers, which I thought was interesting. And a lot of the folks here, actually one of my favorite things that he was talking about farmers, he said, if you love your kids, you should be able to leave your farm to your children without them losing it due to all of the taxes. He's like, we eliminated those taxes. And he said, Is there anybody here who doesn't love their kids? And a couple people raised their hand, which I thought was funny. It was a funny, very real, authentic moment, I thought.
Yeah, it's always good when the president does that on stage. The 1-2 punch of the entertainment personality, then with the right hook of, and we're talking, of course, figuratively here, of Agenda 47 and all the great things that he did as president for 4 years, and hopefully more to come. We were talking about the immigration issue earlier.
Right.
We were talking about freedom of speech, that kind of thing. One of the things as well is the free and fair elections. Isn't that awesome that he's sure he wants to be the president, right?
Yeah.
But he's not saying, well, let's just make sure I win only. It's through a free and fair election,
Right.
Christina.
Well, that's how it has to be. And everybody knows, everybody suspects the illegalities, the criminal activity, and just the outright cheating that took place in 2020. President Trump is aware of it. He's been talking about it since November 3rd. He's actually been talking about it since before November 3rd of 2020, saying, hey, they're going to use the mail-in ballots, they're going to cheat. And the only way that you really do have a free country is when the leaders are freely elected by the people. So please, if you're watching this, please get involved in your local elections. There's a lot of opportunities, whether you want to work at your counties, whether you want to work with your local GOPs, whether you want to work with your state GOPs. Causeofamerica.org is a great organization that can get you plugged in a grassroots area. I wrote a book about the topic, Stealing Your Vote, the inside story of the 2020 election, what it means for 2024, if you want to educate yourself on it a little bit more. But please, this is an all hands on deck moment. We can't afford to hope somebody else is taking care of it. We all need to get involved and secure our local elections.
100%. Cause of America, of course, by Mike Lindell, and then also precinctstrategy.com with Steve Stern. Mike, I mentioned this last week. Mike Lindell was actually on the Zoom call. We're talking 300 people on the Zoom call. It doesn't matter if it's 3 million or 300. The guy wants to make sure there's free and fair elections. And it's all about the committeemen and committeewomen at precincts all around the country.
He does. And causeofamerica.org.
Causeofamerica.org and then precinctstrategy.com.
Yeah.
Both great websites for more awareness, more information on just really what can you do.
Yeah, and there's a lot. There's a lot that we can do and that needs to be done. So please get involved, become part of the solution, and I'm convinced we have to clean this up from the precincts up. This clearly isn't going to happen from the top down. We've been waiting for that to happen, and it hasn't. So it's going to take all of us getting involved in cleaning up our precincts and cleaning up our counties. And once we do that, we'll have clean elections.
Usually by this moment, we're kind of ending the broadcast, but we're still here once again because the president is on the way. President Trump's on the way to an undisclosed location in Iowa, right? To make a stop. We're not sure where it is. Honestly, we don't know where he's going to stop, which is kind of cool to watch and see how it goes.
It'll be authentic.
It will be definitely authentic, and Brian Glenn will be there for that live coverage in the motorcade at the stop to see how it goes, and it's going to be obviously great. I mean, he's done these stops, it seems like everywhere he goes now.
Yeah.
He likes to meet with the people. Come on, I mean, that's
the people love to meet with him,
exactly.
and he's so good at it. He's better than any other politician.
100%.
He's so much better at interacting and engaging with people, and I mean, he's Donald Trump. It's just cool to see him at a Waffle House or an ice cream shop, because that doesn't seem to be like a place that he would normally go.
Right.
And so seeing him what appears to be out of his element a little bit, but in our element, is just a really fun thing to see.
Yeah, and it's not the politicians that act so high and mighty and powerful over the people. That's what the left wing, right? And that's what even some of the so-called right wing back in the Bush administration and others acted like, right? They're all this great, you can't talk to me, untouchable. But President Trump being such a great entrepreneur and a fun person to be around, and the leader of the free world still, in my opinion. And that's not denial. I'm not saying that I know he's not the president of the United States. I get that. But people look to him, and they look to Jair Bolsonaro
Well,
in
you
Brazil
said he's
and
leader
all that.
of the free world.
Exactly.
That's different than the United
exactly.
States.
But, but sometimes people obviously lump those two together.
Course.
So,
well, the United States should be the leader of the free world.
And
but
they have been for...
this current administration, I think, is the leader of the globalist agenda, which
that's a great way to put it.
Not a free state for everybody.
That's a great way to put it. It's a leader of communism, a leader of anti-God, anti-Constitution, anti-MAGA, anti-Trump. And MAGA, again, is not this small group of people. This is actual just good-hearted American citizens.
It is the silent majority. It's the silent majority, and there's a lot of really great MAGA patriots out there all over the country. We've been fortunate enough to get to meet a lot of you guys and interact with you at these events. So please keep your eyes open for President Trump's announcements on his upcoming events. He's got 2 more events in Iowa, so if you're in Iowa, take a look. He's going to be in Cedar Rapids and one other one.
It might be Des Moines. I have to double check.
There's
but
one
it's
other
next
one.
Saturday. He's making 2 stops.
He's making 2 stops. So check it out. See if you can catch up with President Trump and catch him on his campaign trail.
Also, if you want to follow Right Side Broadcasting on Truth Social, as you heard President Trump, touting Truth Social because it's a great warm place for community, right? And for the country. So if you're not following RSBN, Donald Trump, myself, Christina, whoever, a lot of great conservative people on there. As you mentioned earlier, you're talking about some podcasts and different conservatives that are on there. We're all on this team together. It's no joke.
Yeah, and it's who is for freedom and who is for totalitarian control. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Those of us on what I would say on the side of freedom don't necessarily even have to agree on what that looks like. It just isn't government control.
That's right. Yeah, freedom versus tyranny. So on Truth Social, I'm at Matthew Alvarez, Christina's at Christina Bob, and then Brian is at Brian, and then at RSBN as well. So just go ahead and get an account if you're not on it. It's a good way to stay plugged in, connected, and also, once again, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter to get those exclusive offers, but also exclusive content for what's happening. Everything President Trump in the sense of the campaign, Agenda 47, his campaign stops, that kind of thing, but also when it comes to what's going on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., there's an event, as Brian mentioned earlier, for Kari Lake, October, I think, 10th. There's an announcement from Kari Lake as well, which makes me think about the Katie Hobbs situation where she was not the governor for a day and a half.
Yeah, that was kind of bizarre. That was a little bit weird. And it happened to be the day that Joe Biden was speaking on Arizona and democracy in Arizona. So
exactly.
There's some bizarre happenings in the Democrat world, that's for sure. Certainly people distancing themselves from Joe Biden.
100%. And in Caucus County in Arizona, the sheriff there was on one of the networks, and he was saying how, Biden's going to be, I guess it was in the Phoenix metropolitan area, was not down in Caucus County where the immigration situation's happening. And then he said that 160 nations were represented for migrants that have crossed the border. That's 160. That's not just Honduras or Mexico or Venezuela. So we're going to be tossing to some speech in a little bit.
It's actually, he's moving faster than we thought.
Okay, so we're going to go directly to that in a little bit.
Quick commercial, and then we'll head in.
So it'll be awesome. So we'll go to that commercial, as Christina said, and then we'll go to the motorcade.
He's moving quick. Yeah. He's moving quick.
Yeah, and he'll be flying from here, I assume, back to Mar-a-Lago, not Bedminster on this one.
Yep. So I'm very curious to see. I'll certainly be watching the rest of our feed. And it looks like we're ready to go to a commercial break, and you will be back with Brian in just a minute.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success. And now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows Regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night, and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
Back, we are here live in the motorcade, headed to our stop here. One of the things that President Trump loves to do when he goes to any of these particular rallies is to make a stop at a local business or what have you. And I have no idea where we're going today, but I'm glad you're joining us on this beautiful Sunday here in Iowa. Just gorgeous outside. I'm getting a good look at some of the countryside that we're going through. When we came in last night, it was dark, and you didn't get an idea of exactly what it looked like. Because this is the part of the country that when the sun goes down, you see nothing but stars out here. But it's a beautiful part of the country. We're glad to be out here once again in Iowa, and you got a good look through the front window there. We got several, as I would imagine, escorts in front of us, and we've got some press that's loaded up in a couple of vehicles, and we have staff and security assistants as well. But you're glad you're joining us, and thanks to Matthew and Vanessa. I got Vanessa in all this. Matthew and Christina for carrying the coverage and closing out the show there. The speech was similar to a little bit of the parts of what we heard 2 days ago in Los Angeles. Talked about this whole movement for green energy and battery-powered vehicles and boats, and even farm equipment and things like that the left is continuously to push. That goes against the very makeup of what has created this country to be as prosperous as it is, with fossil fuels and petrochemical and oil drilling. And President Trump talks a lot about that he's going to drill baby drill is what he talks about in terms of dealing with the gas prices and oil prices and getting us back to being energy independent. So we heard a little bit about that, little law and order, a little bit of the absurdity of being able to say no men and women's sports, and parents have parental rights over their kids. A couple of things that we would have never thought they'd have to justify and take a stance on, but unfortunately that is the state of our country in 2023. And I kind of like what the president said earlier about having a lot of common sense, and I use this phrase that I have a PhD in common sense, and I love to apply that on a daily basis. And that's a lot of things that are going on in our country right now doesn't make sense. And we talked about the border, the wide open border, the amount of immigrants coming in here, and let's be clear, they're not seeking any kind of terroristic regime anywhere. They're looking for economic prosperity, and a part of me just has no problem with someone wanting to better their lives. There's just a proper way to doing it. We must make sure that we maintain who comes into this country is vetted and documented and done the right way. So we definitely have a border crisis on hand. We've even seen reports of really some bad guys, as the president would often say, that on a terror watch list would come into this country, sneaking by, being able to get in. A lot of countries that are opening up their prisons and opening up and letting some of the bad people leave and to come into our country, which we end up later on having to apprehend. So the border being a big issue, and of course the economy. Not just gasoline, I call that the low-hanging fruit of the topic, but really food prices. And you can get a good shot of what we're looking at right now. I mean, you can go forever, it seems like, through these cornfields. A lot of farming going on here in Iowa. And he talks about getting money for the farmers, and even jokes about it, of getting billions and billions for the farmers here in Iowa. And he said, well, who else would do that? Who else would, pull that money away from China and other means to get it back in the hands of farmers, and said, hey, I got two things you should do. You should buy land and buy a bigger tractor. And I loved what he said about that, because he's very pro-agricultural, pro-farming. And we have seen this shift from China coming into this country. Not, it used to be, and I said this back in 2011, and I feel like I was a little ahead of the curve on this, that at that time, businessman Donald J. Trump had the best plan to fight this deficit and this trade war that we had with China. And that's exactly what he did. And during his administration, he had a very aggressive stance on China. But not only have the trade been imbalanced, and not only have they stolen intellectual property and trademarks and things that they are known for doing that. They've also purchased farmland here in this country, and that's a way. And I think it's a threat to national security and a threat to our well-being. If you have a country like China, a communist country, buying land here in the U.S. And I'll even go a step further. It was yesterday, as I was traveling from Los Angeles to here, I was talking to someone in the airport, and they were in real estate, and they said, you'd be surprised how many homes are owned by China. Not only the home is owned by China, the real estate company that is representing the home is Chinese based, and even the financial aspect of a home loan has China connection. So China is buying up real estate in this country, and really, in my opinion, selling us out. I've heard this 10 years ago, that China was owning a lot of property in San Francisco, a lot of the business properties. So, that's the war that it seems like a lot of people aren't talking about. Obviously, the war in Ukraine, you know my stance on it. I think I've made it crystal clear, and I'm fairly confident I know the stance on it with the American people, that we need to end this war in Ukraine, and there's one way to do it, through peace. And President Trump has stressed time and time again that he can solve and end this war in a matter of a day. And of course, he is immediately hit with scrutiny of saying something like that. But I don't know when the Democratic Party became a party of war. The military-industrial complex that loves war, these endless wars. It was, the roles have reversed in a matter of years in regards to that. Now, why we're in Ukraine, I've got several theories on that, but we do need to, in my opinion, because of the state of this country and the amount of money that we owe, and the deficit, and the economic downturns and the inflation, you factor all that in, we simply cannot afford to continue to give a blank check to Ukraine. Now, I think Q1 of 2024, We're looking at it about $24.2 billion, I think, is slated for that. And even the discussions yesterday on Capitol Hill. Now, I was traveling, so I had to keep up and get a lot of my information from another source. But there is so much passion to fund this war in Ukraine that Democrats, well, let's talk about Jamal Bowman, congressman from New York. Now, the last run-in I had with Congressman Bowman was up in New York City on President Trump's first indictment. We were live there right in front of the courthouse, along with 47,000 other people that thought they would squeeze into that little park space. And well, when Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene stepped out of her car to go and have a press conference that was supposed to be secured by the police there, well, that's when the mob continued to surround us and really kind of overtook that event. But on the way out, as she was being escorted, I heard somebody screaming, "Get out of here, you white supremacist," and other derogatory words, and it was coming out of the mouth of Congressman Jamal Bowman. He is known to be someone that is very outspoken and very, I would say, walks the line of what is appropriate. Some of the words he said were very inappropriate for anyone to say, more or less a congressman, an elected official. But then yesterday, going into the Cannon building and pulling the fire alarm, in an effort to slow down and delay the proceedings on the first vote. Now, to unpack a little bit of facts here, that first vote generally goes for 15 minutes. That's the time set for the first vote of the day. Now, votes thereafter could range from 5 minutes to 2 minutes. It's relatively flexible, but that first vote is 15 minutes. So what happened is Bowman wanted to delay the proceedings on that vote. And so in the meanwhile, in the Senate, there was a heated conversation about funding to Ukraine. So there was I believe, a coordinated effort for House Democrats to slow down that process and wait for what the Senate was going to do with the money to Ukraine. Of course, the House Democrats want this huge, massive package to get pushed through for Ukraine. So what does he do? He pulls the fire alarm in the Cannon building, which is right across the Capitol on New Jersey. And the fire alarm goes off, causing an immediate evacuation of everyone that's in the Cannon building. Now, the Cannon building it's one of the largest. You got Rayburn, I believe, is the largest, and it's Cannon, and then Longworth. But you're talking about literally dozens and dozens of offices that, with their staff, had to evacuate down the stairs, can't use the elevator. So it was a process. Now, a lot of these staffers were on their way to the Capitol. These are people that have to, communicate and bring documents to their elected, to their congressman. That was interrupted. So the whole proceeding on the floor was interrupted. It didn't resume until about an hour. So if Jamal Bowman, if his goal was to delay and disrupt the flow of the voting, of lawmaking and getting bills on the floor and the proceedings, he was successful, because that's exactly what it did. Lasted over an hour. Now, he claims that he thought that the fire alarm would essentially was something that could open a door. Now, I don't know. You'd have to basically live under a rock to think that was absolutely true. And by the way, Congressman Bowman, yeah, he was a middle school principal, so you can't try to lecture me that he didn't know exactly what the fire alarm would do. And then, wait, there's more. There's actually video, and hopefully I can get my hands on this, and we'll push it out tomorrow, of him actually taking down 2 signs that were on the doors that said fire exit only. If you open the door, alarm will sound. He took down the signs, put them on the ground, and then pulled the alarm, and then went off in the opposite direction and went down a staircase. So this was very much intentional. So any kind of communication statement that he put out about, he just wanted to rush out the door to go vote, get to the Capitol, that he takes his job seriously for the American people. That is a bunch of garbage. He's better off just coming out and telling the truth at this point. So that's what's going on there. Next week, Congress is in break. They will resume Monday, I believe, at 6 p.m. as first votes on that. So you've got, when they go back, I'm sure that will be reviewed. Speaker McCarthy didn't release a statement, had a brief press conference about Jamal Bowman and what happened, and we'll kind of find out what the proceedings are. Now, I know for a fact that articles to expel him have been drafted by several people. We'll see if that comes to the floor. In all honesty, I don't think you're going to see Congressman Bowman to be expelled, nor do I think he should, to be honest with you. I know I'm probably going to get some criticism on that. But with that said, I do think there needs to be some type of punishment for Congressman Bowman, because obviously he broke a federal law. These are some of the things that they threw against the J6ers at the Capitol. So if you're going to apply the balance of the law, let's do it on an equal level and make sure that if he did violate, and obviously he did, that needs to be some type of punishment for that. I'm not saying that he should be expelled. If they feel like he should and 2/3 votes for him, then that's the punishment. But in any event, I want it to be dealt with. If you want to look at the money and who's actually voting for the war in Ukraine, I can give you a couple of stats here. We had 101 Republicans vote to send more money to Ukraine, and we had 117 Republicans that voted against it. Now, what they did, and what they were successful doing, Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene, was to remove funding to Ukraine and take it out of the Department of Defense bill. And think about this. We're funding our military, but they actually put Ukraine money, they baked that into the cake for Department of Defense. And so their big push was to take it out and make it a separate appropriations. If you want to vote for it, take it out and vote for it. But don't hide behind, paying our men and women in the military behind that, as far as sheltering them from with Ukraine money. They needs to be separate and taken out. So that's exactly what happened. It will go, and I've said this many times. If you're congressman, if you're from a very red, deep district, and your state's red and your district's red, and you know darn well that everyone's pretty much against funding this endless war, then I can tell you what's going to happen. These Republicans that did vote for it are going to face likely a primary challenge in 24. Now, depending on who it is and how much money they have, then that might not be possible to do that. I'm very critical of Lindsey Graham, and of course I know the president, whenever he says Lindsey Graham's name, it's kind of funny because I know the reaction that's going to come from the crowd, and that's funny. But he always says, hey, he helps me out in the Senate with some of the liberals, and so he has a way. But people that have a very strong name that might have voted for the war in Ukraine might be difficult to get out of office. We're probably about 5-6 minutes away, likely, from our stop here in Iowa. And like I said, this is one of the, I think, in my opinion, has been one of the greatest things that we do. And a lot of people, they love the speeches. Don't get me wrong. We throw up some gigantic numbers on speech viewership. But just this morning when I was walking around the crowd before we started, the number one comment was, we love the motorcade coverage. We love to see Trump on the ground. We love the ice cream shop. And by the way, I had about 10 people say, we love when that heckler started firing off some insults towards President Trump, and you stepped in and pretty much stopped that immediately and kind of put him in his place. And they said they like that. They want to see, they're tired of the pushback, not only from the media, but from people, hecklers at events when obviously the president is drawing thousands of people wherever he goes. And then you see the media report that if there's a section of chairs that has no one in it, they make it paint the picture or the illusion that that was the attendance at that event when it might have been a section that was blocked off because the obstruction of the stage or something like that. So I'm very happy to be someone that tells it like it is and defends our president and shows the American people what's going on, and I have no problem stepping up and doing that. And hindsight, did I might have stepped out of line for a second? Probably did, but would I do it again? Probably not. But I do think that showing the American people what's going on is very, very important. It looks like could be slowing down. Beautiful farm country, by the way. I don't know if you get a good shot of that. I know sometimes it's very difficult to shoot out these windows going down the street. And we were talking before this that the motorcade in Los Angeles was a 12-passenger van, and that's kind of a top-heavy vehicle. So obviously, with the high speeds on the freeways and just the roads conditions there, it was a very bumpy ride, and it was about as bumpy as you can get on a vehicle. This is excellent. This has been one heck of a trip here, but this is what people like. They like to see all this, and you get a good shot of all the people in front of us as we motorcade to our stop. Now, just to unpack a few housekeeping things, we're going to once the motorcade stops, if this is the first time you've watched us do this, it's going to stop. The media is going to pile out. We'll kind of get in place to wherever we're going, and then we'll get the president stepping out to either greet supporters or I have no idea where we're going, but we'll get him stepping out of the vehicle. And at that point, we'll just let it roll. And we want you to feel like you're here on the ground with the president as we roll through these cities. And for a programming note, I'm not tracking anything next week, but we know how things pop up. But I am tracking 2 events next Saturday. We're back here in Iowa, so I might as well call a real estate agent and buy that house that I was looking at, because we've been here in Iowa so much. I think they're going to want to have me to pay state income tax here. But we'll be back here in Iowa next week, next Saturday, for 2 events. We'll have Catherine Cipher, myself. We'll have Vanessa Broussard and Matthew Alvarez providing coverage for both those 2 rallies. And then we'll see where it goes from there. We haven't tracked a whole lot. I know that President Trump has a court appearance scheduled tomorrow, or some type of hearing, something tomorrow. I don't have a whole lot of details on it. And if that is possible to carry that, if he's going to make some type of public appearance, which I would highly not think he would, but we'll be there for that as well. Don't forget to follow us right now on all of our social media. You can follow me on Truth Social. It's my favorite, at Brian, Brian, simple as that. And then you can follow us on Truth Social as well, as far as Bright Side on Truth Social at RSBN. You can also follow me on Twitter at Brian Glenn TV as we get a little closer. It seemed like the chats today were very active in regards to what we were doing today in our broadcast. So we appreciate everyone's active. It looks like we are making some turns here, which makes me feel like we could be getting close, and I can look ahead. I see supporters, with Trump signs and waving, and obviously that's a good sign. Big Trump sign pulling in here, and this is what you see when you drive through Iowa. To be honest with you, you see Trump signs throughout the highway. It's a good thing. You see American flags. I mean, what gets better than that? A couple holding American flag, waving it with Trump signs, and it just seems like Trump brought patriotism back. He brought the love of country back. And back in 2008, I was working in television and in Texas, and I remember when Barack Obama came and the whole hope and change and that whole narrative. And whenever he said he was going to fundamentally change America, I thought to myself, whoa, let's pump the brakes on that. I don't necessarily want to change the fundamental aspects of America. America's the best country in the world. And then, of course, we now know it was one of those things. Take a look at how many signs we have here. I don't know if you can get a push in on that. I know it's tough to do, but look at that. Just signs equally paced apart. So God bless whoever did that today along this entire roadway here. farms, obviously on both sides. But look at that. I mean, it's a mile of Trump signs here. And I'll challenge you this, and I often ask this question wherever I go. Show me a Joe Biden for president sign. Show me any sign for any Democrat leader. Show me a rally. Show me a convention. Show me a town hall. Show me an organized event that can draw 5 people to. You can't. There's no support for that. And one of the questions that I'm likely going to ask the president will be about the support he has in California. Now, I grew up, I guess, probably about a quarter of my life I lived out there and enjoyed the state. And I got out, I think, before it really got bad. But my son lives out there now in Hollywood, and I think the support for President Trump and the support for America is more than what we think. I mean, a lot of people seem to write off conservatives and Republicans in California, but they are still there, and they're one of the most patriotic people that we have too, because it's easy for someone, if you live in the deep South, you live in a red state, to be a Trump supporter, be someone that might wear your Trump hat out in public or a T-shirt or something like that. But in California, to do that, you're almost putting your life at risk because of the radicalness of that state and some of the vitriol. Now, this is interesting. I think we are getting relatively close. Putin, what a beautiful shot right now. Local time, it is 5:20 here. Local sun, it probably sets at about 7:35 here, so we got about 2 hours. But it's the way you've almost got that golden hour look here on this. It looks like a farm of some sort, and we've got the big green John tractor over there. Just what a great spot for what we're going to do right now. And I'm glad you're joining us. And we've got a few supporters in here waving. And obviously, it looks like we have obviously law enforcement here, which we're very thankful. That keeps us all safe as we pull into here. And like I said, to unpack some of the ground rules here, we are going to, follow the instructions, get out of the car when we want to. And we're going to do that now. All right. So I'm going to follow Will. And we're going to make our way. I'll just follow you. Don't worry about me. Let's go. And we'll make our way as we are live here on the ground in Iowa. And we're going to pick up the pace a little bit to get in position. Yes, ma'am. We got a beautiful big tractor over here. Looks like we're going to go on the back side of this building. Okay.
As soon as he comes around, we're going to get flush with that wall over there.
Okay. All right, what a beautiful look this is. I mean, you can't get any more.
As soon as you start stepping forward, we're going to get flush with this.
Flush with that. Okay. And have that in the background. I got you. Okay. Just getting a little instructions from the press leads here. What a beautiful image that is. Got the flag over the barn. You got a big green John Deere tractor behind us. Seems like every time we do these things, they get a little bit more. Here comes the president walking out right now. Let's just listen in. The president is commenting about the equipment, talking to a group of farmers here. Let's listen in.
Thank you very much. It means a lot that you come out to see us.
I think you're incredible people. You give suffered a lot. We did give you 28 billion from China. That's not bad.
Do it again.
Nobody else will be able to do that. That's amazing.
Yes.
Pleasure to meet you. Honor to meet you.
The president greeting the farmers here, having a few exchange back and forth, talking about thanking him for what he's done for the farmers, and they all said that they were prosperous under his leadership, and well, he made them become flexible and the ability to earn more money. The president is talking about how they put hundreds of billions of dollars back into farming here in this country, pulled it away from other countries.
Mexico now and Canada, and China, by the way, are separately on their trade deal, but Mexico and Canada want to renegotiate their deal because it's too good for us. We've never heard of that one before. It's always the other way around. But the difference is we don't ever renegotiate as we did, in my case, though, with South Korea, with Japan, with many different countries. But the big one was China, and really the biggest of all was the USMCA. That was a great deal, big difference. I would say NAFTA was the worst deal ever made, and this was the best deal that we've ever made. So it's great. I'm glad we could help, and we'll do it as we continue on with them. The polls really is kind of we're up by like 40, 50, 60 points, and we're way ahead of Biden. Anybody should be ahead. We're way ahead of Biden. We're way ahead of everybody, and we'll get it back. And I know they started taking a lot of the things that we gave the farmers are being quickly withdrawn as fast as they can do it, but we'll get it back real fast. Day one, we'll put it back. So, I just want to tell you, we appreciate the farmers. Really appreciate it. Thank you. We appreciate what you do. We helped a lot with you. Sanctimonious, he's been fighting ethanol. He'll probably change maybe for an election, but he's so far down, I don't think it matters anymore. We saved ethanol. Yeah, I think it's gone. I think it's going to be gone. And it's really a very important thing for your state. Without ethanol, you have a lot of extra jobs. You lose a lot of jobs. And frankly, when properly done, it's a great thing. So we're with you on that 100%. We saved it. It wouldn't be there. You wouldn't have ethanol right now. We went to 12 months. You know that? It was 8 months for some ridiculous reason that nobody was ever longer. And so I said, use them, and you save hundreds of millions of dollars. So that was fine. We put that to good use. But I just want to thank you. We wanted to stop, and it's just like great people, and the country appreciates you very much. Any questions? Well, that's good. Let's get out of here. Okay, go ahead. Oh, yeah, let's go.
President Trump now taking time for a quick photo opportunity.
Oh yeah. Yeah, love it. Nice.
You think Biden can do that? I don't think so. I don't think he That is some piece of equipment, huh? I love this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did you let them roam now without a person,
Not quite.
But they're close, right?
They're close, very close.
You still need somebody up there.
Still need somebody in there, yep.
You don't want to have it get loose.
I was running a tractor yesterday from inside the combine cab. But somebody was in the tractor, but I was controlling it.
Is that going to be the way of the future where you have
Yes.
literally, this works better than cars, in my opinion.
Yes.
This something here can work where you have a big field and the same field all the time.
Yep.
Right. How long will that be, do you think, before that happens?
10 years maybe?
Oh, that much, okay.
I think 10 years.
They computerize everything.
Yep, yep. We'll see. I know. There's a lot of hills around here, a lot of obstacles.
You have
So.
some guys that can't operate the really modern equipment because they're not computer talented.
You know it. There's a lot to learn.
There is a lot to learn.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll do my best. Appreciate what you do.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
President Trump, what's your reaction to the short-term funding bill?
We have to keep our government going, but I thought the Republicans got very little. I think they got very little. I think they could have done a much better deal, and it was a lifesaver for Biden. It was a lifesaver for the Democrats. I think the Republicans could have gotten more, but they'll have a second shot at it in a pretty short period of time. But really, to me, I think they could have made a much better deal.
Yeah, Mr. President, you've got massive support here in Iowa. You've seen it every time you come here. You've got massive crowds. But I was really surprised at the massive crowds you have in California. Yeah. I'm not surprised. Yeah. But do you think the polls, and how does Gavin Newsom repeatedly get elected as governor in a state that it's hugely unpopular?
Such a great question, because we went around, you were there, a lot of the media was there. You guys would have loved this California trip. The crowds were massive, like you had never seen. And then automatically a Republican is supposed to lose California. I say if they didn't send out millions and millions and millions of mail-in ballots, where they're sent to everybody under the sun, where some people get 7 and 2 and 9. The record I've heard so far was 11. And I believe that this Republican, I can't speak for all Republicans, but I can say this Republican would win California. And you see that.
They were crying at it. They were crying
they've never seen enthusiasm and support. And in Iowa, you'd expect it. And these great farmers, these are great people, the best people. These are incredible people. And you'd expect it in Iowa. But we went to California, the crowds were as big as they could possibly be. And the enthusiasm was unbelievable. If we had an election where you actually had a voter has to show up with voter ID and do a paper ballot, but the voter ID is very important, and the one-day election is very, like the old days where you actually walked in, you had a one-day election, you go voter ID, you do a ballot, and that's the end of it. Now, you could do mail-in for somebody that's very sick, proven sick, they're ill and they want to vote, and that we understand, and you can do it for far-away military. But even the military, you could vote. But if you did that, we would win California. I believe it's a totally rigged state. And Gavin Newsom, I mean, they recall him, they do everything. He's done a terrible job. Look at the forest fires, the whole place is burning down, the homelessness. And you look at what's happened in California, and then the guy gets elected. Now he wants to run, obviously, for president. So we'll see what happens with that. But we looked at Joe Biden and the horrible destruction he's done to farmers and farms. And by the way, Social Security and Medicare, so many different things, what they're doing to our country is unbelievable. So I think the Republicans could have been tougher, but they're going to have a second crack and a third crack at it.
Golf
Do you
question.
support Matt Gaetz' efforts to remove McCarthy as Speaker?
I don't know anything about those efforts, but I like both of them very much. Yeah.
Golf question. You watching the Ryder Cup at all? I know you're.
I watched it today, and I was saying, where is Dustin Johnson, right? I'm sort of, anybody play golf? We have this big superstar, Dustin Johnson, Bryson DeChambeau, and if you look at Patrick Reed, where are these people? But it was good. Look, it was good. I think they should have allowed some other players also. It might have been a different story, right? Does that make sense to you?
It does.
Yeah.
Follow quickly. Do you expect Mr. McCarthy to remain Speaker? Do you support him?
Well, I don't want to comment on it yet. I think it's too early. It just happened a little while ago. I've always had a great relationship with him. He said very nice things, I know, this morning about me and the job I've done, Kevin McCarthy, so I appreciate that. I would like to see the Republicans get tougher because we're dealing against the lunatic left. They don't know what they're doing, whether they destroy farms or they destroy everything in their path, including the cities, the farms. They literally are destroying everything in their path, and we have to stop that. But I appreciate it. He said very great things about me today.
What about Jamal Bowman? You want to comment on Congressman Jamal Bowman that pulled the fire alarm in the Cannon building and disrupt the
So
voting?
I think what Bowman, I don't know Bowman at all, but Jamal Bowman, a congressman from New York, did something that was as bad or worse. You look at what's happening to the J6ers, and they're putting them in jail for years and years, and this guy pulled an alarm system. And to show you how corrupt they are, he then said when he got caught, he didn't know he was on tape. I mean, I don't know how you can be in the Capitol and not know it, especially after what happened. And he said, oh, he was trying to get into a door. He thought he was opening a door. There was a door 2 feet away. He thought he was opening a door. It's a red box that says fire alarm on it. He thought he was opening it. This is the crap. And then they let him out because he's a Democrat, radical left lunatic. And he should be prosecuted the same exact way as the J6 people were prosecuted. And they've been treated, many of them have been treated more unfairly than anybody in the history of our country. And I don't know if I should be saying that because I don't know what these people behind me say, but I'll bet they agree with me. There's never been anybody treated so unfairly. Just about what they've done to the J6ers is terrible. And Bowman went and he pulled an alarm, and you could add riots, you could add everything else, and he did it during a vote. And he should be treated the same exact way. And we'll see what happens, because a lot of people are saying, what are you going to do about J6? I don't think they're going to be disappointed, I can tell you that.
Have you spoken to Governor Randall recently?
No, I haven't seen him.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I got her elected, so I'm happy about that.
All right, we're going to go ahead and
This way against the bar.
go up this way.
Left here. You can stay here for a second. Right here. This one right here. This one right here. That left.
Okay, we're going to get in position. I'm not sure
Let him
which.
Okay.
So the president commenting about Bowman, commenting a little golf question in there, and also commenting about the state of California. Let's just listen in. We're live here with President Trump in Iowa.
We gotta have a clear path.
So let's
I would say so, right? You had great relations. Yeah, better than most. Yep. Hello, everybody. Great that you don't.
All right, we're going to go back towards the motorcade here as the president is, oh, now he's kind of going up to the front, I think, to take some pictures, actually, with some other supporters that are up here. run across. Here. Right. Right here. All right. So we'll get in position here. See, we got a good line of sight right here. Let's see if we can come right here. Sun's not messing us up too good. Talking to probably 24 supporters here. I think we're going to get blocked with this vehicle here, but as you can see, we've got the security motorcade in position. This is likely the last position change for the president before he exits. Taking a few pictures. Got a good look at that. Once again, we appreciate you guys joining us for this extended coverage here in Iowa, on the road with President Trump in the motorcade, and we are very grateful to be able to provide you this unique perspective here on the ground.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. Get in the car. Oh, he's gonna get on this side. Oh.
Thank you, everybody. Very
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate it.
Are you still planning to go to New York tomorrow, President Trump?
I'll tell you about that tomorrow. Today it's about tomorrow. We have such great cases. It's a political witch hunt, the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Is loaded in motorcade, and when they pull out, we'll make our way back to our vehicle so that we can then go to back to the facility. And I guess President Trump is going to go on to the airport. Don't know his stops after this. I'm just speculating. And a lot of waves from the crowds here as they say goodbye to President Trump. All right, which way? Shot there, going through the cornfields. What a good-looking shot that is on this Sunday afternoon here in Iowa. Imagine the surprise of the local farmers or people that live in this area to be able to have this type of access to the president while he's here in town. Good stuff there. All right, but we'll remind everybody, thank you to all of our sponsors, especially Birch Gold. You can simply text the words Trump to 989898 with Birch Gold. If you want to protect your investment, to protect the dollar, go check it out. Birch Gold. Text the word Trump to 989898. Also, thanks. Get that Trump tumbler. You got to get that Trump tumbler if you are someone in your life collects Trump stuff. Why not get a Trump tumbler? Makes for a perfect gift, and it's got some great Save America Again on there as well. Plus, hey, if you got some tax problems, we've got the company for that. Doesn't matter if you owe $10 million, $10 or whatever. If you hadn't paid 1, 2, 3, 4 years, it doesn't matter. Go check out our friends as well. The information for that is on your screen. Behind us, we've got some farmers here. We've got some locals here. What a beautiful day here in Iowa. We've got the cornfields behind us and some good people. We appreciate you watch us today. As always, go to our website, rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com to get the very latest of what's going on. Sign up for our newsletter as well. I can't think of a better backdrop to end today's broadcast on. Look at the beautiful big John Deere tractor, the fields behind that, from the beautiful state of Iowa. Until next time, goodbye and God bless.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
Hey friends, pro-life leader Frank Pavone here, National Director of Priests for Life. Great to be with you again. Are you upset and angry at what the Democrats are doing against President Trump and what they're doing to destroy America? Well, we should be. And being angry is actually a healthy response if we're paying any attention to what's going on. And yet we as Christians, while we are rightly angry, don't want it to end there. And we don't want our anger to lead us to imprudent actions or turn it in on ourselves and become depressed. What we need to do is take our anger, submit it in prayer to the Holy Spirit, and let that energy be transformed into power for doing good, for winning elections, for rallying around leaders like President Trump and so many other good candidates. Well, this is what we do on our weeknight program on RSBN called Praying for America. Every weeknight at 8 p.m., we look at the reality of what's going on in America and we bring it into the context of the Word of God and prayer, and allow our upsetment, our anger, to be directed to good, positive energy. Let me give you an example from Psalm 109. Here's how we pray. Be not silent, O God of my praise, for wicked and deceitful mouths are opened against me, speaking against me with lying tongues. They encircle me with words of hate and attack me without cause. In return for my love, they accuse me, but I give myself to prayer. So they reward me evil for good and hatred for my love. If that's not an appropriate prayer regarding what's going on with President Trump and all of us, we do good, he loves America, we love the country, and all we get is hatred and accusation from the Democrats. But let's bring all of this to prayer. Join me each weeknight at 8 p.m. for Praying for America. May God bless America, God bless President Trump, and God bless each one of you. Pro-life leader Frank Pavone here of Priests for Life.